Alright. Wait a second. Oh, this is funny. Looks like, I was basically. I saw a go live button, I just pressed it, and then I saw a 0 pop up on the UI. So, was this stream actually live before, or was it not live? Huh. That's pretty strange. Yeah, see, I'm learning new things every day with this YouTube live streaming thing. But, yeah. Maybe I was talking to myself for a good number of minutes. Yeah, that'd be kind of interesting. So, you know what? I'm going to restart the recording again, and then we can get started from the beginning. If we want to do any talking or anything, we can redo it again. Bit of rehearsal, right? So, okay, let's get started. Welcome, everyone. It's Unstoppable Streletsy with your very first Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty Liga 2024 to 2025 of this year. Yep. Ooh, Gringo Juanito Bonito. See, now that I turned the Go Live on in OBS, we're starting to get chat messages here. It's good to see we already got Juanitos coming in. Yeah, that's really good. It's a good sign. I think what happened was I didn't press the Go Live and the Juanitos were waiting outside going, why is this thing starting? But now it's starting, alright. So, yep. So, before we get started with anything, how's everybody doing, We'll start with that since we didn't have that time before. Yep, everybody's doing good. Everybody's ready to see some casted Wars of Liberty games in the Great War Patch. Yeah, it should be fun. Yep, absolutely fun. I'm going to go over, I think, some of the more boring stuff now, like all the rules and everything, and what Liga A and Liga B means exactly. So, for this year's tournament, 2024 to 2025, we have two ligas. We got a Liga A and a Liga B. Yeah, Juanito. Habla poquito españolo, Juanito bonito para escuchar tu voz española. Sí, Juanito. Yeah, it's good to see people coming in for sure. All the Juanitos coming. So yeah, I'll go over some of the boring rules now. So I left off with Liga, right? So basically for this year's tournament, we got a Liga A and a Liga B. Liga A is basically all the advanced Juanitos, like me, basically. And then we got Liga B alongside the Liga A. Liga B contains the more beginner Juanitos, or the ones with the lower ELOs. Chori for this year wanted to separate the more advanced players from the more basic players, right? Because he basically wanted it to be more enjoyable for people with different, skill sets. Also, that means more live streams for Chorizo to do, which means more dinero for him, right? So, it works out for everybody in the end. I will be playing on the Liga. Yep, Gavas, yep, I saw you in the calendar. You'll be facing off on April 27th. Yeah, I should also mention that the Liga B will be starting off a bit later than Liga A. Liga A started about, I think, like a week or so ago with the matches. Liga B will be starting on April 27th, so towards the end of the month. Play it. Yeah, and I'm going to explain some of the rules before we get started so everybody understands why some civs might be there and certain cards might be used. So there were some extra rules added to this year's tournament. Some civilizations were banned. Number 1, Austria-Hungary. Not because they're too OP, but they're too underpowered to present to people, I guess. Yeah, don't play Austria-Hungary unless you know what you're doing. They're just like 0 tier right now. And then second one is Serbs, because their card that boosts nearby recruits is kind of poggers when you use it. Like, you see their attack go up to like 125 or something. You just can't beat that most of the time. So Chorizo didn't want that becoming an issue either. Nah. And then in terms of cards, I guess this tournament Chori wanted to try something new. He wanted to ban mercenary shipments and coin-costing immigrant battalion shipments. I think he felt like a lot of the mercenaries last time around were overpowered and, unbalanced, and I guess he wanted to change that. And you know what, to me, I feel like you probably should have just targeted the units and shipments in particular that were really broken and just let us use other ones, because, you know, a lot of the Wars of Liberty mercenaries like the Shutzin, the Algerian Sifahi, are actually based on Asian dynasties unit stats, like the Black Rider and the Jaeger, respectively, so I don't know why those have to be taken out, but, you know, it was probably getting late and he didn't want to have to check box for each one, so he just put a basic rule in place. We could probably, let's see how the matches goes around. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Let's see how the matches do go around. So, sort of the cool thing now is I don't actually have to keep my browser open to read your chat messages. OBS actually lets me see the chat in real time through the YouTube API, so it's really cool, you know. Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting live streaming experience. And without taking up too much time, let's get started and start looking at some stuff. Just gotta make sure my sound is all good. Yep, my audio's good. I don't want the music being too loud. So we'll begin with Aladdin versus Kevzio. Two bonitos. Let's get started. This should be fun. This is beginning of a great event that will last many weeks. And hopefully we see somebody actually get to Great War Age. That would be fun too, wouldn't it? Yeah. So, okay, let's get this off. Yep. Alright, so here we got the Ottomans with Aladdin. Then we got Kevzio with the Swedes. Yeah, I've seen Kevzio's Swedes before, and I've seen Aladdin's Ottomans before, and let me tell you, they're both really, really good, you know. In fact, remember that Aladdin actually beat my Zulu in patch 12B by using the Ottomans, so he really understands that Janissary Abisgun logic really well with the Civ. So I'd be really surprised if he had a lot of problems here. If he goes with his usual Jans and Abisgunners, maybe throws in a few Delhi cavalry, he's good to go. You know, I think he can deal with the Bevringers pretty easily here. As for the Swedes, though, with Kevzio, you know, he's probably going to do a lot of spamming of Bevringers, maybe some Hussars or Grenadiers or something. Yeah. This should be an interesting matchup, to say the least, you know. For people that never played Wars of Liberty before, you might be thinking, are the Swedes in Wars of Liberty any similar to the Swedes in Definitive Edition? And I would sadly say no. But I would say happily that they got a lot more stuff than they do in Definitive Edition. Namely, they have probably a lot more unique cards, I would say. And they play a lot more in a sort of a standardish way that they feel a little bit more comfortable to use if you don't like the whole torp mechanic in D. What the Swedes have instead is sawmills, which are basically like wood banks, you know, banks to give you wood. And on top of trickling wood, they also spawn little wood crates around them that you can also gather over time with the villager. It's really cool. But what the real power of the Swedish Civ is, they get these special attachments on their buildings called annexes. And with those annexes, it adds an additional functionality, you know, it's like a sub-building of a building, right? For the town center, it would be an observatory that gives you more line of sight, and you can use the Portuguese line of sight ability with the telescope to look at areas on the map you normally can't see. And we see the Colbertism food trickle coming in for the Swedes. See, the Swedes actually don't get standard villager cards, so getting a food trickle card like this is actually pretty normal for them. The only villager cards they get is Team 3 Vills in Age 2 and Team 8 Villagers in Age 4. So it's more of a team support card at that point than it is for personal economic growth. Though you will benefit from it, obviously, having villagers. They also got the Advanced Torp. Torps are cheaper. A Torp is another annex, by the way, for the barracks. It's like a 15-pop house that also provides something called a Beveringer allotment. So an allotment is a big bun technology, like the natives get, but it produces a batch of units from it for an ever-increasing cost. It starts out, I think, at like 300 food, 300 wood, and 300 coin, and you get like 10, 15 Beveringers, which are basically musketeers, right? They're a lot different than the Caroliners, but yeah. Well, they used to look a lot like the Caroliners and identically, like, costume-wise, but they got a bit of a coat of paint to look more 19th and 20th century, so they're definitely a lot different looking. Yeah, so what are they aging up with? They're aging up with the Aristocrat. Interesting. I'm trying to remember what the Aristocrat does. Is it a food one, a coin one? And what are the almonds doing? So the almonds are getting Artisan. So Artisan is basically Core Master. It gives you 400 cords of wood. That's kind of a standard for any civ that has access to it. Unfortunately, Swedes don't get that, so they have to sell for something else. Now, what I get in Age 1 for the Swedish Age Up is the Foreign King, because the Foreign King actually adds more, makes the allotments cheaper, I believe, or adds more units to them or something. I think it makes the allotments 10% cheaper, so you can get right to work spamming out lots of infantry with them. Yeah. Because at the start, the allotments are pretty cheap. You know, you get like 15 ranged heavy infantry for a very cheap price, and it isn't until later that the price starts to rack up on you. So using things like the Foreign King, also using the, you know, the advanced Torp card can actually allow you to make more value of it at the beginning of the match. To the point that you might not even have to train any infantry. You can focus on cavalry, you can focus on economy on the side. Yeah. So we're going to have to see here what sort of comp the Ottomans do here and how the Swedes respond to that. Yeah, that could tell you how this match is going to go, honestly. And let's see, what's Swedes doing? So they're doing a bit of mining, they did a bit of herding over there with their deer, and they're doing a lot of wood chopping. So one thing they might be planning is, they might be planning to go for Norland logging, the Swedes. See, initially sawmills cost like 350 wood to get. That's insane. But with the Norland logging card, I think it gets cheapened down to about, what is it, like 210, 250, 260. It gets down to a cheaper amount of wood, so it's actually viable to build one. And it also gives you a build limit of 1 to it, plus 1, so you can actually make 2 of the sawmills, giving you 2 wood trickles going on at the same time. And at that point, you rarely even need villagers working on wood anymore. You almost become like India with their wood trickle cards, where they can take a lot of those vills off and stick them on food or coin once they get that going. Yeah. See, we also see the torps being constructed right now. This will add a bit more population to Kedzio, and they'll also be able to start making Beveringer allotments. He should probably wait for advanced torp to come out, though. But I think once he starts building those sawmills, that's going to give him a lot of XP bounty that he can put right towards that shipment. Yeah, look at that, 35 XP. And how much XP does he need for the shipment? Not a lot. I mean, two sawmills takes care of a big slice of that next shipment for him. Oh, so we see stable and foundry from the Ottomans. So is he going Delhi Abbas Gunner? Huh. That actually sounds kind of dangerous for the Swedes, because if you can kite well with the Abbas Gunners and then run the Delhis through his Grenadiers and Rangers, and his Hussars even, because remember, the Delhi in Wars of Liberty has more stats than a standard Hussar does, because it's supposed to stand up longer till Imperial Age when it gets its upgrade again. Yeah. For those that never played Ottomans in Wars of Liberty, they kind of actually don't get upgrades till Imperial Age. Yeah, they actually don't get any upgrades till Imperial Age. They don't get Veteran and they don't get Guard. They just get Imperial. And sort of the idea is that you're using an outdated army and you have to wait really, really late into the game before you can actually get their stats up. They get a couple of things to help them along the way, like obviously the Spahi shipments. They get a nice infantry, the Nizam El Sassid, at the barracks. Same thing as the Nizam Fusilier and DE in Age 4, so it's like a stronger musketeer unit. And then they can still get the guard upgrades on their artillery, though, too. So like their falconets, their culverins. So yeah, at least they have that working for them. We already see some Abbas gunners moving out towards the trade route here. Aladdin only took about half the trade route. That's kind of surprising, because honestly, most of the time when I see an Ottoman player, especially on this map, they go for all 4 of the trading posts. yeah, that it's great to do that as almonds because you have lots of shipments, and then if you have Silk Road, which he doesn't have, then the trade route ends up becoming more efficient, delivering more resources to you. So what do we have right here? We got some Beveringers already moving, aggroing on this trade route. I think they should be able to take down this trading post no problem. See, the thing is, Swedes actually don't get pikemen at all. So basically their musketeer, the Bevering, is a hybrid between a pikeman and a line infantry or musketeer. It costs food and wood instead of any coin costs. Its siege is naturally higher. Also, its multipliers are also naturally high as well. And I should mention here, notice the little birdie, the little arrow, and the sort of the explosion looking icon. Those are different special unit tags that Wars of Liberty uses. The birdie represents scout cavalry, so like light cavalry like hussars. The explosion represents assault cavalry, so heavy units like the cuirassier from France, or maybe the Spanish lancer, things like that. And then you got the little arrow, which means maneuver units, so like dragoons, you know, range cavalry. Not all range cavalry, but ones that are meant to be used against other cavalry, usually. There are obviously, in Wars of Liberty, other types of range cavalry, like mounted skirmishers, mounted anti-skirmishers. So yeah, you gotta look at the tags to understand what they do and what multipliers affect them and which don't, usually. There was a recent change to Wars of Liberty in this patch, the one before, that actually made it so musketeers actually do less damage to heavy cavalry, but they do more multiplier damage to lighter forms of hand cavalry, so stronger against hussars, but weaker against like heavy cavalry, like the cuirassier of France, you know. And sort of the idea was they wanted heavy cavalry to have a better chance of fighting like polearms. Well, actually not polearms. Polearms aren't affected by it, but like bayonets, because historically lance cavalry were pretty good against soldiers using bayonets because they could always like outrange them, and their heavy armor made it harder for those bayonets to cut through them. So yeah, there's a bit of history involved there. And it just makes heavy cavalry more useful for you in the game, because now you can't just spam like 50 musketeers and say, hey, you've spent all these resources on heavy cav, now it's GG for you, man. No, those heavy cavalry can still cause some problems for you, and you have to be smart enough to say, yeah, we gotta take care of that, you know? Absolutely. So yeah, now we see cav archers with Abiscars. Now, this is pretty interesting. The decision to go cav archers was a real surprising one to me. Namely because cav archer, well, all maneuver cavalry in Wars of Liberty don't have range multipliers against scout. So that means they actually don't deal multipliers against hussars when they're firing arrows down. The only multiplier they get against hussars is in melee, like when they're fighting with their swords. Yeah, so I'm wondering if he did that to protect against any potential hussars if they go after the Abiscars using their melee attack. Yeah, I mean, let's look at Kevzio's queue right now. Is he even? Yeah, he does have some hussars, it looks like, from his stable, because there's 4 of them. The shipment would only include 3 at this stage. Alright, so are the hussars going to make any move on the Abiscars? Well, it's kind of hard now because you got these fast-moving cav archers which can go into melee at any time and rip through the hussars. You know, so that's probably why he went cav archer here instead of the janissary. The thing is with the janissaries is they're infantry, so they have their scimitars with the multipliers against scout units, but the problem is they're slow because they're on foot. But with cav archers, you can actually chase down hussars because they're fast, right? They're 675 speed. Hussars are also 675 speed, so there's a good chance if you can get landed one strike with your sword, you can actually snare the hussars down like these, and they're limping, wounded, and you can finish them off. You can't do that with janissaries as much, so the fact that Aladin wanted to try cav archers with his Abiscars this time, it's kind of an interesting choice, and you know, sort of in a sense too, it makes you more immune to fast fortress, which we see right here from the Swedes. They actually did go for a fast fortress, otherwise known as a fast capital, because it's called the Capital Age in Wars of Liberty. We see the skirmishers shipping right now. We see the veteran upgrade for the Beverringers as well. So yeah, in a sense, going Cav Archers gives you some immunity to fast fortress play, because if they, for whatever reason, ship in falconets called foot artillery in Wars of Liberty, you can just send the Cav Archers after them because they still got the anti-artillery multipliers active. So it gives you an insurance policy against fast fortress, which is really good, you know. It's really good. It really was a good decision by the Wars of Liberty team a long time ago to give Ottomans Cav Archers in Age 2 instead of Age 3. I guess it was part of the design concept to sort of be like Ottomans get a lot of strong stuff early on, and then they sort of fizzle out over time as they become more outdated until they get to Imperial Age, and then they can, you know, upgrade everything up to speed. Yeah. And so you're aware, Imperial upgrades for Ottomans in Imperial Age actually are more powerful than other civs, to sort of compensate for the ages you missed out on. I think the Imperial upgrades for Ottomans are like 95% or 90% instead of 50%, like which it normally is, just to account for all those missing stats that you were missing out on in Age 3 and 4. Oh wow, look at Hussars, we're seeing the first casualties here, look at that. Ooh, not good, look at all those settlers destroyed. I always feel like, though, when you raid the Ottomans, it doesn't feel as rewarding because they don't even pay resources for their villagers, right? They automatically spawn from the town center over time, right? They don't cost resources because they literally come out for free like artillery does from the factory. They're factory manufactured villagers. So when I'm thinking, hey, I killed one Ottoman settler, it's like it's just going to spawn out again for free anyways. Like, what's the point? Now, if you can take down like 5 or 10 of them, get a big number of them that actually squashes their economy, yeah, that does feel pretty good and that will make a difference. But I feel like if you did with another civ and you could do hit and run, take one out here, one out there, there's no like immediate food consequence for them to do that. So, yeah. Well, now we're starting to see a bit of a Swedish assault now. They got some falconets from their artillery foundry. They got some skirms from the home city and some that they're training. Beveringers and the leftover hussars here. This should be a pretty interesting situation. We're going to see firsthand if going Cav Archers with Abyss Gunners was a great choice. Because naturally, Abyss Gunners are far superior to the Skirmisher. Yeah. They're pretty strong against them. And then the Cav Archers, they're going to be great at, you know, slicing down these last few Hussars and then going right after these foot artilleries. Yeah. And another neat little thing about the Cav Archers too is they get hand armor. They get attack armor since they're an archer unit. They're a mounted archer. Mounted archers in AoE 3 tend to get hand armor instead of pierce armor. So yeah, look at them go right. They're probably going to go right for this cannon. And they're actually going to be a bit more immune to the bayonets of these Beveringers just because of that hand armor. Oh, they're going for the range. Oh yeah, you can do that too. Your artillery multiplier works with the arrows as well. Oh, and even the Abyss Gunners, because they do crush damage, they can actually do pretty well against cannons. They get a Malice to not make it too OP, but still we're talking like 20 or so damage per shot from the Abyss. Per unit, so that adds up over time when you have a big stack like this. And it also doesn't help that Abyss Gunners are actually skirmish units. See, they get skirmish tag, they don't get a heavy infantry tag, so these skirms don't do any multiplier damage against these. They're only pinging 18 damage, not including the pierce armor that the Abyss Gunners have. So it's really only like 16 damage per shot against them. And they have like 130 HP. That's not something easy to deal with, you know. Now, I don't know here if you should... Yeah, you should probably... Well, he's not going to... Oh, wow, he didn't even retreat there. He just let them all die there. Was that intentional, or was that sort of a diversion? It might have been a diversion, because now he's starting to ship out his own foot artillery / falconets, now that he's in the capital age. So what is he going to do? Cav Archer with foot artillery? Yeah, that could totally work. That could absolutely work. Now, let's see here. What's going on? Yep, Swedes are going to retreat. That's a good idea, you know. I feel like right now the Swedes' army is just not strong enough to go in for a full assault just yet. What you probably could do, and what you probably should do, is get those allotments going. Yeah, and also adding in cannons from the foundry. You like get a bunch of allotments with these cannons, and you might have a winning strategy there. But I would say get a lot of infantry, because he's going to be spamming those cav archers out, which we saw before from the stable queue. And definitely having some skirmishers available like this, that's going to help out, because they got that anti-light cavalry multiplier, that anti-maneuver multiplier. So that's really good for you. It really is. Oh, so they're going for heavy infantry combat. So yeah, it looks like maybe we're going to get some Beveringer allotments from the Torps down here. Yeah, the Torp down here is going to put out a lot of infantry. It's kind of weird seeing the Torp here being used in more of a military application, whereas in DE it's more of an economic thing, close to a Japanese shrine almost. So yeah, it's kind of interesting seeing different usage of the building. Now, the Torp in Napoleonic era was more militaristic and economical. Basically, it was a hybrid between a barracks and the Canadian log cabin, because it literally was a log cabin, and it used the same log cabin mall and everything. Yeah, it trickled wood, and it produced infantry. So yeah. In they did a bit of a hybrid approach. DE took the economic route, and then Wars of Liberty made it more militaristic. And more civic, because it does give you some population, too, that you can put towards villagers. Yeah. Yep, this is another allotment coming out. There's probably see some more of them as well. Get the advanced Torps, though, man. This is a great boost to get to make your allotments more effective. Yeah, you should have probably made that like your second shipment or something, or your third shipment. You probably shouldn't have even gotten the Torps until you got that, just so the Torps would have been cheaper to build. Possibly. I mean, I love discounts where I see them. I like to nickel and dime every little discount where I can, resource-wise, in these games. You know, hey, if I can get a discount on like a unit or something, to me that's like gold. Really a great thing to treasure. Oh, look at all these cannons literally overpowering his Valks, though. Oh yeah, look at that. Totally overpowering them. Total mess. Total mess. Yeah, total mess. Total mess. So what is Ottoman's gonna do right now? They got a fort up here. I just saw that in the corner of my eye. Oh, he's going for a fort. Yeah. Castle him, man. Castle him. Yeah, the thing is, you're not going to be able to go on top of a fort with falconets unless you have like a million of them, because guess what forts do? They deal crush damage, which, you know, is going to do a good 40-something damage to them with that math. It does splash, so it can actually hit multiple of them at the same time if they're two grouped up. Yep, look at that, he's doing it. He's sniping the cannons with the fort. He took one down with like 2 shots. See, that's what forts do. They're like an equalizer, you know? They stop you from pushing into somebody's base. Whenever you're in trouble, just throw a fort down, you know? People have done that to me for years, you know? When they know I'm coming after them with Zulu or something, plop down a fort. They'll stop them right in their tracks. And now Swedes, they're forced to spam out a bunch of Beveringers. Oh, but then the Cobra just sneak up over there to deal with... Oh, 2-in-1. What a nice deal. That was a sweet deal right there. Yeah, you gotta love it when artillery does splash damage of any kind and they can hit multiple things at once. Absolutely great. But unfortunately, you still got the Beveringer problem if you're the Ottomans, because these Beveringers, they're dealing 38 siege. That's nothing to laugh at. That's like a full pikeman. That is a pikeman, basically. It's a pikeman hybrid. So yeah, they're going to take down this fort just because of that high siege number. They're doing like, what's the math? Oh yeah, like 700 HP per torch throw. That's pretty serious. They're going to take it down on this one. Yep, just about what they need. Now they can start burning down the towers. And then settlers are going to have to run in this direction. so many settlers. I mean, the fact that you got that many settlers is going to make it hard to completely crush them. Oh wow, look at the Spahi arriving. Yeah, look at those Spahi. They look a bit different, but they're the same unit you remember in G. You know, same stats, same everything. Looks exactly the same way. They're an assault unit, by the way, because they're like heavy cav, so see the little assault tag there? And because they're assault, it means that these Beveringer's bayonets are actually less effective against them than if they were light cavalry like you saw. See the numbers down here? Assault only 2.6x. For a scout, it's 4x. So, yeah. If you want to go after like musketeers with like a mounted unit, do it with heavy cav like the Spahi or something else. And I think they also did something else with like heavy cavalry where they standardized most splash values of heavy cavalry to like 1 splash with some exceptions. Just to make them more manageable. So you don't have a situation like the Asian dynasties French cavalry where they literally cut through entire armies within seconds. Yeah. I think they did that as a balancing measure, really. So why are you moving the Minutemen up to there? You're kind of just throwing them. I mean, you're going to get some kills, but you should probably leave them back by your TC so you can get some free snipes later. You know, because you know they're going to come back at some point with another army of artillery, which they're doing right now. They're going to be able to make this up to a queue of 5, and then they're probably going to be able to queue up another can. What's the resource count on Ottomans, by the way? Like, what do they have left in their arsenals? So they could ship in some cav archers. They got another spy. They got the Mamluks. The Mamluks, you know, the Mamluks, that's a good unit. You know, the Mamluks is a good unit. And wait a second, why are Mamluks in there? Didn't they ban, like, mercenary shipments or something in this tournament? I don't know. Maybe the Chorizo thought, you know, enough Juanitos were angry about, and he said, you know, I guess if it's like an Asian Dynasties one or something, it's totally fine, you know. Whatever, man. Yeah. Or maybe he said, as long as you don't actually ship it or whatever, you don't have to change your deck around for it, so, yeah. But here's the thing, if you know a card's getting banned by a tournament, you definitely want to take that out and put it in something that you know you can use. Because you might be in this incident where you might want to have like an Abyss gun shipment there or something that you might want to pull to deal with like this mess, this monstrosity. Lots of heavy infantry with cannons. I mean, I don't even know what you're going to do now. I mean, your food is gone, you got some dinero left. Yeah, you're pulling out some money. Your tower's going to get burned. Yeah, wait, he is getting the Mamluks. Okay. So maybe things were remedied a bit. I don't know. I mean, I feel probably very confident in sending them at this point. And I think, you know, probably fine. I mean, it's Asian Dynasties mercenary. It's not like Asian Wars of Liberty concocted. You know, it should certainly be legit to use. Let it be. Let it be. It's not like he's going to win anyways, you know. Might get one last hurrah and take those cans out and maybe push back one more time. So take it. Take it or leave it. I think it's certainly good too, just looking at my UI, how people can actually read my stuff this time around. Yeah, I think back in the Liga of last year, people were probably squinting their eyeballs on the computer monitors. Well, I can't read those numbers. They're so small. But luckily, Maxi came in and said, you know, I'm going to make your numbers bigger so people can actually read stuff. Yeah, people don't need super eyeball vision to be able to see your multipliers in real time. Unfortunately, we can't fix the icons because they look a little bit squishy right now, but the numbers he was able to increase the font size, which is good. See, yeah, Mamluk's very strong mercenary in Wars of Liberty. You know, having that benefit of being more immune to musketeer bayonets definitely helps them out a lot. Also, they get a bit of hack armor too instead of the pierce armor, so they survive really well in like big infantry situations with all that HP going. Wow, yep, good work. Good work playing the Mamluks. I think you got yourself a GG right there, you know? First win of the tournament goes to Kevjo. First match won. Now, he hasn't won the series yet against Saladin, but he's won match 1. That's something. That's a milestone. First win of the game, win of the tournament. And it was a pretty good one too, you know. There was a bit of speculation of what was going to go on here, you know. Were the Ottomans going to come on top with their bare stats? Were they going to go for some spicy FF and spam out a lot of artillery? Looks like the Swedes did the FF on them and got their own cannons working. And though the Ottomans did a lot of defensive procedures, they sent their heavy cav out, forts, cannons, it just didn't make a difference, you know. They just weren't able to amass that number needed to deal with the Swede spam, you know. The Swedish spam. Swedes are great at, like, spamming units in Wars of Liberty. It's, like, a known fact. Like, between the allotments and just their general wood economy, they can get large armies of soldiers across the map real quickly. It's not even a joke. Like, you can see right here, like, they get a lot of, like, wood and food that they can just put right into Beveringer production, and then with all this coin, just throw some cannons in there and you're all set to go. You know, you don't even have to use your heavy cavalry. You don't even have to use, you don't even have to use your Hussartruppe, which is like their heavy cavalry unit. They don't need that. Oh, so this is the last for 3-foot artillery hiding behind the little lake, the little pond. Are they going to get any? Yep, they're going to get some casualties in there, but is it going to be a worthwhile venture? Well, they made him run away. That's cool. A little bit of dominance. That always feels good when you stall out a couple more seconds. Where are they going to go in, though? Are they going to come in through here, or... Yeah. Okay, it's stable. How many resources do they even get? Like, oh, they have some food and coin left over. They got, like, how many settlers? 49 settlers? I mean, that's over half of the ones they're even allowed to get anyways. So, I mean, they're definitely taking care of the economics. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's really good. Absolutely. Oh, I see Aisling came to the stream. I was checking the chat. It's nice that you were able to make it. You know, that was a good comp stomp we had earlier today. That was really nice. Yeah. Hopefully we can do more of those in the coming weeks when you stream your Wars of Liberty. Yep, absolutely. Yep. Certainly. And now we're going to see some, oh, what's that? We see our GG. Ah, nice. GG. Good match. Good match. Absolutely good match. So, what now? We're going to match 2 now? Yep, that's right. We're going to be going to match number 2. So now what we have to do is, now I have to close this out and go to match number 2 this way and restart the game. So for Wars of Liberty, there's this little bug that, you know, there's a chance that when you load up a game or play a game again after a first one and you don't restart the game, it might crash and freeze the game. And then you have to close the game and have to open it again. So it's better to just restart your game when you're, you know, streaming, so you don't have any delays or anything. So yeah, we're going to go to record games, and before we do that, I'll check out the rest of the chat too. Yep, looks like a lot of people came to this tournament streaming. I see a bit of a warning on there of some performance issues, perhaps. Is anything going on? So it says the stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. We recommend that you use a stream bitrate of, that's strange. How's the picture, everyone? Is everybody seeing the stream alright? You know, I heard something about YouTube's bitrate of live streams or something. If people think that it's way too laggy when they're viewing it, I could certainly upload the VOD later and just upload like a regular video later too. So just let me know before I close out the stream, or at some point if you feel like what you're seeing right now is like good picture, because I'm recording it on the side as well, just as a backup in case the bitrate doesn't look perfect right now. But anyways, why don't we get into like match 2 of this first series here? Paladin versus Kebzio match 2. This should be a pretty good one. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna close out the browser. Yeah, I'll just close out this. Okay. Alright, so now we're in match number 2. We got the Aladdin Russians versus the Kevzio Paraguayans. Kind of an interesting matchup. See, Kevzio is actually Paraguayan, I believe, so it's like the civ of its homeland. He's like a master of it. He loves the Paraguayans. And you know what? I love the Paraguayans too, because it's actually the first civilization in Wars of Liberty that I ever won in a tournament with. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like, go back into the history of like Wars of Liberty videos on YouTube. The first YouTuber for Wars of Liberty, actually, Kika Matimitos, actually did a tournament where he had a bunch of us early Wars of Liberty players go at on each other on, I think, the Texas map. And the first civ that I ever picked against my opponent was the Paraguayans. And I was able to win a really good, easy match with them using them. And back in those days, I actually wasn't that good at AoE 3, honestly, you know. I would probably be closer to what you would consider ELO, like 700, 800, maybe lower than that. But yeah, Paraguay just had all the right stuff in place for me to be able to pull off a win. And I could go into a bit of detail of Paraguay for those that never played War of the Triple Alliance or Wars of Liberty before. So Paraguay, they'd like to do things automatically, you know. Think of like the Ottomans and their automatic like settlers that come out without any work on your part. Now Paraguay takes that to a different level. So you get these villagers, the Coiguas. In the past, they weren't that good gatherers, but now they actually gather at the same rate. So, but the other thing that the Coiguas do is they have a shotgun that actually, you know, deals a bit of splash, does some damage. It's a really strong unit, you know. Coiguas can actually hold their own in any fight without any help. And because of that, you can actually take a group of Coiguas and take over whole resources on the map just with them. But other than the Coigua, you get a second economic tool called the Works. And do we see any Works in this deck? No, we don't, but we see a reference to the Works through the Isolationism card. So basically what a Works is, it's like a factory that isn't a factory. It's like it's a building that costs like 3 population, but it trickles a resource. There's a food works, a wood works, and a coin works. And with that works, you're able to have a secondary economy alongside your standard villagers, the Coigua. And the only way you can build them is with the master engineer, this fella, Mestre Kevin Diaz. Basically, Coiguas can only build certain economic buildings like mills, plantations, houses, markets, and also walls, but the master engineer, he can build like really most of the more significant buildings like barracks, stables, foundries, arsenals, also the works buildings, churches, really majority of your buildings. So think of like Napoleonic era and like the difference between the merchant and the architect and what they can construct. You maybe would call the master engineer closer to the architect and consider the Coigua more like the merchant, just stronger with the shotgun weapon. Yeah. And when it comes to Russia, there's not too much we really need to talk about with the Russians in this mod. They're pretty much the same civ you remember them as in DE. Only they have a bit of a different roster unit-wise, and then they get this cool little bonus where if you siege down a Russian building, something called the Russian Winter happens, where you see this little snowflake appear underneath the unit's feet, and it slows them down for a period of time, preventing them from advancing further into the Russian base. It's a defensive power, really, that's always active. And while we're at it, they're aging up with the Arzan, 400 wood quartermaster age up. So yeah, they're going to be able to put that right into blockhouses, houses, maybe even some unstoppable Strelitzes. Yeah. But unfortunately here they're called Cantonists, so you're going to kind of have to get used to the new name and look of them. If you want to see me, you're probably going to have to go back to DE or the Asian Dynasties. Or Napoleonic era too. Unstoppable Streletsy is unstoppable and everywhere in AoE 3. Oh, so we see the blockhouse on center map. Yeah. Whenever you're doing blockhouses Russians, it's really good to take over key resources with it. Either a mine, hunts, trade sockets that you can put a trading post on. This is an ideal location because not only does it cover a mine, hunts, and a trading post, it also is close to less than... Yeah, it's like center map. You don't have that much of a walk to get to go right on top of the Paraguayans. And let me tell you, the easiest way to take out the Paraguayans is to go right at them. Right at them from the start. You do not want to stall with the Paraguayans. The quicker you can attack the Paraguayans, the easier time you're going to have. In that sense, civs like the Tupi, the Russians, the Zulu, they can have a pretty easy time dealing with the Paraguayans. You know, Paraguayans, they got their ways of defense, but it's not always doable. So, you might be wondering what this thing is. This is an immigrant colony. This is a Croatian colony. Latin American civilizations like the Paraguayans actually don't age up with politicians at all. They age up with immigrants. And you can basically pick those immigrants at any time with each age up. And you get more powerful stuff if you stick with one immigrant throughout the whole game. Or you can choose to pick multiple immigrants so you can get multiple colonies, up to 3 throughout the game. And he decided to go for the Croats. Croats, they're a naval colony. They're good on the water. But another reason you might see them being used in a match is because their age up bonus at first time is 300 cords of wood. So it's almost like a core master minus like 100 wood. Unfortunately, you don't get any units with them in age 2, which is kind of bad. If you want to go for units in age 2, your only option as Paraguay is the French immigrants and their Red Devil cavalry. So yeah, you kind of have to wait till age 3 to get units out of this colony. And I should mention what immigrant units do from colonies. So instead of training normally, units that come from an immigrant colony arrive in a battalion which costs 1 shipment. So they're like a unit card almost, you know. And they don't get any build bounty anymore because it was kind of OP to do before. Right, so it's like an actual card now. And you can keep sending it throughout the game, right? For the Croats, their unit is like a skirmisher. The Cazador de Indios has a multiplier against natives. And typically the stats of immigrant units are meant to represent a unit as part of another civ. So the Cazador de Indios is based on the stats of the Belgian Force Publique, which is also an anti-native skirmisher. Yeah, but unfortunately you're not going to see that glory until age 3, and I don't think you're going to make it to age 3 at this rate. Look at how good the Russians were able to take over here and exploit the situation. They caught the Paraguayans completely defenseless. The only defense he has is the Coiguas, and he's going to have to manage this really well. Oh, we got an Escopetero shipment. Yeah, Escopeteros, these guys are also shotgun building units too. Their stats are more reminiscent of, say, crossbowmen. Right? Think of like crossbowmen in AoE 3. And basically what makes the Escopetero better is, see the one splash here, it can hit multiple units. Right? It shoots multiple bullets out of its shotgun. Some of them hit, some of them miss. But when they all hit, it's really great. Russians, on the other hand, have a pretty interesting roster, as you see here. They got the Cossacks, which you know about. They just look different now with their lances. Got the Cantonists. This is an unstoppable Streletsy, which is not an unstoppable Streletsy. You got the Partisan. This is just a pikeman. And then they get the Plastuni, this Ukrainian sword infantry. He is an assault infantry, so he's actually a dismounted form of cavalry. So think like the Coyote Runners of the Aztecs, only he's like a heavy armored version of them, with a bit of hand armor. And he has this special swastika splash attack, where he dishes out hard damage with a bit of splash. And then after he does that initial swing, then he deals only 17 hand attack after that charge attack is done. And then he has to wait, I think, for like a minute in game, and then he can do the charge swastika attack again. See, in the Asian Dynasties, charge attacks did not exist. They were only added to Definitive Edition, but thanks to some careful unhard-code patch work from Wars of Liberty developers, they were able to get charge attacks to work inside of Wars of Liberty in the old engine, which is really cool because now they can give units like Grenadiers a charged grenade throw and then they can switch to their musket. The Plastuni can do a special sword swing attack and then switch back to a regular sword attack afterwards. So, yeah, they were able to make units more sophisticated by adding charge attacks to this game. It's really neat how they were able to reverse engineer that type of stuff. Yeah, that was a swift victory for Aladdin. And he has effectively balanced it out to 1-1 now. So now we have to go to a tiebreaker. And that tiebreaker will take place on Malaysia this time. Yeah. A new map. No more Jebel Musa. Tiebreakers will now take place on Malaysia. And it's a Liga Classic too, so that's pretty cool. Yeah. Let's check the chat too before we do that. Russia used the power of winter to protect their base. Absolutely they do. It's one of their powers. And what else did you ask? And who can counter the shotgun unit? So basically, since it's a skirmish unit, you can use hussars, you can use artillery, you can use assault units as well, in most cases, just not all of them. Yeah, so you gotta do the math when you're going after Escopeteros. And in terms of the Queguas, they're obviously villagers, so you really just want to attack them with lots of stuff, and also things with any villager multipliers, like say, certain outlaws and stuff like that are gonna be really good. Plastuni OP. Absolutely. Absolutely they are. That's why I had a PFP of a Plastuni not too long ago, but unfortunately, as you know, that account sort of went belly up, so we don't want to think too much about that. Kind of glad to be back to good old Stelezzi again, after that mess. Yeah, so now we're loading up again. Loading up to see the tiebreaker of Aladdin versus Kezio. This should be a fun one, this should be a fun tiebreaker. We've seen both of the strengths of both opponents here, and they should deliver a pretty good finisher for us. Aladdin versus Kezio, match 3 on Malaysia. Alright, so let's get this going. Alright, so I was able to change the view log quick enough so it wouldn't zoom in, which is great. And now we're going to see this map, Malaysia. Now, for those that were not in like the old leagues from like 3-4 years ago, you might be wondering how this map works. So basically you got this pawn down here which you own. The only way the enemy is going to cause any problems is if they run across the map and stick a dock in here, which I've seen happen, by the way, but it's kind of rare. Or the other thing you can actually do is you can use your home city water flag. You can scout out this area and then you can move the flag onto here and ship things to this point. That's another area where I've seen things go wrong before. So yeah. And the other part you'll notice about Malaysia is you get this little windy trade route that goes from northwest to southeast. Only 2 trading posts on it, and then you get the Sufi natives as well, so also you get a Jesuit. So yeah, you can get conquistadors or see war elephants here, so some pretty good natives. And what are the civs exactly? So we got Japan versus Canada. Those wonderful log cabins, which I was mentioning before. Yeah, this should be a pretty interesting matchup to say the least. Canada, they belong to the Anglophony culture. They're actually not a European civ, they're actually an Anglophony civ. And what I mean by an Anglophony civ is, the thing that sets them apart is they're based on factions. there's 2 factions in each Anglophone civ that you can pick from when you're aging up. For Canada, that would either be the British Canadians or the French Canadians. And depending on which faction you pick when you age up, you get a new unit added to your roster. For age 2, for instance, if they go British, you would get Defensible. If you go French, you would get the, Actually, no, it's the Foot Guard. I got the roles mixed up. It's the Foot Guard. It's a Grenadier unit. And then, French would get the Troupes de la Marine, which is a Marine infantry. And depending on what units you want, you may pick different factions. Oh, what's this card? We're getting from Japan. We're getting the Kagula dance. Oh yeah, I mentioned, I think I mentioned a long time ago that basically Japan in Wars of Liberty gets female monks instead of the male ones, with their own voice sets, which is really neat. And they changed up some of the card icons too that upgrades them so it looks more feminine and more historically relevant to them, which is really neat. So yeah, basically Canada can make different decisions based on the units they need to fight Japan here. They can either decide to go with the Troupes de la Marine if they feel like they're going to be dealing with like a lot of artillery or siege units like Grenadiers or something. Whereas the Foot Guard, being a Grenadier, might be good against massed infantry, you know. That charge grenade throw can certainly hit a lot of units and it can be a great defensive mechanism. And let's check out their decks, by the way. We want to sort of see like what decks they're going for. So looks like Heavenly Kami, so this is looking sort of economical, but maybe that's just map control. We see a lot of crates. We see the Shrine Wagons card. This is really good. I like this one. Cherry Orchards. This is good defensively if you don't want to have to go out on the map as much to look for berry bushes. You can stay at home and gather safely. Actually, you gather better, don't you, from the cherry orchards than you do from the rice paddies for a while. So yeah, there's that bonus too. You got some Gensui Seago Takamori. He's the same thing as a Daimyo, right? You don't get Daimyos in Wars of Liberty, we get Gensuis. They serve exactly the same function. Train units, receive shipments, boost nearby units. That's all they do. And just like in the Asian dynasties, if you build the basically the Shogun's castle, you can indeed get a Gensui that way as well. So even if you don't have any Gensui cards in your deck, you still get one at some point in the match if you want one. But they're going for the Toshogu Shrine. Works exactly the same as the Asian dynasties. It basically lures in animals and it boosts all the other shrines across the map. Yep, and how many shrines do we got? We got this one here. Do we have any other ones? Nope, no more. So probably what he's going to do is he's probably just going to use the Shrine Wagons card to make his shrines for him. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what he's doing. Because basically you save a lot in wood if you just use these Shrine Wagon cards instead, and you can focus more on food and coin to make your Musketeer unit. So, since the timeline is a bit updated here, you don't get Ashigaru Musketeers, you get the Shaguma Musketeers. They have a bit of a red wig on, which makes them look a bit different, but statistically they have the same stats as your Ashigaru. And you don't get the Yumi Bowman anymore, you actually get a Gunpowder Skirmisher instead called the Kie, which also has, I think they're somewhat similar stats to the Yumi Bowman, but I think the range might be a bit less, and the rate of fire is certainly a bit less, since it's a gunpowder unit. But it serves pretty much the same purpose. It is a food and wood unit too, so keep that in mind. Alright, so Canada, they're building a barracks, they got some log cabins, they got a tower. They're actually playing pretty defensively here with this structure. See, what you gotta understand about Canada is they get houses called log cabins that trickle wood, and that wood can go back into their wood stockpile. Also, Canada does not age up with food at all. They actually age up with wood instead of food. So wood for Canada is really important. And if it wasn't a woody civ bonus enough, whenever you construct like buildings, they actually get maple trees that spawn around those buildings as like a little bit of a bonus. So you can actually stack up like a bunch of log cabins like a wall, and you'll get trees mixed in between them and almost make sort of like a wall structure like that, which a lot of people throughout the Wars of Liberty versions have used to defend themselves, you know, building log cabin walls around their base supported by the maple trees. It's really good strategy. And I see sort of the Kies queuing up down there at the barracks, the Kies, these nice skirmishers. Really strong unit. Really good unit, actually. And then up here, Kevzio starting out with Spontooners. And he looks like he went with the French faction because they see the Troupe de la Marine here. They actually got some really good stats. They get like 32 ranged attack. They're a skirmish unit, so not heavy infantry. So like crossbowmen, skirmishers, they won't do multipliers against these things. Really is a tough unit, but you gotta keep in mind, since they're like a marine infantry, they actually have like crush armor instead of pierce. This is because they're supposed to go toe-to-toe with ships usually, which obviously fire cannonballs, which deal like crush damage to you, so they're more attuned to dealing with cannonballs than they are bullets or spears or swords. Yep, certainly. How's everyone doing? Checking out the chat real quick while these guys are building up their units. We see... Oh yeah, I should probably introduce who these guys are. These are the fur traders. Anglophores get two types of villagers. They get the pioneer. It's basically... I think it's just a regular settler, but they might be statistically more similar to the pilgrims in the Thanksgiving map. So a bit more HP. Whereas the fur traders, they're a hybrid between a hero and a villager. See, they can actually fight really well against treasure guardians and can collect treasures pretty well. But they also have the ability to construct town centers, trading posts, and hunt animals, because they got their trusty hunting rifles available to hunt and eat meat. So what you find a lot of the time with an Anglophone civ is they'll put all the pioneers onto like wood or coin, and then they'll put their fur traders onto the food because their gather rate against huntables is like really good. You know, like see how good their food economy is with just like 5 of these fur traders active. Yeah, it's really strong. You can only make about 10 of them, unfortunately, but usually like 5 or 7 of them is just enough for your food eco. Until you run out of animals, of course, then you have to go to mill economy, which they can't participate in, then they sort of become useless, you know. All they can do is like run around the map and like get treasures at that point. And that's why sometimes it's not worth getting them all. Just get as many as you're going to need for your food eco, and go from there. Austin Calavier, New France. So another French faction age up. I should also mention that each politician in the faction system does have a unique technology. So you may pick indeed New France, but depending on which of those new French politicians you decide on, you're going to get a certain technology. For Austin Calavier, his unique technology in H3 is to give you a bank wagon, which you can make a bank with. If you pick the other one, I think it's... Well, I can't remember because I never go with... It's women's suffrage, I think. It does something with the experience points, the research times or something. Yeah, I don't go with it that much because to me, going for a bank wagon is like a win-win, usually. Anything that gives you like a resource trickle without adding to your pop space is really great. So now we're starting to see some mixing of militia and spontooners. And then over here we see the Kies and the Shigumas start to group up. Now, one thing I will say though is I think the Shigumers are going to have a bit of a hard time because we don't see any light cavalry from the Anglophone player yet. So they're not going to see much action with those katanas of theirs. Yeah, I should mention that the Japanese infantry now all use katanas when they're fighting with the same animations as the samurai use, which is really neat. Yep, see him, he just took his katana right out. in the old days, as you know, like in the early Wars of Liberty version, their katanas actually did like splash damage, and then I think they reduced it to doing crush damage because the katana's a strong blade, and then they decide, you know what, let's just make them like standard TAD because these weird hand bonuses makes them really hard to fight against. So yeah, they went back to the standard. Oh yeah, we already see that unique technology right now from Canada. The Bank of Montreal gives you a bank wagon. Also, Foot Guard and Troupes de la Marines. So because he went with the French faction in Age 2, he will get the Troupes de la Marines. He won't get Foot Guards from it. It's kind of neat how these cards look. Like it shows like both possible units you can get from one card, right? Depending on how you choose to do your age ups. And sometimes depending on how one unit is statistically from the R1, one unit might arrive in bigger numbers than the other one, so you can't rely on this number alone on the card icon. You have to look at the description to figure out how many units are supposed to come. Like, for instance, Australian Age 4. The Australians factional unit is cannons, whereas the Aboriginal one is like an infantry unit, so naturally the Aboriginal faction is going to deliver more units with their card than the Australians would with the same card, basically, just for balance reasons. Like, imagine giving somebody like 18 cannons, like, that's practically cheating, you know? You wouldn't be able to fight against that. That'd be just really bad. Because somebody could get like 199 population on the map and then just ship that thing and have like 18 cannons working from behind them. Looks like some of the crazy stuff I do in Age of the World, you know, with the pirates and stuff. Well, it's not that crazy, but, you know, it's kind of interesting when you can make a bunch of pirate units and then throw rockets behind them. Yeah. The many wonderful mods of Age of Empires 3. There's just so many of them. Wars of Liberty is probably one of the iconic ones. And I think it's the only one that made it into, what, the special edition manual, or there was some special book or something they did for AoE. Wars of Liberty got like a little box in there mentioning some of the SIDS that came in, like Tupi and Serbs and stuff. So it's good that they did that. You know, it really is like the height of Wars of Liberty design. So these guys here are the Metis Rebels. These are a very strong skirmisher that the French get in their faction in Age 3. They basically have less range than the standard skirm, but they have more HP, they got a good, decent hand attack, and then they get good pierce armor of like 40%. Also, their damage is really high too. They get like a lot of damage. Like, they already get like 28 damage and they don't even have the guard upgrade yet. That's pretty good. That's really good stats, you know. And I sometimes make these Metis Rebels all the way into the Imperial Age, even though they're like a trash unit that costs food and wood. Yeah. I should also mention that a lot of the French units do cost like food and wood. Well, only two of them do, the Metis Rebel here and then the Mississauga Horse in Age 4. Food and wood units. And then their Voltaguire du Quebec in Age 5, it goes back to being a food and coin unit. Alright, so now we're starting to see a bit of a fight here between them and the Japanese. Japonese. Here come the Gunto Riders. These are the same stats as the Naginata Riders, just so you're aware of it. I think they might be a little... I don't think they're any faster. Fast-moving cavalry? Nah, I don't think they're any faster. Some reason mentions fast-moving Japanese cavalry like it's an added thing or something. I always got confused by that. Oh, so it looks like Japan allied with the United States at the consulate. Woo! Couldn't do that in Asian dynasties. So yeah, they changed some of the consulate options around in Wars of Liberty too. So Japan can actually access the United States, and they can get leathernecks, which are basically United States Marines. And these Marines, they're not too different than the Troupes de la Marines of the Canadians, only, you know, they're a bit weaker. Well, they're stronger in HP, it looks like, because they're in Age 3 now. And, oh yeah, well, they're actually pretty tanky, because I noticed those Canadian ones do have their veteran upgrade for research. So yeah, maybe these Marines here are meant to be tankier but weaker in their bullets. I mean, I certainly like how they're able to tank a lot from these Canadian infantry, but unfortunately they're getting way outnumbered now. That's the travesty. See, something I've always done in Wars of Liberty when I'm competing with people in 1v1 is I'll go Canada, spam a bunch of the Troupes de la Marines, and pepper them up enough with these things, and then when they think the trouble's over, then I pull in the Mez Rebels right after that, and then I just finish them off like this. And then when you can combine them both together in like a ball of like 100 units, absolutely nasty. Really is a scary situation for a player to deal with Metis Rebels for me. Because I can like queue up like 2 or 3 barracks of them, and at that point it's like, you're nothing besides like a massive artillery is going to save you from that, like ever. And that's what the Troopers Zero Marines are for. They're sort of an anti-artillery unit, so they can supplement that, and they can snipe the cans down for me. It's like, what are you going to do now? Like make 200 Hussars? Like, where are those resources going to come from? And usually they can't do that, so I pull off the victory. Trying to do that a bit here with the Guntos boosted by the Gensui Takamori, but not enough units. You're basically in deep trouble now. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to beat this. I don't think you're going to beat this right now. It's not looking good. Not good at all. I mean, I think you can slow out a little bit more with these Marines, but no, once they get really close, the Metis Rebel damage just racks up a lot. Really does. That 28, 28, 28 with each shot, that adds up a lot. Really does. Really does. Super. Is that looking like a win yet? I think we're almost there. I mean, I don't particularly see Japan coming back from this. The resource count is a little bit bigger, but they are shipping in some coin though. It's a bit of a survival tactic. It's not coin, it's like pronto. Oh, and then Canada has all the money they need because of their lovely bank they got working for them. Oh, they went with the immigrant battalions. Interesting. I think Chori put a rule in where you can have like 2 battalions per deck or something. So yeah, this is totally normal. I remember something about that. So yeah, he sent some immigrant German artillery. These are the same things as the mountain artillery of the nation states. So it's like a hybrid between a mortar and a culverin. It's good against artillery and it's really good against buildings. And it's also good against ships as well. So I think with these Krupp steel cannons, he's going to be able to siege his way into that Japanese base no problem. No problem at all. It's going to be super duper easy. Yeah. Hello, my friend. I managed to join. Just checking chat. When will you play? Well, whenever the stream ends, you know, I got a lot of matches to do here. These, as you know from last year's Liga, we get a lot of encounters to do with each week, so I got to kind of grind my way through them all, and then I'll be available to do matches after that. So probably later tonight, since we're starting later today. Yeah. This is the first encounter of the season right here. Aladdin versus Kedzio. And then we'll move on to the next ones after that. I wonder how the length of the tournament's going to be between Liga A and Liga B. Are people who are going to be lower elo going to draw it out more? Or are they going to die quicker? That's a good question, actually. We'll see for that too. And then I'm also wondering, are the lower level players going to try to wait longer so they can get to Great War Age and make tanks and planes and zeppelins? Or are we going to see more Great War action for the Liga A people, like the competitive players like me? That's a good question, actually, because from what we've seen right now, we haven't really seen a lot of not even Industrial Age gameplay yet, just like H2, H3 battles. So I don't think, at least from what I'm seeing right now, I'm not seeing any potential for any Great War Age strategies anytime soon, but that could totally change, you know. I'm sure that some of the players are going to develop some build orders that gets them to the Imperial Age real quickly, and then they just wait it out, defeat enough enemy units so they can slide in and get that Great War Age research, and start pulling out those World War I weapons, which we all love to see. Yeah. I mean, I want to see as many of you Juanitos out there try to get to Great War Age as much as possible for this tournament, because this is the Great War patch after all, so let's make that our goal, shall we? Get as much Great War Age fights as we can in the Liga. That would be really cool. You know, somebody going up, getting tanks, armored cars, getting their soldiers ready, getting their flammenwerfers out if they're European, if they're nation state, they're mounted Great War Cavalry, if they're African, you dispatch riders on their motorcycles with machine guns. Yeah, we want to see Great War Age in this tournament, I think. We deserve it. We want it. I want it. And I'm the caster, so, you know, my word is law in this thing. I want it. I want it bad. Alright, so, yeah, this is looking like a bit of a back. I'm surprised Japan held out that long. Like, I think if I was in that first situation, with that first fight, I feel like I would have been like, you know, I'm not feeling too confident right now, so I'm probably just going to resign. But, you know what they say, never surrender. Never surrender, just keep going, because sometimes you get a little bit of a miracle, somebody slips up on something, and then you can pull off a sneaky win. Yeah. Yeah. That's the first encounter of the Liga A for 2024 to 2025. How's that feel? Like the first encounter ever, and it was a tiebreaker one, so it was a really evenly matched one. Really great. So now we're going to move on to the next one after this. And we're going to have to see who that is exactly. Yeah. Hola, gringo guapo. Soy Eternity. Oh, that's our Juanito Bonito. Nice. We got more Juanitos Bonitos coming. Or as Eternity is, a Juanita Boliviana. Alright, so now we're going to encounter number 2. We got Chilizo versus Fufi. We got the tournament organizer versus another Juanito. Let's begin. It's loading up now. Let's see if Chorizo goes with the signature Zulu rush or not. He loves those things just as much as I do. Belgians. Chorizo? Belgians? Yeah. He's trying something different here. I've never seen him go with that before. And Fufi with the Juanita Boliviana Civ? Bolivia? Ooh, this is gonna be interesting. Is Fufi... I'm trying to remember now. Did Fufi ever go with Bolivia in, like, towards the end of the last Liga? I'm thinking, like... I remember somebody I didn't expect went Bolivia. Was it Fufi or was it somebody else? Ana Poma up against, who's the other guy? Antion Galindez. That sounds kind of Spanish too, so I don't know. Antoine Galindez? Doesn't sound very Belgian to me. It's like, sort of sounds Spanish. The surname anyways. Alright, so I should probably go to explaining what both of these civs are exactly, because they're both new civs to many eyes who haven't seen this mod before. So, let's start with Belgians. They might be a bit easier to start with. So Belgians, they're European civs, so functionally they work sort of like the Swedes do. They have like all the same economic stuff that Europe does, same sort of common roster, all that, same sort of age-up system. But what the Belgians get at the start of the game and with each age-up is something called a frontier wagon. And with that frontier wagon you can do multiple things. You can build an outpost, so a tower. You can build a tavern to make mercenaries, you know, your saloon. Or you can build a trading post on the trade route, or on a native site. So Belgians are really good at taking over the map's trade. In addition, they get a hidden option. You see this little rope here, this little rope icon that I was pointing at? Let me get back to it. What's going on here? Oh, I accidentally pressed view lock. I was wondering, what's going on? I'm losing control here. Alright, so this little rope here. Basically, instead of receiving any resource, you can have it so when the thing pulls into the trading post, it actually reduces the enemy's gather rate across the map every time, you know, the thing pulls in for a number of seconds. And honestly, I don't see too many people doing that because Yeah, it hurts your enemy, but at the same time it hurts you because you're not getting extra resources to get more shipments early. So why would you do that to yourself? In the old days, the whole thing about reducing enemy villagers' gather rates was an automatic thing for Belgian trading posts. As long as they were up, they were doing that constantly. And the devs had to say, wait a second, so a player can actually reduce somebody's gather rate by like 50% if they have like 8 trading posts? We can't do that. That's like broken, right? Because literally you begin like 1 food every like 3 seconds or something. You can't compete with that. Because, you know, somebody's going to get advanced trading posts, which the Belgians get. And they're going to just take all these natives, they'll go for these routes, and then the gather rate's going to be minusculely small. So they had to do something. Yeah, in fact, this little chorizo here has advanced trading posts in his deck, so he knows he's on to what I'm talking about. Not that he's in the right patch for it, but he knows what I would be talking about. Now, there's a very interesting card here I want to mention for the Belgians. It's this one, Fortified Trading Post. So it actually allows your trading posts to actually fire cannonballs from them, turn them into like little mini forts. It's really a powerful ability, you know. It's really a tough one. Now, the thing I wish it did was, I wish it synergized with this card where having this research as well would make the cannonballs stronger, perhaps. But even without that, it still makes the trading post cheaper, also makes them have more HP, so these cards still synergize pretty well with each other. You also got this card here, Rich Watch, basically allows you to make your volunteers, which are the same thing as crossbowmen, from towers, and it changes their cost, so they only cost a bigger amount of food instead of wood. So if you run out of trees, you can keep training something. You know, it's pretty useful. We see the Belgians going up with the artisans, so quartermaster 400 wood. They're going to be able to build some trading posts with that, or get some military going, maybe go for a fast fortress. Really up to them, honestly. And now we see Foofy. What's Foofy doing? I want to look into this deck and see what he's doing exactly with it. So, he does have War of the Republicatus in here. Basically what this card does is it allows each train post you possess to pump out like 3 Republicate the Mikaets, which is a native warrior that uses a gun, and the gun attack actually deals anti-cavalry multipliers, so anti-shock multipliers, making it a really powerful unit to spam out. And since it's not a unit that you're training, you can get as many of them as you want, as long as there's empty trade sockets for you to build on. It's really powerful. I don't know if that's what they're going with here, because according to this, I see they got Mestizaje to help cheapen the trading posts and also improve native warrior build limit a bit. And also, he got saltpeter tax. Coin crates contain more coins, and trade routes deliver more coin. So basically, it makes your all your crates deliver more coin, basically. Because believe it or not, I think the delivery system for the trade route is also considered a crate as well. So overall, things that improve crates also naturally will improve the trade route as well, since they're both based on the same like proto logic of the game, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, and we see here they're shipping a unit called the Keuruna, otherwise known as the Yellow Soldier. This is in fact a native warrior, a native musketeer, so it does not count against your population at all. And it's a native warrior you always have access to. See, the funny thing is, we're actually seeing a battle between a native civ, a native bonus civ, and a native bonus civ. For the Bolivians, they get the Keuruna, and they can actually use a big button ability at the town there called Sarna's, which they can apply to their hero, which lets her cast out an ability to turn some of these Pongos into Keuruna soldiers. So even after you reach the build limit at the native embassy, which you can always access since you always have a native unit, you can overcome that build limit just using that Sarna's ability from your hero. It's really cool. It's really powerful. And I should also mention these guys, the Francotiradores. These are basically a mounted crossbowmen, so they get the same like anti-maneuver, anti-heavy infantry multipliers as a crossbowman, but they're on horseback. So they cost a bit more pop, but they're also dish out more damage than any dismount unit would. And they're also stronger, so kind of a interesting blended unit, you know. And they're certainly really good when you combine with the Kayarunas and the Makaets. Really are a good unit. On the flip side, though, with Belgium can also build their native embassy at the start of the match as well, because they also always have access to native warriors. Instead of the Kayaruna, though, they actually get access to African natives from their Belgian Congo colony. So they get some Zande warriors in the form of the Niam Niam Spearmen, which is anti-cav but good against siege, like siege and buildings. Then they get the Hungamunga, which is a Zande warrior that throws knife-like weapons that deals hack damage at range and is also anti-cavalry. But then they get some Songye natives as well, which is a gunpowder unit called the Zappo Zap, which is anti-spy, no, it's anti-native, anti-mercenary, and anti-hero, and anti-villager, I believe. So you get a lot of special multipliers with that unit. We don't see any of them yet, we just see standard like European soldiers, so grenadiers, volunteers, musketeers, no, they're line infantry, same thing though. Yeah, see this right here, the grenadier? I want to sort of explain them to you so you kind of get how they work, at least these ones do. So you see the grenade attack and the musket attack. The grenade attack is a charged ability, so once he throws his grenade, he has to wait up to 60 seconds to be able to throw another grenade again. So in that waiting time, he has to use his musket, so you see that musket attack will be used in place of the grenade until it's ready to be thrown again. Making it more like a real grenadier, you know. Real Napoleonic grenadiers didn't just like throw bombs unless they were what we call a bombardier. They would, you know, have a gun, they'd have a bayonet, they'd fight like line infantry do. They'd use the same sort of like weaponry. So it's kind of cool how they work that in. It also makes grenadiers a little bit more balanced and fair to use. Kind of like too how they add a bit of an anti-infantry multiplier in as well with it to make the grenades a bit more potent against dismount units. But certainly, a grenadier in this game with its grenade throw can do a lot of damage, because notice how they don't get a malice against cavalry with their grenade throws because they're charged. You know, developers saw no need to make grenade throws have a malice against, like, other units, because you have to wait a whole minute anyways to throw the thing, so you may as well make it, like, really powerful, right? Make a difference with it. Kind of interesting how we're seeing like Chorizo has like 3 trade route posts. Fufi has 1. He also has a native. Has a native warrior settlement here. Which one would that be? The Zapotecs. Yeah, we all know about the Zapotecs. They're really good, the lightning warriors. And then of course on Mendocino, which this map is, you also get the Mapuche ones as well, the Blackwood Clubmen. Just saw a bit of them today during our comp stomp. With, I remember seeing those today. They're really... Well, here's the thing about the Blackwoods. I heard from an arena perspective they're actually really weak because their HP and attack is not that great, but if you like mass a lot of them up to protect cans or something, sometimes they can find a use. You know, they're really meant to be used in mass. You're not supposed to train like individual ones, right? So... yeah, it's kind of interesting how those natives work. Commando? Zapotec, on the other hand, I feel like is a pretty good anti-cav unit overall. Can do quite a bit, usually. Oh, here come the Francotiradores. So, just so you're aware, these guys are not maneuver units. They're a skirmish unit. So, what that means is, these sort of volunteers, these like crossbowmen-esque units, don't actually deal any multipliers against these guys, which means that the Francotiradores are actually a superior unit to them and can actually hunt them down pretty easily. So yeah, you sort of gotta learn the tag system in Wars of Liberty to understand unit interactions, because some people would think, hey, this is a mounted unit with a gun, so it must be like cavalry. No, it's not. It's more or less a skirmisher, actually. So, does not get that dragoon tag. Gets the same tag as a skirmisher unit does. Which actually means that, like, you know, Sawars, Gunto cavalry, like those special Asian cavalry that have the anti-skirmisher multiplier. They actually deal multipliers against these units because they have the skirmish tab active, so it works both ways, I guess. You know, they're more immune to things that you wouldn't think that they are, but they're also more vulnerable to things that you wouldn't think that they'd be vulnerable to. Which is kind of neat, because when you think of ranged cavalry, you think of anti-cavalry, and that, in this case, isn't true with the Franco. Yeah, right now it looks like they're sort of positioning right now that I think Bolivia wants to go in for it. Oh wow, look at this blunder here. You're so far from the base and you're gonna pay for it now. This is not good. This is not good at all. Not good at all. You gotta make sure when you got hunts, you gotta keep them near the TC folks, so you gotta herd them in and you gotta put a tower up. That is a bad blunder right there. And luckily you got some of them through, because if they got all of them, you'd be looking in real trouble there. Like, look at the build line. 13 villagers? At what minute of the game? It's like 11 minutes into the match? That is not good. That is not good at all for it. Actually, quite bad, actually. Quite bad. Unbelievably bad. Oh yeah, I mean... absolutely bad. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Good luck. Good luck with 13 bills. And he's not queuing up any more bills, which is a little bit alarming to me. Like, I'm worried for you, my man. I want you to get some economy. You need it. You need it. You need it badly. You got these really tanky skirmisher cavalry here, riding around your base, sniping you off. You need to do something about it. You need to do something about it. And because they're a mounted skirmisher, these grenade throws don't even deal multipliers against them, which is another bit of trouble. I mean, they do deal that full 20 crush damage, but that little infantry multiplier thing on the side does not get applied to it. Oh, Hussar Chicken. Now that might help you out a little bit. Yeah, just get them in the range, start slicing, snare them, finish them off. Don't get mixed. Don't let the Kairunas snare you in, because they're gonna slow you down. You can't hunt them down. Yeah, not good. Not good at all. Yep, finish them off. You got enough numbers. Some of the Francos are gonna get away now, and then Fufi's gonna have to think of the next part of his plan. Oh, so he has sent word the Republic hate this. I see the Macaits right now. This is when the real attacking begins, and then slowly Fufi is going to start to burn down these really fortified trading posts with cannonballs, and he's going to construct onto them. Now the thing is, I'm seeing that these trading posts with the cannonballs are actually doing a bit of casualties here. They're actually taking away units. At what point is it... See, now when you're fighting the enemy, now you're taking even more cannonballs because you have to stop and fight the infantry. Oh no! Wait, whoa! Because his cannonball is owned by him, and the splash attack got applied to the Gaia Treasure Guardian, the pirates start attacking him. That is so unfortunate. That is really unfortunate. But now they're chasing after them now. So what happened? Why were they chasing both of them? He didn't have any Grenadier units. How did that happen? I don't know. Maybe they misfired or something? I don't know. Like, how did that go about? How does something like that happen? You normally, when I see a splash attack and the, like, Treasure Guardians go after somebody, they usually go after one of you. They don't go after both of you like that. Huh. That's interesting. It's a bit of a day of science, it looks like. But, here comes another training post. You get 3 more free Macaits from it, which is great. Things are really good anti-cavalry. Like, Chorizo here came to make Hussars now. That's how good they are against Cav. And now we see direct contribution. It allows Pongo... Oh, no, he's actually going to ship in more Macaits. He's going to ship in more of the Macaits. Oh, he's going to take that treasure now. Great. That's like a good coin treasure, right? Like 2 235 coin. Impressive. Really impressive. Really impressive. Quite an interesting match to say the least, because unlike Eternity, who gets the Mikaets right away, it looks like Fufi decided to delay it a bit and focus on other stuff first. And you know what, I think in a sense it's kind of a great strategy, because now that he's got like his eco established and stuff, and he's got the trade route, now we can start to run around the map and grab all those trading posts, and start to grab those Mikaets, no problem. And then when you get enough wood, then you can actually add your Ironwood Clubmen and your Zapotec Lightning Warriors to that mix, and then you're really an unstoppable Steletsy force. Yeah, yep, last train post down. That one's a goner. Absolutely. Absolutely, it's down. Grenade throws active. Now, I don't know what you're doing as Belgium at this point. Like, you got some, like, volunteers, you got a couple remaining grenadiers. You're kind of outclassed at this point. You can look at the score up on the right, and you're like, yeah, this man is done. Fufi has ruined this man's career today, and he's not coming back. Not coming back at all. And which immigrant did he go with, by the way? He went with the Croats, so this is another situation of Croatians. And him going for their age up just to get the wood. Just to get the wood. Now, they actually do get some cool technologies. I should mention that immigrants in each age up do provide 2 additional technologies that they are colony. Right, so in this case for Croatians in age 2, they get something called San Friscan's Missionaries or something, where they can get an additional church, and it gives them a church wagon. And then they get another one that gives them a mine to build a gold mine with. And then they can gather quicker from mines, and I believe in Wild Villages the mines to last longer, so that's a couple of things with mining, basically. So, even though you don't get any units, the Croats age up in age 2 is actually pretty decent economically, and you do get perks from it over the long haul. Sound like something to consider. And then when you do get to age 3, of course you can make the Casador de Indios from it. And you do get quite a bit of them from each of those battalions, so it's definitely a worthwhile venture, honestly. I should mention too that immigrant battalions that you send, they actually contain more and more units with each age up. They do Shadow Tech as well, so they get automatic upgrades to their stats as soon as you age up. Right. I think the only age that they don't gain more numbers from is like in age 5. Because remember, they're supposed to coincide with like home city cards, right? You don't get age 5 home city cards, you only get age 4 ones, so it doesn't make sense to grow it again just for age 5, right? Yeah. And what are they actually aging up with? Not that it matters, but Japanese wave. They're gonna go Japanese. Now, Japan's an interesting immigrant, you know. They actually get a lot of neat stuff. They can actually access dojos with their age ups and their technologies, which they can use to produce additional Japanese immigrant units. So yeah, they get some pretty powerful stuff. Yeah. We'll mention more about immigrants as we see more Juanito Cids in play. There's a lot more stuff to explain as well. GG though, I mean, Fufi, you really did well with the Bolivia build there. You really knew what you were doing. You're almost as good as a Juanita Boliviana. Yeah, really good. Oh, it's Chorizo. Chorizo just watched himself. I mean, that was an interesting match. I mean, you know, when Bolivia's in play, there's not much you can do. I mean, Thankfully now they're actually a fair and balanced civ now, so they're not like OP, but yeah, if you know somebody that really knows Bolivia well, then you really gotta be careful of what you're doing. You gotta turtle up, you gotta eco up, you gotta do everything up. Yeah, absolutely, I agree with that 100%. It's certainly not easy dealing with Bolivia when it comes to it, you know. Yeah, alright, now it's closed, okay. Now we can move on to the second chorizo match. Second chorizo match is coming right up hot. Like a hot pocket. Match number 2. Here we go. Here we go. Alright, so we got Chorizo playing Leaks, Plostigma, Fudeme Malesta, Tisbeli, and we got Fufi with the Italians. It's basically Romans versus Spartans, pretty much. Yeah, seems like it. Not Romans versus Spartans, but you know what I mean. Yeah. So yeah, we got a bit of explain work to do for these civs. Italy. They make another appearance in the 5th edition, but they do have some differences you're going to want to understand. So, number 1, instead of settlers, they get merchants. All we really need to know about merchants is they're villagers that can gather, but they can't build anything. All the building falls upon the architect. So yeah, the architect from DE3, he's here too. So instead of building stuff himself, he spawns wagons which builds things for him. And for instance, this town wagon, he can make a house, a market, a dock, a livestock pen, or a marble statue. So really, these wagons are supposed to be a way that you can quickly spread out on the map once you get enough wood to make stuff with, and sometimes you can actually get a bit of a discount because sometimes the building's cheaper through the wagon mechanic than it is in reality. Like, I believe a town wagon is 100 wood, and docks are normally 200 wood, so you actually save 100 wood per dock when you're going with Italy. Really a neat feature. And checking their deck out, looks like they're going maybe FF, semi-FF. Oh, they're also going for Fish Boom too, because I see Schooners, which is usually the second card in the fishing deck. Also, we got Fish Market, and then we got the Rendering Plan. We actually even get Gondolas. Gondola allows fishing boats to trickle experience points. Yikes, that's pretty good actually, because that means even after the fishing boats sort of fizzle out and become useless, they can actually trickle some experience points to help you out with your shipment acquisition. That's pretty cool actually. Opera, allow your priest to slowly trickle experience over time. So is this like a super XP deck? Looks like it. Now, if you're going for like an experience strategy, what I might say as a critique is, why don't you get the infinite red shirt shipment in Age 4? So you get a pretty strong massable unit you can only get from the home city anyways, through that like mechanic. Now right now I don't see a lot of like unit cards, or I don't see any infinite shipments at all, so going for like an experience-based build is kind of a little bit out of place. It's not bad, but it's just weaker. Yeah, so now we need to talk about the Greeks. The Greeks, on the other hand, are quite a pretty different civ. So even though Greeks technically belong in Europe, they're not a European civ, just like Canada. So they're actually a nation-state civ, which right now just consists of all civs in the Balkan Peninsula except the Ottomans, of course, over in Constantinople. Yeah. So basically, first thing you'll notice about nation-state civs is they age up through buildings. So they're aging up through this dock with La Scalina Bovalina. Yeah. And I think Greeks are the only ones that can age up through the dock. Normally you can only age up through the barracks, stable, artillery foundry, market, or hunting lodge, which is the same thing as a livestock pen for the nation-states. And they all come with different bonuses. In particular for the Greeks, Let me see if there's any relevant cards. See this little card here with like the different tinted borders here? Basically, Greeks, depending on which politician they pick, can actually boost the card in their home city deck. Like if you get Panagiotis Danglis, basically you boost the stats of this card and it makes Mount Artillery even stronger. So instead of 20% improvement, it improves them by 30%. Yeah. Normally there's a lot more of them in deck, so I just figured I'd point this single one out here. But other than that, there's something else unique just to the Greeks that you need to be aware of. So basically Greek docks produce fishing ships for free. Yeah, for free. But they can't train them though. They can't train them for wood. Like, you have to wait for them to be produced for free over time if you lose them. And they also get a strict build limit too, so it doesn't get out of hand. Right? Because imagine having a build limit of like 99 fishing ships and then realizing, oh wait a minute, I just trained 99 villagers, so now I only have like 20 population for military. Good luck. Yeah, so they reduced the build limit. And basically, fishing technologies from the dock as well as dock-based Asia politicians will increase the build limit by, I believe, about 5. 5 additional fishing ships allowed. Yeah. Which is pretty good. Huh, so we see an infinite boat card here. Torpedo boat. Interesting. So is he going to go with, like, sailors here at all? Because normally, for most civilizations, you have to build, like, naval infantry through the light ships. For the nation states, that would be the torpedo boat. So you have to land this up on a dock, and then you have to train the sailor on the shoreline. Yeah. The problem with the torpedo boat, though, is that it's a really mediocre light ship, because it's got a horrible range. It's got a range of about 3, so you literally have to ram up right in front of a boat to shoot that little torpedo thing at them. It's, like, insane. But it does quite a bit of damage, though, once it does reach its target. So what is he going to do with it? Is he going to... Well, here's the problem. If we look at the... Well, he can't see him right now, though. So he's technically got the element of surprise. So is he going to, like, make some stuff up here? Or is he making that, like, preparatory? Because right now, we see a barracks active right now down here. We see the recruit. It's a musketeer, you know. Same thing. Only for these ones, they have less hit points, but they have more damage. So they're basically like a glass cannon version of a musketeer, basically. And then you got the Kleps. These are a Greek skirmisher / crossbowman hybrid sort of thing. You know, they're technically in what we consider to be early skirmishers or crossbowmen, but over time they exhibit more qualities as skirmishers, like costing coin, having more range, and so forth. So, yeah, they're pretty much like on the line almost, really. Yeah. And sort of the way you can usually tell if it's an early skirmisher versus a skirmisher as if their heavy infantry multipliers are 1.25, which they are here, versus 2x or more, which actually 2x or more, which they typically are for other skirmishers, right? 2x or more usually means a regular skirmisher, 1.25 and sometimes 1.5 is like an early skirmisher. Yeah. So just keep that in mind when you're looking at like units and stuff and trying to figure out what they are exactly. So looks like here we got really a smorgasbord of the whole Greek barracks, just about all 3 units they get from the barracks. The scytheman, which is like a pikeman with some splash because he uses a war scythe, which, you know, does swinging motions instead of the normal thrusting. You got the early skirmisher, the Klept, you got the recruit. So we've got a bit of all the infantry. The only thing we're missing is the sailors from the torpedo boat, and you'd have all the Greek infantry roster, basically. Yep, certainly. Now, what's Italy doing here? I know they're going to face an attack from the Greeks, but are they going age 3? Are they sticking it out at age 2? So they got a barracks, and they're making some line infantry, so they are going to... Oh, wow. You put the house right there, and that's where they end up landing in with their torches. That's unfortunate. Quite unfortunate, actually. Absolutely unfortunate. Oh yeah, I mean, seriously, like, that is pretty serious stuff right there. Well, I will say that it's not great that your train post is sitting right in the area is burning stuff down, and that's gonna hurt a little bit, you know. I think that this little trade traveler can get there in time to get you one last delivery. But we'll have to see. I'm watching. Is it gonna get there in time? Boom! 77 XP. Yep, perfect. Just in time. It's time before it got burned to the ground. Yeah. Yep, but you'll get it back eventually, I'm sure. I mean, you already got a pretty decent army now of, like, line infantry. Now you got volunteers. You're going to be able to go toe-to-toe with this, I think, at some point. Now, what you could do to mess up the Greeks is get an Aviso up in that water there and start blowing up his fishing ships. That would be pretty helpful. Yeah, because Avisos, unlike the torpedo boats, they actually have a bit of range since they use cannons on their broadside. You know, they can actually do some range damage pretty well. So yeah, going for maybe an Aviso up in the water there could be good. Aviso being the European light ship. Looks like right now he's just hiding in the back near his town center in his basilica there. Look, here's the basilica. It's not the same basilica you have in Definitive Edition. It doesn't have all those special units and stuff. I think it will at some point have some units there in the future, but for right now it just, you know, just acts like a big giant trickling device that trickles resources and, yeah, trains priests. You know, nothing too big. Bit of back and forth here. Scythemen. Get those Scythemen into cover mode because then they can get some Pierce armor from that. You know, when you put a hand infantry into cover mode, they actually gain 50% Pierce armor, which is really strong. And you can use that as like a meat shield to mess up the enemy's micro because they have to constantly keep their mouse on guard to right click into the infantry in the back and not the front. Yeah. And the kind of the messed up thing in Wars of Liberty is because it's in the old engine, it doesn't actually show that to any of the players. So they don't believe that it actually works, but it really does work. And it really does give you 50% Pierce armor and Crush armor. Crush armor too. Yeah. And it's the only way for the longest time that you were able to actually have different armor values, multiple armor values per unit, you know. Eventually, some modders figured out, hey, this is how you unhard-code it so units can get multiple forms of armor at the same time, and now we have units in Wars of Liberty that have multiple armor types, right? Get the Honor Guard, which the Greeks actually have, which is a heavy cavalry that has both Pierce and Hack armor. Same thing with the Voltigero, which is a Grand Colombian skirmisher that uses a machete, so he has to be ready for both hand and range combat. So yeah, it's kind of a cool code thing programming-wise, seeing these mods progress the way they do. What isn't cool, though, is having to do a cam bolt from a dock when you're a torpedo boat. That really stings. I mean, theoretically, Greeks should always have the upper hand on a map with water because their economy just booms out really well. Really well. And I'm sort of getting flashbacks from my 1 versus 1 against Luis Kaiser on this exact same map in last year's Liga. Because I was in the same position as him on the map on the right side, and he was on the left side with Italy. And he was just so good with his micro, with pikemen and volunteers, that he just kept beating me time after time after time until I had like nothing left. He grinded me down to nothing. He did really good in that one. Really good. Really good work. And now we see Chorizo starting to do some of the same things, starting to get Marauders like I did. Marauders, just so you know, they're just Yuans, you know. You know, I was doing the comm stomp today with Weisling, and she was playing Germany doing Ulans. And basically, these are the same units statistically, you know, low HP, high attack. Only difference in Wars of Liberty, though, is that, basically, the Marauders and U-1s in this game have one population spot instead of two. So you can actually have two U-1s, double the U-1s that you normally could in Definitive Edition on the map at one time. And the reason for that is that their hit points are just so low that they're actually pretty much comparable to infantry anyway. So there's like really no reason that they're two pop units when you really think about it deep down. They really should be like a one pop unit. And it doesn't matter that they get that much attack because we got plenty of infantry units that cost one pop to do a lot of damage. Like skirmishers, not Abyss gunners, but you know, skirmishers, really strong musketeer units. Just below mercenaries, but you know, we still get some pretty strong ones, especially when we upgrade them with cards, right? So yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It really just depends on your circumstance. Yeah, halberdiers are a good example. They can get like up to like, what, 67, 70 attack, and their hand attack, and they're a one-pop unit, so why can't Marauders do the same thing? They just trade that anti-cav for like, what, movement speed, right? And some slightly different unit tags, really. So, you know, maybe on the Definitive Edition 3 team you consider, hey, let's make the German U-1s a one-pop unit. You know, radicalize it a bit so we can see some more U-1 action in competitive play. That'd be pretty cool, honestly, and I would love to see that. It'd be really neat to see that. See, this is what I do sometimes. I'm a little bit concerned is you're moving the Marauders with the infantry. You should try to split them off and just run through the base and maybe catch them off guard a bit with them. Yeah, because now you've alerted the enemy, and now they're going to start catching free bullets into your infantry, and it's could have easily been avoided. I feel like if you just snuck your way in and just pulled out when you knew you weren't going to get the bite. And yeah, see, you missed all these merchants because you were too slow. Granted, you do get a barrack siege. That's great. That is a bit of a casualty to your opponent. But you could have done so much more, I feel like, if you got those Marauders into his villagers. Because remember, Marauders, U-1s are really good raiding units. If you got them into his villagers, that would make a big difference. So he looks like he's going to fight it out, though, and maybe try to use that high attack to take out as many volunteers as possible. Yeah, he had working a bit on that side, but, you know, just way too much stuff. Way too much stuff after. Nope. That doesn't look like it. And he's actually spending resources on the water as well to get more torpedo boats. Because, again, these Avisos. If these were Avisos, by the way, these European light ships. They fire from range. They got cannons. Torpedo boats don't get that luxury, so these Avisos can actually kite torpedo boats, no problem. And actually, majority of ships in the game can actually kite the torpedo boats just because they have that longer range than they do, making them sort of like a weak unit most of the time. I honestly think they should increase the range to like 6 or something, like make it a little bit more realistic. I mean, that torpedo does look really big, and it looks like it would be really hard to toss something like that. But just make it a little bit more of a longer range. Oh, he did actually fire the torpedo into his backside there. I like the animation though of the torpedo boat. It's like there's some imaginary man there trying to pull the torpedo up and down and blast it and stuff. It's kind of cool. Kind of a cool animation. Yeah, like see, it shoots it and then blasts it straight up, and then you pull it in, and then you, boom. Yeah. It's got the coolest animation, but the worst stats you could ever want. And that's why on like a ship tier list, I might not give it an F. I might give it like a D or something just because it looks neat to watch doing its animation. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, he took one down. That's pretty cool. They do seem like they do quite a... What's the damage? They do a lot of damage, though. It does look like 145 damage. So if somebody's, like, idling, maybe the torpedo boat's like the absolutely best option you got. And as I predicted before, we do see some of the sailors trained from the torpedo boat hiding up here in the Italian base. Waiting to do some raiding work, it looks like. Just like with the earlier marine units we saw today. Multipliers against siege units like grenadiers and against artillery. And they're a skirmish unit with crush armor. So exactly the same way. The thing that sets the sailors apart though when you look at them is they actually have more hand attack than a standard naval unit does. So they get like 15 hand attack, which is not too bad honestly. So they can hold their own against certain units like Cav a bit easier if they get into that melee with them. Except for Assault Cav. Assault Cav will obviously, you know, do better when you're in hand because they got hand armor, right? They're like knights. They're meant to get slashed and sliced and stuff. So they're better for that. How many fishing ships left? See, this is like a Greek apocalypse right here when you no longer produce fishing ships. When in fact your opponent takes over the water, Greeks are basically done for. You know, they can't make their famous fish dishes anymore. They're basically in real trouble. Take the Greeks off the water and you basically deal a fatal blow to them. But it's hard to recover. But they were able to sneak them up for a few seconds, it looks like, while that torpedo boat causes a bit of a diversion. Oh yeah, I mean, certainly. Oh, Fufi's here. Yeah, hey Fufi YouTube. You're playing right now. You're playing Italy versus Greece against the Pro-Stagma people. And we see Gafas is back, who's doing some Juanito stuff. And somebody else, these torpedoes aren't fired or tossed, bro. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing when you look at the animation. Like, it looks like, I don't know, it's like, how do the torpedo boats work exactly? Like, are they like a firework? You should burn it from the backside and then it launches it into the air. Like, how do torpedo boats work exactly? Like, I did, before Wars of Liberty, I like never knew what a torpedo boat was exactly. I never heard of them before. I knew that like submarines fired torpedoes from underneath the water, but I never heard of boats above ground shooting torpedoes from above, basically, or straight across. That's like a new concept to me, like naval warfare wise. Yeah, things you learn, you know. I would never know what a torpedo boat was until I played Wars of Liberty. I just thought you used cannonballs and like mortars and stuff, for the most part. Machine guns. And rockets, yeah, like rockets and stuff, missiles. Okay, so now we got round 2 of the fight between Italy and Greece on the ground. Sailors still hanging out in the corner there, not doing anything. Nothing useful. Is that enough Marauders, my friend? Or you? That's not enough Marauders, though. You need like a lot of them. I can tell you this from the Louise Kaiser game. If you want to make any dent at all, you're going to need like 30, 40 of them in a big mass. And you're going to have to like swarm them all over. Hitting them with your swords all over the place. You're going to have to try like really hard to get into that mass. Really. Really gonna have to try hard. Yeah, because now he's even in melee mode with his bayonet, so he's on watch duty, ready to make a big strike against your Marauders as soon as they make a blunder. It's definitely not your game today. Definitely isn't. And now, yep, your village is too far from the town center again. They're gonna get raided and sniped off. There we go again. And these ones over here got the message and they're starting to reposition themselves. I mean, I've had some incidents with that with Haiti before too, where they've come back behind me and hit me with macheteros before. So what I learned to do is if I'm going back to this tree line on Hudson Bay, or this line here, I'll put a tower down just so if I hear do-do-do-do-do-do, you just garrison them in the tower. You're safe, you know? You can know, hey, I might lose 1 or 2 villages at most, but at least they're safe. I can get my army there, possibly, as long as they're not on the other side of the map, and maybe I can save that economy. But of course, an enemy's going to do that usually just to distract you, of course, so you don't focus on the battle at hand. You might throw a combat unit, and then you have bigger problems. So you gotta sort of balance out priorities in RTS. Like, sometimes it's better to let the villagers die and still get the fight done on the front lines. Especially if a town center is going to get destroyed, or a factory, or some banks or something, or houses. You really gotta choose what matters most in that situation. And obviously, if you have a good surplus of resources, losing villages is not the end of the world. They can actually need more military units for you to overpower your opponent with. Just like you see a lot of the time in deathmatch, for instance. You know, people lopping off some of their villagers so they can get some extra infantry or maybe another cannon when they're going for the assault. I'm not a fan of it myself because I always think about the what ifs. What if my fight doesn't work? What if I need more time? What if I run out of resources? And then I never want to do that. Even when sometimes it makes sense to do that. So, you gotta decide, like, what's your strategy? Like, what do you feel like is most important when I'm fighting? Do you care more about the size of your army, or do you care more about your resource surplus? And at what point does it not matter what you think anymore, and you realize, hey, I'm not getting it done with 100 pop armies anymore. I have to start making 125 pop armies or 150 pop armies. Not including native warriors, obviously, and shipments that we can cap on the top of it from the home city to add a little bit of extra salt and pepper at the top of the, you know, the dish, basically. Now, this is a little worrying. I think you need... hopefully Chorizo's watching his army here, because this is kind of an... Yep, see? Oh, yep, we found it. Alright, he's going for the attack. Alright. Can't say how good it's going to do, but yeah, see, there's a big collision there between the Mirage, which is kind of annoying. I don't know if that's caused by lag or bad movement speed. Sometimes you get unit collisions with pan units, and they sort of walk into each other, prevent them from doing any work, and that sort of messes things up and jarbles it up. It did fairly okay, I feel like, but unfortunately you still got unit mass to deal with. And obviously use these mule artilleries here to blast apart the infantry now. But from what I recall, he does have a SARS somewhere, right? Does he have? Yep, he's got one right here. This is... Yeah, see, I'm already scared for Greece because they've lost the entire Hudson Bay of water here. Yeah, you literally got Italy doing what you should be doing now, just because they got the better range boat to do it. 4 units can gather from a fish trap at a time. Oh yeah, this is the thing you get as Greece in case you run out of fish. You get these fish traps, which are basically mills on water, so that your fishing traps can actually do some work if there's no whales and there's no fish to work with anymore. Right? Those were obviously a thing in Age of Empires 2 that you could use, right? You could build fishing traps with your fishing boats. But in Wars of Liberty, the only civ that can do that right now is the Greeks. But I heard sometime in the future maybe other civs are going to be able to build those as well. And that should give people a lot of late game options on war maps where there might not be a lot of viable land to put down a farm or a estate/plantation. Namely, some of those weird maps in Wars of Liberty like Micronesia or the Great Barrier Reef where the islands are just so small you can barely even fit a capital on them. Yeah. Oh no, they lost the dock. No, fishing is done. We have to go to eating wheat now. Wheat and strawberries. And olives. Yeah. That's actually the diet of nation-state civs in this mod, is they gather wheat for food, and they gather strawberry for corn. And just for Greeks, they get the olive plantation as an alternative to strawberries if they want to use it. So yeah. For Greeks, it's all, they dip wheat and strawberries in olive oil. That's like their whole diet if they run out of fish and meat and stuff. And And goose, yeah, they have geese from their hunting lodge too. They can make geese, so that's fine Greek dining, I guess. And then Italy, of course, just eats whatever's at those mills, right? Whatever those farms are. They don't have any mills right now, but whatever sort of like vegetables are at the mill, they eat that. Huh? Yeah. I should mention what these things are. These are mule artillery. These are basically an early cannon that nation-state civs can build in Age 2. They cost like 300 food and 100 wood. And they're really good against infantry, and they're really great when you stack them. Like if you can get like a big mass of them, they can do a lot of work for you. Really good unit. But unfortunately, when you get a massive hussars that large, it just doesn't matter. They're just going to charge their way in and just slice through them. But luckily, the scythemen are here to save the day. Notice how I started and said macemen, right? Back in the old days, nation-state or Balkan civs used to have something called a maceman, which functioned sort of the same way, but it wielded the mace instead of a war sword. So sometimes when I'm thinking of the scytheman, I'm thinking of the maceman, because the maceman was like the original scytheman in the game. Yep, and in fact, in Wars of Liberty B, 12B, which me and some of the Juanitos are playing right now, if you do like a Balkan civ, I think they still use macemen in those versions, and they don't have the scytheman yet. So yeah, just something to keep in mind for sure. Frontier Defensives card. Boy, is that a useful card. Yeah, it's kind of cool how they add that to, I think add that to like a lot of civs in the previous versions. So basically, people can always like send infinite 2 towers when they need them for the most part. Like for Greeks, they can get their tower houses going defensive. Yep, see, this is a tower house. This is a kind of an interesting building for the nation-state civs. It acts as an outpost, a house, and an arsenal all in one. So it provides a bit of population, it protects the area, and you can research arsenal technologies from it. And you can also research like training technologies from it. So like, you know how Europeans get the coin technologies to make infantry and cavalry training faster? You can get that there too for the nation states. Really neat stuff. And in fact, there's a advanced Tower House card now, which adds even more technologies to the Tower House. Right, so Dolman for assault cavalry, hit points, I think it's Bandiers or something that improves gunpowder infantry hit points or something, and then something related to the mountain artillery range multipliers or something. Something pretty good, yeah. And back in the old days, nation-states / Balkans used to always have like 4 arsenal technologies in each category, but in further versions, when they reworked the culture a bit, they sort of gave them like 3 to start with, and then they worked their way towards the 4th one as part of the advanced card. Yeah. Certainly. Let's see. You heard a dog? What dog? Maybe that was a treasure guardian, perhaps. Was there like a wolf or a coyote on the map still? Yeah, I didn't hear any dogs. Here's sort of the funny thing, actually. Because of the way my monitor setup works, I actually don't hear anything when I'm casting. I only hear my voice. I don't have any volume on. So yeah, basically I opted to using the monitor's sound system instead of the laptops, just so I can get the most crisp quality out of my sound. Yeah. So here's the fact about the torpedo boats that I'm reading. Primitive torpedoes were attached to sticks. They were basically explosive pikes. I never knew that, actually. I actually never knew that about... That's really cool, actually. Yeah, I didn't know that torpedoes used to work like that. Pretty strong meals for a Victorian era. What, strawberries with weed and olive oil wrapped with goose meat, goose liver, like French people eat, I guess so. I mean, if you're into that thing. It actually sounds like something you get for $100 at a fancy French restaurant in America, probably, and people would actually pay money for it. So, hey, if you can make money giving people goose liver with strawberries and weed and olive oil, go for it. You'll be a rich man when you get old. And that's probably, yep, when people have, that's something you learn about economics. When people have so much money in their pockets, they'll spend it on the most weirdest things that nobody would ever think of. They'll eat fish eggs, they'll eat weird bugs and stuff, cockroaches dipped in chocolate. They'll eat anything. And they think, oh, because it shows I'm powerful because it's expensive and, it's expensive on me and it makes me look powerful. When really, to me, it's like, ew, you're eating a bug with chocolate on it. Why are you doing that? But I do know that the chocolate on top of insects thing is pretty cheap snack in some regions like Mexico, the chocolate-covered ants. Yeah. But the fish egg thing, though, I don't understand too much. How can you be into that sort of thing? I don't know. People do weird things. Those French, they pay for... That's true. They eat snails, they eat frog legs. The French cuisine is something like you've never imagined before. They pay for strelets. I wouldn't be surprised if they would. They probably crush it up and stick it on their crepes or something, for a bit of a crunch and a bit of texture and a bit of flavor, a bit of an aromatic scent. Anyways, let's get to Rommel versus Chapo. This is going to be a 3-match one, it looks like. Alright, so we got Chapo versus Rommel. Ronald McRommel versus Chapo. El Chapo. Rommel McRommel. I thought that yesterday when I was thinking of Rommel's name, like, in McDonald's, like, Rommel McRommel, that's kind of like a good nickname for him. Maybe I'll go with that. And then, of course, Chapo. Normally it's called Sir Chapo, then you think of El Chapo Guzman every time you hear that name. Yeah, pretty interesting. But, so Rommel is going with Portuguese, and Chapo is going with Canadians. This is kind of cool because Chapo was also in the first Wars of Liberty tournament that I won with the Paraguayans. Back in the days when Kika Matamatos was the Wars of Liberty YouTuber mainly. Now he's since moved on to Definitive Edition and playing Red Alert. I don't know, I'd never played Red Alert before, but I did actually play some games with them in DD3 before. So, yeah, we're probably going to do some more in the future. But getting back to it, yeah, Chapo in that first Wars of Liberty tournament back in version 1.0.0 did use Canadians. And he indeed built the giant wall on Texas of these log cabins and maple trees all over the place. It was really something to behold. Yeah. He's really good with the Civ. He's really good with it. And back in those days, Canada actually didn't have Troupe de la Marine. They had the Mousquetaires du Roi, which, basically, the second leader of the Circle of Osis in the campaign, basically him wielding a saber. But he's a French guy, and he was basically a heavy infantry unit, but instead of a multiplier against cavalry, his sword had a multiplier against infantry. So it did like 4x against infantry. And basically, if you could run down infantry with them with the sword, that was like really good. I think it's actually still in the game's code, and it might still be accessible in Wolfenstein, I believe, because I never updated their stuff. And you know what? As long as none of the developers delete the thing, I'm probably just going to keep it in there as an alternative unit because it's such a neat unit. And people can relive what Wars of Liberty used to be played like before the Korean and Belgian patch, I believe. Yeah, that's what they used to have up until that point. Yep, things you learn every day. And I should mention too, Canada always ships 2 fur traders first because this is basically like more than 3 settlers worth of hunting economy, pretty much, so always get the fur traders first if possible. Yeah. And kind of the way it works out for Canada, remember, since they age up with wood is, you always put your villagers onto wood, but you keep the fur traders on the food, so you can always have enough food to keep your queue of pioneers going constantly. It's a skill you learn pretty quick when you realize they age up with wood. I think in a few instances we've had new players that never played the Civ before, like actually hunting and stuff, and then they realize, wait a second, I'm supposed to age up with wood? Man, and then they're delayed by like 2 or 3 minutes and get utterly destroyed. It's hilarious, actually. And then of course we got Portuguese here. Portugal. See, this is the cool thing about Portuguese. Because they don't get any villager cards, and their cards aren't always that good in Age 1. Sometimes, in Wars of Liberty, you see players not even pick their deck till Age 2. And they just bank up that shipment for later. That's pretty interesting, actually. And, you know, it's kind of scary in a way because you can kind of catch your opponent off guard. Like, you can go wood coin, go for the fast fortress, get the 3rd free town center, basically, right from the get-go. Or you can, basically add some line infantry in, ship in some... What else do they get? They can ship in volunteers, right? I don't think they can ship Oronatkas in Age 2, which is their, militia spearmen. Yeah, see, Portuguese don't actually get pikemen anymore. They get the Ordenanca, which is like a cheaper, weaker version of the pikemen. Yeah, it's actually a cool unit because it's like 20 resources or maybe even less. And you can really mass them up in large numbers and just swarm them in your enemy's base if you really want to. I think they actually do more base damage than a pikeman does, making them somewhat useful for that purpose. Yep, here's the first free covered wagon. Where's he going to put it, though? Is he going to put it, is he going to go up front? Is he going to go center map with the... Where are you going with that thing, buddy? Where are you going? Stop, I'm talking to you. Stop moving. Oh, he's going up here. It's pretty cool. This is a sneaky forward base because he really doesn't get a lot of line of sight here because you got the big giant crater like canyon over here, so he kind of has to walk all the way over here to see what's going on. That's kind of like a really stealthy base because everyone expects the forward base on center map right here where the gold mine is usually. But if you put it up here, this not only obstructs his line of sight, he also can't surround the building easily because you're not going to be able to put cannons in the down here and start sniping at the buildings. You're going to have to put the cannons either up here, down here, or risk everything and stick them over here. And then you're backing it up with the town center, which means any villagers working over here can add to the defense of the area and provide the town center cover fire, which is a great tool to have. So this is looking more like a combat deck, a combat-based FF deck, right? So it says Mosqueteros, so line infantry based. Interesting. Yeah, we see a lot of unit shipments in here. Only eco cards we see are economic theory and refrigeration. Lots of Cazador shipments, line infantry shipments. Yeah, these are the Cazadors, by the way. Just looks a bit different. Then you got steel guns. So steel guns, they're the same thing as heavy cannon. They just look a lot neat now, a lot cooler now and stuff. Also, this is an interesting one. Donatarios increases town center limit by 2. Ooh, so they're going to be playing Super Turtle now. Super Turtle. Food crates, coin crates, and the line infantry so far, shipping-wise. How about for the Canadians? What are they doing? So he's going right for the fast fortress into Austin Cavalier. So Metis Rebels. Yeah. Everybody loves Metis Rebels. Rebels without a clue. They really are a good unit. I mean, honestly, between them and the other option, the Fencible, I feel like the Mez Rebel does better like 80% of the time. The only thing the Fencible does better with compared to the Metis is long-range fights, because the Fencible has extra range and it has multipliers against artillery, in addition to its standard multipliers, so it's sort of like almost like a Culverin skirmisher hybrid in a way. Yeah, so if you're dealing with somebody that's like spamming out a bunch of cans like Germany, sometimes the Fencible can get you some wins, but other than that, Mez Rebel is just a better infantry slicing machine, generally at range. Oh wow, look at that. Line infantry taking out a tower. That's pretty significant. And then they can move right onto the barracks next. Militia coming out. If I recall back to the First Wars of Liberty tournament, what Chapo did was he basically stuck a bunch of militia behind his walls of log cabins, and that's how he was able to hold out against his opponent and go for an ultimate mass against him. It was a pretty powerful strategy that you can still see on YouTube as part of the Kikamadamitos YouTube channel. You're gonna have to look pretty far though, because it's pretty far back there. Yeah, I can't remember who he fought though. Was it Molnair? Was it Molnair or who else? Thunder Tiger, I can't remember who it was. Thunder Tigre. Ooh, look at cover mode Spontooners. That's a good use of cover mode right there. Completely split him in half. Good work. And, no, please, unfortunately, more enemies are arriving in the form of volunteers and line infantry. That's a lot of infantry. Huh, what happens from here? I see the timer has a lot of, like, yeah, I'm looking at the timer and I'm like, this is a lot of time here. And we're already starting to see complete slaughter of the town center. What's going on exactly? How many builds? Is that like one per player and number of Chinese? Huh. That's kind of risky because how do you know he's not gonna... Unless he's banned him in. That could have been it. Yeah, see these Mez Rebels? Just another powerful monstrosity of a unit to use. They just do really good at fighting. You're able to stick them in stagger mode like that, so they split off, and then you can kite them down. Kite down the line. And the fact that they have 40% pierce armor makes these volunteer shots act like nothing. Which is great. Yeah, see, 4 of them are going to survive, which is really good. Just one more volley, I think, and he's good. Oh, yep, called it. Called it. Here comes the rifleman now. So think of riflemen as basically Anglophony musketeers almost. So what you'll notice right away with them is a special multiplier. So these guys actually have really strong bullets in their guns and really powerful firearms. So their firearms actually deals anti-assault multipliers at range. So they're almost like a dragoon and a musketeer all together in one. But they don't get a multiplier against artillery as well, so they're not really maneuver units, they're just like heavy infantry. Yeah. I mean, what they could do is they could actually make the stats of the riflemen a bit stronger and then give them a maneuver tag. And then that would mean dragoon, that would also mean that skirmishers would get extra multipliers against riflemen than standard heavy infantry, and that would kind of, you know, add an interesting dynamic to the whole thing. And they could possibly do that. And that would mean you wouldn't have to give them actual maneuver units, you could just give them the riflemen. And if you want to give a Civ range cavalry, just give them something unique at different points. Oh yeah, certainly. Yeah, here, look at this walling here. This is pretty smart too. And I actually remember back in that first Wars of Liberty tournament, I think Chapo actually mixed in some walls as well with his like log cabin fortress, just to add gates in and another element of it. So yeah, definitely. Well, the thing is, what you'll notice is walls in Wars of Liberty actually have less hit points than they do in Definitive Edition. The reasoning being the Wars of Liberty team thought historically walls at this stage in history were basically like more like palisade walls like in AoE 2 rather than like stone walls you see in like AoE 2, right? The stone walls have more HP and armor, the palisades are obviously like these little things with sticks in them. And they've wanted to be represented in the game as being like that, just palisades, like little wooden sticks put together basically, and you could siege them down pretty easily, but not too easily, you know. Because certainly walls in D are a lot more than 1.5k HP usually, even without any upgrades. So, just something I thought I'd point out. I don't think I've actually ever pointed that out actually before in like any of the weeks of last tournament. Nah, and I'm really surprised I never even mentioned that before because it's such a subtle detail that you never think of. That hey, these walls actually go down easily in this game versus the other one. So right now, if you're Portuguese, what you can do you have any crates left? You got coin crates? I would go towards Capital Age now, get another free town center, start shipping in Castadors. And that's how you beat the Metis Rebels, because the Castador has more range than the Metis Rebel. I think it has even more pierce armor, like maybe 50% pierce armor or something. And it has more damage, just has lower HP, but I feel like in the end, you can sometimes kite pretty easily against Metis Rebels if you're using something like the Castador to do it. Oh, but then they get Whitworths. Oh, these guys, the Whitworths. They look a lot like the Hod's light cannons, but they're not the same thing. They don't get any anti-artillery. They're basically like an Anglophone Falconet almost. Right, they get quite a bit of range, like 28 range, so they hit pretty far and pretty deep. Their damage is pretty decent. They get a bit of anti-building and anti-ship built in, so yeah, they're a pretty decent unit, you know. Be very concerned when you see them. Yeah, see how far back they can shoot? That's what makes them really powerful units. They can like gradually snipe from the back like that. And then you can protect with the rifleman and Metis, and there's not much they can do about that if your mass is big enough. Oh yeah, I mean, big time. Boom! Where's the cannonballs? One shot this thing, man. Can you one shot? Yes. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, yep. There you go. Alright. Thought you were gonna run away without blowing that up. What's the range on the town center, actually? So the range attack of the town center actually hits the Whitworths if it's garrisoned. Interesting. So you actually do need like actual mortars to hit this thing, it looks like. Which for Anglophones is actually called the Dictator. Yeah, their mortars for the Anglophones is called the literal Dictator. An actual dictator. And their horse artillery, which they get, is called Napoleon. So, the Anglophones get some weird names for their cannons, and then their culverin is called a Blackley. And their heavy cannon from the factory is called a Parrot. Like an actual parrot, like an actual bird. English language is such a weird thing. And that's from somebody that speaks it natively, too. Got some pretty weird language in our language. I guess sort of the easier thing to deal with Whitworths, though, is that their splashes... Is their splash the same as Falconets, or... It always feels like the Whitworths don't have as much good splash as foot artillery for some reason. I don't know. And by the way, Portuguese in this mod actually get like falconets now instead of organ guns, because it's like the 19th, 20th century and they're not using those AoE2 worthy things anymore. So devs thought let's just give them like the standard European cannon at that point. You know, and the problem is, though, they don't get like the 2-foot artillery shipment in H3s, so they kind of have to do with the mediocre 1 cannon card if they want to send anything. So yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. Kind of unfortunate. The gunsmith. So the gunsmith is the same thing as the marksman. So it usually sends some sort of skirmisher when you age up with that to the 3rd age. Oh, looks like cavalry. The hand cavalry of the Anglophone civs. Apparently a lot of the units in the Anglophone civ currently have their icons based off the US Army for some reason. Like, even though they have civs in their culture like Australia and Canada, they seem to share the same uniforms as the United States. Which, you know, it's alright, but probably should get something more standardized of like English-speaking people, probably.
Well, that's one thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Here comes Town Center number 3. Now, I would put covered wagon number 3. Oh, he spawned it up here because that's the area where the action is, right? So, he can put that, like, right here, I think, would be fine. This is, like, the standard forward base area here, and that way you sort of send up a defensive line from, you know, this corner all the way down to, like, here, at least. And then you can put some stuff here, too, and start taking that meat and coin up. Yeah. Oh, actually, he's going to build in that 4th section, this section right here, right now, with the town center, right in the heart. So, yeah, this is when civs that have a lot of town center control do really well on Mendocino, because you get these really nice corners of the map that have lots of meat and lots of coin, and if you can capture, like, 3 of them, you're in good shape, you know. You're in good shape. It's a lot like Bohemia, you know. Remember that game, Bohemia against Mexico? That Bohemia, British versus Mexico in DE we saw? Kind of like that, but you don't have the rivers in this game. You just got the little canyons and stuff that separate stuff. Really. And instead of, like, trade routes going this way and this way, it just goes straight across here. Oh, look at those Whitworths get to work. Whitworths going to work. Whitworth. Hussars, go charge. Tally-ho. You know the British cavalry in Wars of Liberty now actually say that in the voice line. The heavy cavalry do. They actually say tally-ho when they're attacking. Like it's some sort of Robin Hood skit. Kind of hilarious, actually. They actually did really well with the new British voice lines for Wars of Liberty that came in this version. They did really well with them. They sound more British than you can imagine. Ooh, yeah, that was a good attack. 1 HP. Will they survive with 1 HP? Of course. But they did retaliate a little bit, it looks like. Now your artillery foundry and your barracks is under fire now. So you're probably going to have to put some more stuff on this side of the wall. Yep, pretty much. What's the Ville count on the Portuguese, by the way? This stage. 35 Villes still. So, yeah, I guess they've been doing a bit of fighting now, so they really haven't had time to start triple queuing up their TCs yet, but that's something they should probably consider real soon. Because when Portugal gets into sort of like that 3 settler queue or even 4 settler queue, that's when they're really booming across the map and they start like taking over the map by like 5k resources of what their opponent has. Yeah, Portugal is one of those hard civs to fight because they're so defensive and then they get just so powerful when you leave them alone because you don't want to get hit by their town center bolts. It's really, really a challenge. Yep, here comes a tower to help defend this area. Just one more thing for the enemy to have to siege their way through. And here come the Tropas de la Marines to counteract them with their 32 range damage. Now that's a pretty scary unit for Castaways because, you know, if you get some upgrades on these Marines, you can do some real damage to these Castaways which only have like, what, 126 HP. Really not good. Well, actually, look at this. Look at the troopers for a lot of HP. They're like 95 HP. That's an upgrade. Kind of serious, you know? Kind of a serious dilemma. Huh. Interesting. I should try using Canadians in the Liga. Like for this week or something, I don't know. I'll find some civs to use. Still thinking through what I want to use. I don't know when I'm going to do my week 2 matches, honestly. Am I going to do it tonight or tomorrow with Aladdin? Yeah, we got to do ours. Gotta figure that out. Oh, counter-infantry rifling, yeah. Good technology. It gives these skirmishers here another 3x to work with. Well, not another 3x, they get like 3x multipliers. Imagine giving them like 5x against heavy infantry. That'd be... Well, there are actually, I think, some skirmish... Well, let me do the math. Danish skirmishers actually do 4x against heavy infantry because they can research counter-infantry rifling twice in a row, or double the strength of it. I think there is a mercenary in Wars of Liberty that has 5x against heavy infantry somewhere. I can't remember where it is. I think it's the, it's that Finnish skirmisher, right, from Finland. Yeah, I think it's that one, if I recall. Yeah. Let's see that epic match. Now the wool stuff is being uploaded for you in minor scale by me. Yep. Yeah, this is a pretty interesting start to the Wars of Liberty League, I would say, you know. It's kind of good doing this again. I really missed 2 months of not casting any Wars of Liberty tournaments or anything. So it's good to be back. I mean, I was doing the casting for DE, but, you know, Wars of Liberty is like the best of the best. You really see nothing better than Wars of Liberty tournaments, you know. The only other thing we really need is, what, Age of the World tournaments. That would be something unique as well. You know, with all those fancy buildings and units they get and civs, that would be pretty nice. Yeah, maybe we'll get an Age of the World tournament someday. Alongside Wars of Liberty ones, that would be pretty good. Yes, we got cavalry on both sides of the map. Talk about raiding tactics. This could be pretty dicey if you decide to go in with 2 cav on both sides. Well, this one down here has a lot of potential because there's no wall. Up here you got this mighty log cabin wall from, you know, the first ever tournament working up there. I'm also just noticing Rommel McRommel is just starting to get the first level 1 market technologies. Interesting.
See?
Yeah, look at that. See, the thing is you get so many villagers with the Portuguese that sometimes you can hold off on the text for a while because you're just getting good resources with pure numbers of units. Yeah, and they're going up to industrial age with the artillerist. Artillerist? Yeah, artillerist. Yeah. Artillerist. Yeah. Bit of a mouthful. I think that gives what, 2 or 3 foot artilleries, I believe, or does it give them like mortars? We'll see. It's gonna come out of like this town center because this is where the military is.
Preparado.
Yeah, they got their factories available. They can get their steel guns. So, you know, this is the infamous period against Portugal when they become unbeatable once they hit industrial age usually. Because at that point, they can get up to 4 villager queues if needed. They can usually start getting their refrigeration and stuff if needed, which they do have. They don't have Royal Mint, though, which is sad, but, yeah, that's when their scores... Yeah, well, the score is already starting to dominate. We already see, like, a score of, like, 278 versus just, like, 159. So, yeah, their score is already starting to hit that peak. Here we see the reward. Oh, so yep, two foot artillery. I guessed it. Just like the same as the engineer, right? Same as the old engineer politician in AoE3. Yeah. So where's this covered wagon gonna go? Is it gonna go? Is it gonna go center map or go this way? Huh. Yeah, this is, I'm wondering how this is gonna go. These veteran hussars, yeah, so they got that HP boost. I would just wait for the steel guns to arrive and just start blasting this wall down. Blast that wall. If you got, like, steel guns behind your back, you're gonna get your way in there, one way or another. I mean, you're probably good now, but I would just get the steel guns just so you're doing maximum damage. Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, get those foot artillery up forward, you know, get those little foot artillery feet going where they need to go so they can blast their way in that wall, because if not, you're going to be taking a lot of unnecessary damage to these troopers. And honestly, with these units, you really can't afford to take any free shots from them since they're doing 32 damage per hit, really. Oh, don't let him snipe your cannons either. Oh no, he's gonna do it. He's gonna snipe the. Yeah, he was gonna try to do it, but didn't have enough time. All right, good. How's Choppa doing? Yeah, see, this is the Portugal problem. This is always the Portugal problem. You're fighting them and you have like no resources, while Portugal is magically at age 4 coming with like 2k of each resource. Oh yeah, resources mean nothing to me anymore. I can do whatever I want. I can make mortars, which they're doing right now. They can make line infantry. They can make dragoons, castadors, foot artillery, whatever they want. There's really nothing you can do to punish that. But obviously it's technically not on you for being super aggro with them and sniping their covered wagons now, which... You know, I've had a few times in my life when I've had that luxury of just taking down a covered wagon from Portugal, and they're like, how'd you do that? And then they just resign, like, you just ruined my whole strategy. Destroyed the whole purpose of the Civ. It's just like playing a normal European Civ without any bonuses. Man, you destroyed me. Yeah, I mean... Isn't it fun when you take down people's factory wagons or their fort wagons? In the old days, we used to take down people's hospital wagons when the hospital was a useful building still. Yeah, and yeah, before the devs said, you know what, having all these wonderful healthcare-based technologies, We need to get those out here. We need to make hospitals just these archaic, big, giant field hospitals. Just heal up lots of units. Yeah. Pretty much. Pretty much. Now, the cool thing I noticed today when I was doing that comp stomp was, with the field hospitals, is it actually shows like a little like light ring around a unit when it's getting healed by the hospital. So you actually know that the thing is working and it's not just magically like healing units out of thin air. It's cool, you know. They should add that to Wars of Liberty so like when you get a hospital, it just shows it healing everything around it. Yeah. So, food for thought. Since hospitals are useless big giant field hospitals now, shouldn't you just be able to build multiple ones now? As soon as you like send the wagon for it, shouldn't you be able to like rebuild them with like the Explorer or something? Yeah, I just thought of that. Like, hey, if a building's gonna be that useless, this big giant bulky thing the size of a capital that heals my units, I should be able to rebuild that thing, because it's not like a factory or fort or something, you know? It's like a literal hospital, you know? It just heals units. It doesn't, like, have any weird bonuses or anything. Like, I remember a long time ago I was suggesting to the wool devs, you should give the surgeons from the hospital, like, special abilities, like a handgun. You should be able to use, like, the Shaolin monk critical hits, because he's like a medical professional that knows how to strike the body properly, so he knows just where to hit with the scalpel and stuff. And Herds, he didn't like it, but he said, you're lucky you're right. Like, you're lucky that's actually factually true, all these medical facts. Because I just blow you off as making spam at that point, but unfortunately you're actually right that they do know the human anatomy and they know how to do X, Y, and Z. Yeah. Yeah, because I wanted, like, surgeons in Wars of Liberty to be like ninjas, basically. They could use scalpels and surgical tools to, deal critical hits and stuff. That could be, like, a whole different unit class. Maybe we could do that. Maybe that could totally be something we could do. Absolutely. Where, you know, surgeons, they have their saws, bone saws, and their scalpels, and they just, better warriors than even the actual warriors are. Yeah, it's looking like a GG, isn't it? Once you get like 5 howitzers, why don't you upgrade this to howitzers? It's only like 250 for a wood, man, really? Get the upgrade, it's practically free. Practically free, man. Oh yeah, by the way, when you burn down the log cabin for Canada, it leaves behind 100 cords of wood. So Canada can actually recover the wood cost of the building. Which is kind of a cool little thing. But if you're not fast and you lose the territory, then Portugal can actually send their settler in and grab the wood for themselves. Huh, but you didn't know that. You know, and it kind of makes sense because it's like a log cabin, so if you like cut the thing down, then it's just a bunch of logs all over the place, so why not use the logs for yourself? Yeah, makes sense to me. Does it make sense to you? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah, who liked that match? That was an interesting one. Portugal versus Canada. That was a pretty neat one. Pretty neat match, I would say. Yep, so now we gotta boot the game up again. Yep, let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, wait a minute, no, I'm not going to multiplayer record games, my bad. I'm so used to going through that tab that, alright. Nothing was lost, don't worry about, how many more matches have we got? So we gotta get through rest of Rommel, McRommel versus El Chapo Guzman, and then we got, Severo versus Adri, me versus Juanita Boliviana, MCMR versus Delian, and then we got Sog versus Jinpei. So we got a lot to get through still, so get your seatbelts ready, kids. We got a long ride on the road. India versus Zulu. Okay, so I will say this from the start. Rommel is actually a really good Zulu player. We mirrored it like a week or two ago. He did really good with the Zulu. I think he's even a better Zulu than I am. Yeah, he really knows the Zulu really well. And since this is the first African Civ to appear in the tournament, I should try to give a bit of a detail of how Africans work and stuff. So, Africa is one of the wackiest cultures in Wars of Liberty, besides maybe the Polynesians. So, the way Africa works is not simple, but I'll explain it. So, first thing, look at this. It's called the Spice Doll. Yeah, apparently Africa's the second culture in the game to actually use export. First one obviously being Asians, which India is, so they got export. And now we see the construction of a library. So the library, this is actually how you age up as an African Civ. You get 3 different types of technologies. You get red ones for military, blue ones for civics or like buildings, and then you get yellow for economics. And depending on which combination of those technologies you're researching from the library, you get an age up, which ages you up. So you don't actually do anything age up wise through the town center, you do it all through the library, which thankfully only costs as much resources as a house, basically. Yeah. And you can normally only build one. I think Egypt gets a card that lets them have multiple libraries, should you want to go crazy with the tech queuing and everything. And yeah, so this is one potential build you can do with the library for Zulu. You do all blue technologies, so library blue 1, library blue 2. And it's the cheapest option that costs the least amount of food, but it's also the slowest option because the way the library colors works is this. The cheaper a color is, the more slower it researches. So red technologies being the most expensive, research the fastest. Blues being the cheapest, research the slowest. And yellow is somewhere in the middle, as a result of that, of everything. And here is another important structure of the Zulu Civ, the Akanda. The Akanda is basically a house. It's a big giant house. Not too dissimilar looking than a Cherokee war hut from the campaign. And what it does is it provides about like 30 population. And on top of providing 30 population, it has all your military upgrades for infantry, like non-gunpowder infantry. So for like your spear units, your bow units, your club units, basically. And another thing it does too is it spawns these little tiny kids called youth, which you can basically, you know how Zulu works. Basically, you get these little kids that come out of the buildings, and the kid can grow up into whatever they really want to be, right? Or whatever you want them to be. Really, I should put it. So if you want them to become like a bowman, to be good against infantry, you can make them a bowman. If you want to make them a spearman, to be good against shock units, make them a spearman. If you're dealing with a lot of artillery and you need to chase it down, make them into an opacity, which is a clubman, basically, with a shield. So you get a lot of flexibility with these little munchkins, basically. You can terminate anything you want, you know. And unfortunately, they don't get a melee attack, so if, you leave them out too far on the map, then, not good things will happen, right? So keep them near your town center whenever possible. That's what I'm saying. Because basically they're a defenseless pro unit unless you can protect them. Yeah. So see, the way it works when you go library blue 1 and 2 is, then you have to follow it up with red 1, because in order to be able to produce military units as Africans, you needed at least a library level of 1 red. Okay, so yeah, if you're not going to get any reds initially as part of the age-up process, you're going to have to get it later just so you can train units, and so your youth can actually appear. See these little kids doing the dance? Yeah, they're dancing and maturing into spearmen. Now they're spearmen, and they can be used against cavalry. Right, and if he wants any anti-infantry, he can turn them into bowmen. He can turn them into Impakity clubmen. He can turn them into firebrands, which is a siege unit. Yeah, and just so you're aware, like statistically, I believe these. Trying to remember. I think the spearmen statistically are based on the Japanese Sohei Naginata native, whereas the bowmen are based on the Seminole archer, Sharptooth bowman, because there was this big sort of issue around the release of the Maltese patch of what sorts of stats the African spearmen and the bowmen should have. Bowmen used to have really good stats, and then they were weakened down to like units with no multipliers whatsoever, I think, except the bit against light cav, and then Hoop Thrower looked at it and said, you know what? I like the way that the Seminole bowman looks, so why don't we turn the bowman into the Seminole Sharktooth bowman statistically? And then the problem in the old days with the spearman was it had very low HP. It was like a Yuan spearman. It had very low HP, like it had like 70 HP, but it did like 30 hand damage. So it was like a glass cannon. When it was effective and you could mass them up, they did a lot of damage, and they did way too much damage. But in every other situation, they were getting gunned down in like 1 second or less. And they were just not doing the job. So we figured, hey, the Japanese Nagana native, the Japan ship, does the job a lot when we use it, so why don't we use that as the framework to do our work with, basically militarily. So you get a decent bowman now and a decent spearman. Yeah. And now you can actually fight things like the Indian sepoy no problem now. Right? Yeah. Kind of interesting. And here's the Impakity, by the way. These, just so you're aware, these are actually a cavalry unit. They're not actually an infantry unit. They're based. They get the scout tags, so they're actually quite similar to hussars and coyote runners of Aztecs. If only Aztecs still existed in this mod, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately they met their fate with the Maltese. But you can gladly play both in Wars of Liberty 12B if you want to, which I still play and a lot of other 1.8 still play in. So yeah. I wonder if we're ever going to do a tournament for 12B, because, you know, it's certainly a viable one to do it in, since we did so many World Jamborees with it with Daedalus when he was still streaming on Twitch. So yeah, that'd be pretty cool. We could get some of those running again. Because I've talked to a lot of the Juanitos and Juanitas in the Wars of Liberty community, and they said 12B was the best version I ever played. When I first got into the mod, it's the best version I ever had. You know, so there's a lot of people that would probably participate in something like that. And I'm trying to remember, what's the first Liga version I played in? Was it Malta or... No, I think it was 13A, I believe, the Maori patch. Because I think the Maori patch was the last time Dave Willis did a tournament through ESO. Yeah, I think so. ESO. Yeah. And then after that, sort of the Juanito community took over all competitive play for the mod after that, because we're like the most active community of people out there and everything like that. So yeah, look how good these units are doing, by the way. Salwars and Sepoys, literally nothing they can do. Bowman just doing way too much damage to them, and then the clubmen and spearmen distracting them, preventing them from shooting back. That's what I call a good military comp right there. Yeah, Rommel, when we did our 1 versus 1 with Zulu, he really knew how to like mix up his units really well. And here's the 4th unit, by the way, the Impy. So the Impy, just so you're not confused, it's basically just a musketeer that throws spears instead of firing firearms, basically. And statistically, I think because it throws spears, it does less damage. I think the rate of fire is actually somewhat better than a gun unit, I think. Yeah, I think it's better than the gunpowder unit, honestly. I don't know by how much, though, honestly. So I'd probably have to look at the proto-y.xml to figure that out. Yeah. And here's the Firebrand. This is like a siege unit, you know? It's like a heavy infantry siege unit. Has the Law of Siege. It also does splash damage and melee with some anti-artillery mixed in. So it's a special combat unit that you don't always see a lot. But because Zulu gets shipping to 3 of them in their home city, often you'll see that at the start of the game as a means of taking down buildings. It's like a Baron Ram that can bite back with its fiery stick. Big fiery stick.
Ufunani? Ngingazizwa.
Ufunani?
Yeah, and by the way, just so you're aware, some of the later library texts after level 3 do actually cost export. So gathering from that spice stall at the start of the game using your tradesman is really important. So the tradesman, just so you're aware what it is, it kind of looks like a settler wagon. What it does is it's basically a unit that constructs trading posts. Your hero, Shaka over here, can't actually construct trading posts, nor can your villagers. You have to use a tradesman for that. And what a tradesman can also do is he acts as a secondary hero unit that can help your explorer out in fighting treasure guardians. And he can gather from spice stalls because he's like, you know, he's a merchant. You know, he works in the markets. He can work at these little markets of spices here. He's good at gathering them. Yeah. Oh, musical bows. We don't always see this card. I used to get a lot in the Star and Ice Stop sort of. What musical bows does is it slightly increases the range of archers and also gives a better build bounty to producing them. Yeah. It's kind of interesting card, you know, because you normally think of 2 range as being a good card and then 1 range. Meh. But honestly, any range increase in like a unit is something to be considered, you know. Because now you can actually outrange the Sepoys better and you have a better shot against the Gurkhas. Well, I think bowmen are just generally a good skirmish unit for the Africans because they get a great rate of fire being an archer unit. And their damage, as you know, is pretty good against heavy infantry. It's 10x 2, which is 20, so it gets the job done pretty well, gotta say. Okay, so Green Jackets, so it looks like India allied with the British, so they got some grasshoppers. These are Green Jackets. So they're basically the new British skirmisher they get instead of the longbowmen now. And what they do is they have like 18 range, they get 2... The way the grasshoppers work is instead of stronger multipliers against heavy infantry, their multipliers are stronger against maneuver units, so like dragoons. So they're more of a counter dragoon unit than they are a counter infantry unit. Heavy infantry unit, if you know what that means, right? So like if you got like some heavy cavalry and you're trying to protect them with something against like dragoons, the green grasshopper is actually really good for that compared to other skirmishers. Yeah. And I think for the British consulate now, their other units, they can get the Angler, I believe, which is the red coat. And then I can't remember what the third one is, but it's basically a cherry bum. Have you ever heard what a cherry bum is? Well, a cherry bum is basically just a British hussar with fancy clothing that moves faster than standing hussars. I think it has some, is that more HP than hussar? I know it's, I'm trying to think. I think it might just be faster or something. And oh yeah, and then it has its cost lopsided, like, instead of 120 food and 80 coin, it costs, like, 80 food and 120 coin. Yeah. For the British civ, of course. You would just cost export through the battalion. And now Zulu are shipping their own battalion from the home city. About 6 smart Hollanders. Even so, it says 9 in the card description. Yeah, somebody's got to change that. Hopefully soon. Hopefully soon somebody changes that. Absolutely. Are they going to engage? Are they going to retreat? Zulu are going for round number 2 now. I honestly don't see here what happens. Like, I think, yeah, alright, I think Chapo wins this one because he's got the massive Gurkhas and Scepters. That's my... I was just sort of like analyzing the units and sort of match. Yeah, I think this is the point where India kind of just dominates at this point. Because Zulu are really an anti-cavalry civilization at the start. So if you can switch over to infantry, that can really throw them into a pit. A really massive pit. Yeah. Like this massive like musketeer skirmisher. That's not what Zulu are good against. Really not. But I will say this though, if you make it to like capital ages Zulu, you can actually become a real anti-infantry powerhouse by like spamming out revolving cannons with the youth. You build a gunpowder corral, you build like a bunch of machine guns with it called revolving cannons, and then you can like dominate in levels you still even be able to. Yeah. Yeah, but unfortunately in this case I don't think they can quite reach that situation, so it's gonna be a GG here. Good attempt though, I mean. Rommel is a good Zulu, he's just a really bad matchup here. Really bad matchup. I don't know if Chapo knew that he was going to go with Zulu, and that's why he played with more defensive civ like India that can hide behind their aggro forward. But yeah, kind of an interesting turn of events. Let's see. GG. GG's Chapo. Good work with India, you know. I think I've seen Chapo do India a couple times. He's overall a high-level player for Wars of Liberty. He's like one of our best, so that was some good performance there. Really good performance. Alright, so now we're going to move on to the tiebreaker match. Alright, so let's go. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Any new messages from our Juanitos Bonitos? Nope, we still got some people, it looks like. About 5 Juanitos left, watching through. Alright, so this is Chapo versus Rommel match 3. Alrighty then, so it's gonna be Chapo's Palu versus Rommel McRommel's Haiti. Absolutely devilish combination. Aggro versus aggro. Juanito aggro versus Juanito aggro. Yeah. Well, Haiti's not exactly a Juanito. They're more French-speaking, but, you know, they're part of the Juanito culture, so you kind of have to put them in that list, that category. Alright, so we got 2 lamb civs to cover today, so a lot to talk about. So, Peru. What does Peru get? Peru gets a couple of interesting bonuses. So these villagers, the Cholos, they can actually garrison inside of buildings, like houses, barracks, stables. Like if they have a bill nearby, they can just hide in the building if they're in any danger at all. Giving them a pretty good advantage in that sense. They get their Explorer here, the Prosser. He's pretty strong. You know, can kill a lot of treasure guardians, but unfortunately doesn't have any like special ability to snipe down treasure guardians or anything. And then I'm trying to think what else Peru's got. Oh yeah, they get a bonus when you defeat their military units. The units around them get a temporary speed boost and line of sight boost so they can run their way out of there and get out of trouble fast. So yeah, they're sort of like a combat civ that's really good for evading capture when they're in serious danger. Yeah, definitely. Whereas the Haitians, they're more of a hyper-aggro civ, I would say. Because, well, first of all, they're really good at moving their villagers forward on the map because they get a bit of a defensive mechanism that most of the time works pretty good. As you know, Haiti is a nation known for their voodoo magic. And in fact, with these villagers, the Sedites, if they get killed on the map, they don't die quickly. They sit there on the ground holding their kneecap, asking for help, and then if you decide to revive them as a zombie, you actually can. Yeah. And what happens is when they become a zombie, they become what we call revive Savite. They get that little dizzy, like, stars and stripes thing going around their head that they're dizzy. And they move, like, really slowly. And they sound like zombies when they talk, but pretty much they can gather at the same rate as any villagers. So your villagers get 2 lives instead of 1, basically. But if they killed the revived Savite, then the Savite just dies altogether. Which, you know, sad, but at least he lived 2 lives, right? Not many people can do that, you could say. So, on top of that, they have a pretty early aggressive roster that's focused around infantry. They get like 6 different barracks units, but they get a smaller stable. Like, normally Latin American civs will have 3 stable units: the Lancero, the scout unit, the escolta, the heavy cab unit, and the maneuver unit, the Yannette. Haiti only gets the escolta and the Yannette, but their barracks, quite vibrant. Escopeteros, conscriptos, vivanderas, macheteros, and then they get the picket as a pikeman unit. And then they get the Singland as like a dismounted scout unit that has multipliers against villagers, in fact. So, really a good raiding unit. So what immigrants are they going for? So it looks like German wave for Haiti. And then, what's Peru going for? They're going to get Chinese or Japanese. Shokoyo dene. Yeah. Certainly Japanese are like a really good immigrant, I think, for Peru. Because if you do age up 3 times as like Japan in the match, and you don't pick any other immigrants, guess what you get for their imperial age? You get rewarded with a second ultimate building. So, what is an ultimate building? So, Latin American civs get a special building that they can ship from the home city only once, that if it's destroyed, it's destroyed. It has special qualities to it, and it produces the civ's ultimate unit. It's a unique unit that really has a really special role, and usually it can auto-heal itself when it's idle. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, because it's kind of like a play on what AoE 2 did with the concept of the unique unit, but since AoE 3 is full of unique units, the way Wars of Liberty handled it is we'll give you an ultimate unit trained out of 1 building, like the unique units only made at like the castle, and castles are expensive and you can only afford so many castles because, you know, stone doesn't grow on trees and trees are everywhere, but there's no stone. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. And that's the way that the immigrants work in Wars of Liberty 2, is you get reward with something called an ultimate power if you basically only stick with that 1 immigrant. But if you don't go stick with that 1 immigrant, then you just get something like a couple of units or something in the Imperial Age, something a little bit shrimpier, right? So every immigrant nation has their own sort of like bonuses. As part of their ultimate power. For Japan, it's an extra ultimate building. And in fact, if you didn't put an ultimate building in your deck, right, then you can actually get one without it. So it gives you 1 extra card you can put in your home city as long as you plan on getting to Imperial Age with them. it's a bit delayed since, you know, you get your ultimate buildings in age 3s. You have to wait till age 5, but it is conceivably doable if you're in like a treaty situation. You don't really care about having multiple types of that building. Yeah, absolutely, you know. It's a great tool to have. And for Germany, their ultimate power, which Rommel's going to have access to if he wants to, is basically 2 factory wagons in Imperial Age. Because Latin American civs can make factories, but if they get that, then they can get 2 factories, which is really nice. Really is neat. Oh, we see Escopeteros. Here comes the shotgunners. Shotgun, shotgun. Shotgun, shotgun. Macheteros. These are basically assault units, actually. Just so you're aware, they're like a heavy cavalry. And they get hand armor, and then they get splash, actually. So they can actually get a bit of like splash damage from swinging their machete blades at infantry. Quite a good unit, actually, you know. If you can mass up a lot of them, they actually do a lot of damage. And, you know, they cost only like food and wood, so they're pretty massable too, as long as you have trees around. Here comes the pickets. These are pikemen that have a good line of sight and they can detect spies. They can detect stealth, which is really a cool side bonus of them. Now they're competing against the Legion Peruana, which are the Peruvian Grenadiers. A lot like the European Grenadiers, they fight with their muskets after they throw their initial grenade, and they have to wait a whole 60 seconds before they can toss another one. Yeah. Yep, we see them playing right now against the Escopeteros. Looks like that Legion Peruana mass is going to win out here. Wow, look at that. Look at that. Legion Peruana's doing the job done right. Yeah, well, that's the thing about Grenadiers. Once you get a sizable mass of them and they arrive at different times, it's totally unpredictable for an enemy to know when the next grenade toss is going to occur, and they can't get the units repositioned in time, and then suddenly they're whacked with like 200 damage and they're flying in the air dying. Yeah. It's really a challenging situation to predict once you get that many of them. Now, one thing that McRommel is doing, which is really useful, is he's actually shipping in sailors. Sailors are coming in. The sailors actually have multipliers against the Grenadiers because they are a siege unit, in fact. Right? And the other thing you see here on the Peru side is Chapo has indeed delivered immigrant battalions. These are Shokai. These are a musketeer unit available to the Japanese immigrants. They can train from their Japanese immigrant colony alongside their combat medics, which is basically like a mounted healer, pretty much. Oh wow, look at that grenade toss. It reached all the way that far to hit the Machitero. Oof, look at those katanas cutting into the Machiteros. Wow, look at that. Good work. Good work indeed. I don't think you have enough sailors though. If you could get like a light ship and train more of them, that'd probably be really helpful. Yeah, absolutely. You know what, honestly, if it was like Peru versus Paraguay, I would say, why not get Code Lopez Protocol, so you can actually train the sailors from your barracks as a counter to the Legion Peruana. It's like a 200 IQ galaxy brain strategy you could actually attempt doing yourself, probably. And you know, maybe if we're going to deal with some like Perus and Grenadier civs, maybe that's something we should try, is using Protocol Lopez as a counter. Yeah, certainly. Or the card that the Chileans get that lets them make sailors at their bears. Or the ones the Dutch get, you know? There's all kinds of possibilities. And I'm surprised we haven't seen any Dutch yet in this tournament, because Dutch are a real powerhouse civ in this version. They really are. Oh no, here comes the cavalry medics. Here they come. Cavalry medics. They're basically like hussars with scout units, but they actually heal units, which is pretty neat. When they're like idle, you can heal units with them. So they're totally not a Gento rider at all. They look like them, but it's probably because they haven't found a proper model to give them yet to make them unique, or maybe they actually do look like that, who knows. Yeah, it looks like Haiti is on its last legs right now. I don't think they're coming back from that one. And I've seen them make a lot of macheteros too, but the problem is they don't last that long because the Shokai's katanas and the massive piranhas throwing their grenades highly disrupts them every time they try to gain an edge. Now the Serrano here, the emergency unit from the town center, it's actually not a pikeman, it actually has anti-siege unit multipliers with its spears, so believe it or not, they're actually better against these grenadiers than they are cavalry. Yeah. Yep, and we still see more units coming out of the immigrant colony here, GG. Yep. And one more thing I should mention too about immigrant colonies, they actually have their own villagers too, called immigrant workers, and for Japan, their immigrant workers can construct shrines that work just like regular shrines, and you know, just like the Japanese in AoE 3 TAD, they cannot eat meat. All they can do is, you know, gather berries pretty much. But they're actually really good at like berry gathering, I think, and yeah, berry gathering they're really good at. I don't think they're better at farming. That's the Italian ones. So yeah, they're really good at picking fruit, basically. They're good fruit pickers. Really good fruit pickers. Okay, so we just got through the Chapo and Rommel encounter. Now we got some more encounters. I think we got about, what is it, 5 more to go? Okay, let's get through the other ones. Here we go. There we go, go. Oh, whoop, whoop, up. Did again. Went to the multiplayer. My bad. Probably in the mood to play, honestly, but I got a lot of matches to get through. Alright, so here's my story. Eternity versus Streletsy. Here we go. Let's see me do something now for once. Alright. Here we go. So, I actually got an interesting story about this one that you probably wouldn't even know about. So, apparently, this playthrough, match 1, is actually the 3rd one that we did. Yes, this is actually the 3rd time we tried to play this match, because I guess our Juanita Boliviana didn't insert that manual patch to his game yet when it was available, and as a result, every time he tried to train Hussars before, he would out-sync the game on us. And since the save game thing is no longer like functional in Wars of Liberty the way we needed to, we just weren't able to restart the save game. And yeah, that basically screwed everything up for us. And therefore, by like this match 3, we sort of already knew each other's civs and our strengths and weaknesses at this point. It sort of felt almost like it was rehearsed at that point. Yeah, kind of interesting, you know. So, we got the Swedes versus the Paraguayans, 2 civs we've already seen. Now, this could be pretty interesting because typically when you see Paraguay, they're like a spamming civ. And as you know, they got all those free resources from the factories. Another thing I did not mention about Paraguay, because how wrecked they got the first time we saw them. Paraguayan barracks and stables actually produce military units for free. Yeah, so the barracks produces a assault unit called the Primero de Linea. It's like a weaker version of the Machetero for free over time. Whereas the stable produces the Akayobatai, which is basically like a scout unit, like a Hussar unit. It's actually not even close to a Hussar, it's closer to more like a Lancero. because it has a lance multiplier that deals multiplier damage against skirmish units, so it's more close to the lance, so it produces that for free, essentially. Oh, and it looks like Eternity actually went for a land mana party construction here. Pretty interesting. Interesting stuff. And basically what land mana party does for Swedes is every time you research a market technology, you get a free villager. You get a free villager from this. And we'll see it right here from the town center. As soon as Hunting Dogs completes, a free Billy arrives. Yep. It's a lot like the Civ bonus of Italians in Definitive Edition. You know, in Definitive Edition with Italy, did you know that if you haven't played it before, that villagers, you get free villagers from each technology that you research? Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like if you get Hunting Dogs, Gang Saw, Placer Mines, yeah, they all give you one free settler when you complete that research. And you get a little bit of that slice of that here with the Land Mana Party card for Swedes. Yeah, kind of interesting little bonus. And see, what I do with my Paraguays, I actually receive these infinite cards in my deck for the Food Works, the Wood Works, and the Coin Works. The Food Works, I always start with the Food Works because the goal's obviously aging up quicker, and then usually I get a Woodworks after that, so I can start to get enough wood ready to put up a barracks, put up a stable, put up 2 barracks, depending on what I know my comp is going to need to be. I know my opponent here is going to go with Beveringers, which is a line unit, like a musketeer, and I know, honestly, I'm better off charging him with Primero de Linea, because it's an assault unit, so his bayonets are less effective against it than me going up against him with Akayobatai, which his bayonets will have a real easy time with since they're the scout tag. So I wanted to plan the math out properly to be able to deal with that correctly here. Yeah, essentially. And see here I'm aging up to get the French immigrants, the French wave. And unlike the Croatians, the French actually gives you the Red Devil Cavalry, which you can make an H2 from it, if you need to. And it also gets a really powerful card called the Bakery, which in the past I used to call the Bakery build, pretty much. And essentially what you do with that is, you hold off again, you know, all your food works that you can, so that way once you hit age 2, you just send the bakery card and it actually gives you 2 food works instead of 1. Right, like these cards here in the home city. This is only 1 wagon, 1 food works, but the bakery technology at the French colony in age 2, bakeries, gives you 2 of them. So you basically reach your build limit in age 2 of about 3 food works just with like 2 shipments basically. Buy one, get one free. It's a good deal and you should definitely get it. Very rare in life you get freebies like that, and you should definitely grab it. Yep. And we're going to see here like how good my Primero de Linea spamming might actually be against the Swedes. Even though they already sort of know what I'm doing, and yeah, that whole out of sync thing really messed up a lot of stuff for us, because really, your opponent's really not supposed to know what you're going to do ahead of time, and actually I did 2 different sort of like builds too with Paraguay at that point, so at this stage, he already knew everything I could possibly do, and he knew how to counter it, how to do it, and it was a total mess. Yeah, it's a total mess. One thing I did which was weird, I didn't even check to see if he was using the same deck or not, and it's like, yeah, there's no rule saying, hey, if you use this deck and then you out of sync and you do the match again, can you actually change your deck to something else? There's no rule against that, so technically we can change our decks. So yeah, I don't think I changed my deck at all. I think I went with the same thing I usually do, because my deck for Paraguay is pretty primitive, I would say. I don't really go for technicalities at all usually, unless, like I said before, if I wanted to use Protocol Lopez against a Grenadier spammer or something, I guess. Do I even have a deck that deals with that? I don't even know. I don't even know at this point. Should probably look into that, honestly. Because you never know when I'm going to be dealing with like a Grenadier spamming player. And I'm going to need like a good skirmish unit to snipe them with. You know, because sailors, they're great at that. And if you can combine them with the Primero de Niños, those grenadiers are going to have a hard time doing anything. Absolutely hard time. Absolutely hard time. So here is the Primero de Niño. This is that wonderful little assault unit I was talking about. 1 splash, 13 damage, 30% hack armor. It's a great unit, you know. I think in earlier, before they made that change to like bayonet wielding units dealing less damage to them, I always considered them like a garbage unit that you would never train. But now that musketeer units aren't that tough against them anymore, now I'm thinking, yeah, this can deal with a lot of different civilizations now, and it's actually somewhat better than the Akayobatai because it hits multiple things at once. And it's longer lasting in a pitched melee fight. You know, if somebody, even if they got hussars on the battlefield trying to attack them, or, you know, skirmishers, and they're trying to butt them with their rifles, it's going to take a lot harder to cut their way through them with just like rifles or something. You know, the only thing it's really going to hard counter the Primero de Niño to the point of uselessness is the pole arms, like pikemen. You know, like if you get like pikemen or halberdiers, that could totally do something to you for that. But because the thing about pole arms is, like pikemen, halberdiers, they actually don't apply to this bayonet rule at all. Like they just get like a shock tag multiplier against like all shock units equally. So that would mean like maneuver, scout, assault, skirmish. Yeah, really anything. Really any cavalry. And also shock cavalry without any additional tags. Right? And you might be asking, what does that mean? Well, there are some, like, particularly counter shock units, like the Infernale of Argentina, as well as the Watchmaster of the Dutch. It actually does not have any tag besides shock. So that technically means that a musketeer like this does not deal multiplier damage against mounted skirmishers and mounted, like, Infernale / Washmisters, those types of units. They don't deal any multipliers against them. And the team realized that, and they're like, oh wow, now Infernale is actually counter musketeers. That's not right. So, you know, they remedied that. They changed it so such units like the Infernale and the Washmister have a malice against heavy infantry. So, yeah, they might be able to tank their heads, but they don't shred them down. It'll take so much time to kill them that it's totally not worth doing. It evens out in the end. But I suppose, in a sense, if you were just using them to like meat shield and let some skirmishers hang out in the back, that could still be a problem, but it's a lot less of a problem, and it's probably fine. You know, it's not a big deal, basically. As you see right here, the Primero de Niños, they're actually a pretty fair match for the Bevering. They actually do a lot of like splash damage, and I got a stable one against the cavalry, the Akayobatai. I brought my Quagwas in as well because of their shotgun attack to help clear out some of these units. That unit, and then look at them go flying because they hit with so many bullets at such force that they go like propelling in the air. It's really good. Look at that. It's really amazing. Absolutely amazing. Boom. Pretty good. Pretty good. Nice. Well, not nice for me, though. This is really bad. I'm, like, getting destroyed here. Like, once you have to get the Coiguas out in, like, a Paraguay versus Sweden match, that's like a red flag. Usually a red flag. It's not always a red flag in, like, a 2 versus 2 if, like, you need to get your Coiguas out and you got an ally helping you, and you're trying to help him out. It's usually fine, but if you're like in a 1v1 and you gotta get those Coiguas off the resources, you're gonna suffer because of that. You can see right here, like, my resource count's like really bad. It's actually not too bad, it's kind of compared to M, but you sort of get the point. You kind of get the gist of it. Yeah, certainly. Is that the last game? No, it's not. Not by a long shot, no. This is encounter number 4. I think we get another, like... I'm trying to think. Is this encounter number 4? Yeah, it is. I think we get, like, another 3 or 4 after this one. So, we got some matches to do here. And, you know, it's kind of cool because everybody from really every sort of, like, time zone has, like, a time during the day that they can actually pull in and see some games. So it really works out to everybody's advantage to just do like a length of line stream because, you know, I'm not catering to any particular geographic region because if people want to see the early stuff, they have to be in the Western Hemisphere. If they want to see the later stuff, they'll probably be in the Eastern Hemisphere. It's kind of an interesting way it works out, really. Yeah, it normally is. But what's not good is when you get Beveringers and volunteers sniping at your Coiguas. That's, like, not good. Not good at all. Yeah, not good. At this point, I was kind of, like, really confused and not understanding what's going to happen at this point. Like, I can't believe he totally knew what I was going to do, and he had, like, 2 times to get it right, 3 times to get it right, and yeah. There's nothing you can do about that, though. If you get, like, 3 out of syncs, like 2 out of syncs in a row, that's, like, accidents waiting to happen, really. Like, combat-wise, you know. You kind of give somebody a window into everything you know and stuff. Then they can counter that and they can, oh, I know what to make because I know exactly what he's going to do. Bada bing, bada boom. So what I did here to make things a bit different was I decided to put out some artisanal cannons and try to stop the bleeding a little bit with these artillery units because I know these cannons are quite good. And in fact, the French immigrant colony in H1 H2 comes with a technology called nitroglycerin, which actually adds 1 additional range and more damage to these cannons. And that's why here it's 21 range instead of 20 range. So they actually end up outranging skirmishers, most skirmishers, by like 1 range, which means they're actually fairly good at kiting off infantry if you can protect them a lot of the time. They can hit and run pretty well against especially the shorter range infantry like the line infantry. Quite good at that, honestly. Really good at that. Certainly. Yeah, and you know, Saga White Black, the cool thing about doing like a live stream like this is, even if you don't get to see the whole thing, like you don't get to see all the matches played, you can check in at any time on YouTube and check out basically the VOD version of it, you know? And it helps me out because it makes the view count naturally higher, and then it's more likely for people to don't normally watch the channel to be able to find it in their potential things that they might want to watch, right? And for the people that are subscribed to the channel, like one of the first things they're going to see is, oh yeah, look at this live stream with all these views on it. You want to see it? And yeah, people are going to be able to watch live streams they normally wouldn't even know about, right? Because not everybody checks the channel every day. You know, some people just check it periodically, like Age of Mythology or Return of Rome, which I haven't done in a while. Yeah, it's a way for the community to check back in all the time and see important live streams and uploads that I do that they might want to see, especially if they're AoE3 people, you know. If they want to see AoE3 stuff and they want to see like the War Celebrity live stream, they'll definitely catch it, and then that helps me get the word out of it more and more, you know. Really is helpful. You gotta love towers when you're Paraguay, though. Did you know that outposts deal multipliers against shock units and cavalry? So they actually snipe not only the courses, but also these too. Really helpful when you're trying to get your way out of a bad situation. Oh yeah, and then he's got hussars, big tanky sword slashing things. Yeah, that's not gonna help you out too much. This was like a maximum match. So I thought, well, when we did like the second playthrough of this match, I thought that, hey, I got him by surprise here, I might be able to make a mass on him. But then I lost that when it out was synced, and then he knew what I could do. Oh no, now he knows everything I can do, and it's like, it's like doing rehearsal. It's like, you know, when you rehearse like a play or something, and everybody knows their lines. That's what happened in this match. Yeah. Well, it's good to know that the second match was not like quote-unquote rehearsed at all, you know. We truly played it like through one time, and yeah. It was a one solid playthrough of it. It's like, we didn't have to do it that many times. Yeah. I'm trying to remember how long ago I even did this. I think I did this about like 2 or so weeks ago or something. Something like that. Maybe 3 weeks. I can't remember how long ago I did this. Quite some time ago. I know we were having some issues at the start. People that wanted to be in the tournament or not, because of certain rules and stuff, like the think about the mercenary rule and stuff. Yeah, and I guess at the beginning of the tournament too, we had this communication issue with the rules document. That's basically because of the verbiage and stuff. It said all immigrant battalions are only limited to 2. So people that like lamb sieves like me thought, hey, I can only send these red devils twice throughout the whole match. That doesn't sound right. And I asked the chorizo in the chat and said, why are you limiting people to getting immigrants 2 times? I said, oh, wait a second, I meant only the cards from like the Anglophone sieves because of like a coin costing card like the mercenary. I said, man, you need to correct that document, you know? You just had like 2 or 3 people jump ship because they thought you were literally nerfing Latin American use in the tournament for no reason. And I reiterated and said, hey, you know that these battalions don't have a build bounty anymore, right? So they arrive just at the same time as any other like card would, right? So yeah, that was kind of an interesting way that turned out, really. Seriously is. So now we're going to boot up and we're going to see my second match, Koreans versus Paraguayans. Yeah. You know what? I was so distraught about how that first match went, like spent like more than an hour trying to do the same thing only for me to lose my whole advantage. And I said, you know, we're going to do Paraguay right the second time. Or so I thought. We'll see how that goes. We'll see how this turns out. See how that turns out. Wait a second. These... Oh, so we actually got only 3 encounters to do left, right? Right? Yeah, only 3 encounters to do left. So we got through Aladdin, Chorizo, Rommel. Now we're going to go through mine, and then we got only 3 encounters to do after me. Okay. It's because I had a clone of my own games again, so I was looking through the list and go, oh yeah, so we must have like 4 more groups. No, we only have like 7 groups. And that's probably fine. How many of you were on like the East Coast region, like the Atlantic coast? Like, for me, it's already like 6:30 in the afternoon, heading towards the evening right now. We started at 2:30, so this has so far been about a 4-hour live stream so far. So yeah, time is racking up, and assuming it's taken about 4 hours to get to this point, maybe we're gonna finish up around like I don't know, like 10:30 or something like that. Not bad, honestly. It's not bad at all. No. See, kind of the cool thing about doing a different schedule now to accommodate for earlier things for Royal Clan and stuff is I can actually sleep in as much as I want to now. I can maybe get some food in so I'm really not starving for like 10, 12 hours if it turns into that type of a casting. And, I feel like I can come in with more energy and more, stamina to do it. When you have to go with very little sleep and not a lot of food, you might stumble up on some of your things. You might not have the energy to do an entire tournament casting in one day. But if you prepare yourself for it, you give yourself a bit of a warm-up, you can do it. And even if I do have like a Helter Skelter stream to handle before I do the Liga, I still get like usually like 3 or 4 hours to eat and do what I want to do. Prepare uploads from the previous day on the channel, get those published and sent to the different Discord servers for people to see. Yeah. So yeah, being a YouTuber can get pretty tricky sometimes, Yeah, certainly. But getting back to the match here, it's sort of like more or less the same old situation, but now it's against Korea. And unfortunately, in the first few moments of the game, I thought, well, how's this going to go? He's got the Dangpa Spearman. It's a polearm, so it means he deals full multipliers against my Primero de Niña. But I thought, well, can't I just outnumber them? And then I realized way too late that there is an unfortunate fact when it comes to Korea. And I'll point that out right now. Korea gets this card. Let's try to pronounce it for fun. Moye Dobo Tongji. Moye Dobo Tongji. So, what Moye Dobo Tongji does is it gives Dangpa Spearman an area damage of about 1 splash. And guess what that means? My Spearmen get the same level of area of effect damage as my Primero de Niñas do. So it's like Primero de Niñas fighting against Primero de Niñas with also anti-shock multipliers. And now you're totally toast, basically. Yeah. Yeah, that was... I didn't think of it that deep until it was too late. Like, what's going to happen now? And another thing, too, that Korea can actually do now, with the consulate, they get Russian allies. And in this version, the Great War Patch, some of the consulate allies, like the Russians, the French, the British, and the Dutch, and the Germans actually, had their units reworked in the battalions. So what you get with Russia now, instead of Cossacks for the 1st Battalion from the consulate, is Opolshenets, which are basically Royal Guard pikemen. Because, as you know, Russians get pikemen now. You saw them earlier in the form of the partisans. And essentially, to match up with the numbers you would get in the Asian dynasties for, say, the Japanese and their Spanish allies, the Opolshenet battalion you get with the Koreans and the Chinese, you get them too, is about 13 pikemen, on top of the spearmen that you get from the Korean Civ itself. And now you realize, hey, my Paraguayan Civ is on life support now. Because I literally got hope that I get really lucky shotgun volleys with my Quaiguas. Maybe get some artisanal cannon and escopeteros across the line to get them out. Right, and then there's the archers, of course, the Mayong Yungs. There's a wonderful longbowmen that they get. And this too. You know what this is? Lord of the Mountains. Basically, when you build your monastery, basically what it does is it produces tigers over time from it for free. But it does give them, I think, half the build limit that they can normally have. Because normally, if you're like playing India or something, you have tigers, you can get like 10 of them. But once you send this, you can only get 5. But that's 5 free soldiers that you can get pop free for the rest of the game. Because remember, pets don't cost population space. So it doesn't matter if you have an army of like 200 archers and spearmen, you can still get 5 tigers replenishing to their full number. That's kind of something scary to realize. And something else you realize, too, is the Tigers are actually really good military units. You know, they got a decent amount of HP. They get hand armor. And they do a decent amount of attacks, similar to what the Aga Yobataya the Primero de Linea does. Really, so it turns into a really powerful unit. And in this case, what the added bonus is, they become a meat shield that prevents me from actually targeting the spearmen, so the spearmen can do more of what the spearmen do best, which is deal with shock units, and then it snowballs into a cascade that you can't save yourself from. Yeah, that's exactly what happens here, too. Like, you see the monastery here making the tigers, and here's the dang puff spearman barracks. Right here. Me, I'm going double Primero de Linea, thinking everything's fine. Oh yeah, we're just going to mass up assault units. Soon behold, we'll see how that goes. Eternity... Eternity Jack. Yeah. Oh, I agree. That Juanito Bonito got me. Here comes the spearman and the tigers. Tony the Tiger's coming for me. Gonna frost my flakes. They're even good against the Koiguas because of that splash attack, you know. Like, yeah, they're like serious threats to everything. And then they siege well because they're spearmen. They get like a good siege. At this point, I queue in a couple escopeteros. Say, no, I have to go double barrel shotgun to deal with this type of a cancer. Yep, I put them over there, and then I try to boom, back up, boom, back up, boom again. Yeah, see, this, I don't think the bullets were really good this game, honestly. They weren't in my favor because, you know, these, I didn't expect the spearmen to actually win out in that situation. Yeah, the escopeteros actually lost. Yeah, and then Koiguas, you know, have to do their job, and then some more escopeteros. Fortunately, they're targeting onto the monks over there. Yeah, not good. Not good at all. Pobres Juanitos y Juanitas here. Not doing well. Not doing well at all. So they're setting up another wave that looks like of spearmen and tigers. Oh yeah, I just looked at the stream data. We just hit about 100 views on this live stream. Good work, Juanitos and Gringos and whatever else we can get into this stream. We're doing really good. Getting lots of viewership. This is great. Because remember, when I'm like doing like Wars of Liberty gameplays and stuff, it's kind of, once you get a really good one, you get like 100 or so views, like 105 or 106. The fact that we're like sort of like at the midway point through the stream and we're already there, that's pretty good. You know, I like this whole YouTube live stream thing. Like, we're getting really good attention with the community. Getting people to engage a lot more through here than we could on Twitch, and it's really working out really good. Yeah, really good stuff. Really good stuff. Oh boy, look at that. See, this is tigers completely obstructing my escopetero from being able to focus on the primary objective of the spearman. Yeah, I completely lost my mask because this Tony the Tiger thrusted my flares. Now I have to ship in the artisanal cannons, and did I get? Yep, I added nitroglycerin to them to get that extra range and damage on them. Absolutely brutal. Unreal. Lost my entire army advantage. Like, see, if it went for the Tigers, it was just a spearman, I would be able to just shotgun my way through the spearmen, get a bit of a mass, force them to retreat, get some cannons, you know. Slowly build up a force, snowball an army that could gradually grow. And also note, because I'm constantly fighting this Juanito off, I can't actually get the bakery technology. I can't get woodworks. I can't get coinworks from the home city. So you kind of stagnate economically, and then you're losing koi goods in each situation. So even your vil count is not actually growing at all. You're in a hole basically that you can't climb out of. Whereas Korea, being a booming civilization, they were booming all the time because remember, this wonder here, the Grand Palace. What does the Grand Palace do for people who haven't played Korea? It does two things. It creates villagers automatically, just like the Ottoman Civ does. And it also contains European level 1 market technologies. So gang saw, hunting dogs, placer mines, as well as the blunderbuss and great coat for about double the price. Yeah. Not only did they get 2 villager queues working in tandem. Oh yeah, these are Gungo cavalry, by the way. Korea actually gets cav archers in Age 2 just like the Ottomans do. Except there's these guys here. Yeah, I thought I'd mention that. They actually don't get like a hand cavalry in Age 2 at all. Which is kind of interesting, you know. In the past, they could get that in the form of the Cossacks, but now that the Cossacks have been swapped out with the Opposhened partisans, now they don't get any like hand cavalry scout or assault till like Age 3, unless you get the Pyongyang Hall Wonder, and you send out some of the righteous fighters with the ability. That's the only way you get like any sort of like hand shock unit at all until Age 3 when you get the Iron Flail. Indeed, the same Iron Flail as the Chinese Civ in Definitive Edition, only the statistics vamped up a bit since it's, you know, it's not supposed to be like a banner army unit anymore. It's supposed to be like a solid, like, consistent military unit. Yeah. Certainly. And here's a bit of trivia for you. Like a trivia fact for you. Believe it or not, if you end up on a map where you get a European market, proto-unit, a European market at the start of like Florida or something, or Saguenay or one of those maps, guess what? You can actually get the double price European market technologies from it without the wonder. Yeah, isn't that kind of cool actually? I don't think everybody knew that unless they played enough Wars of Liberty games on different maps, you know. Because European market technologies like placer mines, gang saw, hunting dogs were actually Age 1 technologies. All you need is the proper building to research them, and you can still research them. You don't need the wonder, you can just get them at a European market because it's written into the code of those buildings to hold those technologies there. Yeah, not that you want to research them because remember, double cost, so basically hunting dogs is 100 wood, 100 coin. It's pretty expensive. Gang saw, 200 food. Placer mines, 150 wood. Well, actually, wait a minute, no, what's placer mines? It's 170, no, it's 75 food and 75 wood, so it would be about 150 food, 150, wood. Yeah, and then you go into like the Great Code and the Blunderbuss, and it's like 220, 120, 150. Yeah, so yeah, it's pretty expensive. Like, but when you get to like Age 2, what you can actually do is you can go for a different wonder, like the Fort, where you can go up with the Pyongyang Gate to be aggressive, and still have those technologies as an option for you to research midpoint through age 2. Yeah. So, absolutely. It's really powerful. And see, at this point, Korea's in such boomy state right now, they can actually double Q barracks at this point and still get army into it. Totally brutal, actually. Yeah, absolutely brutal. Yeah, not looking good. Not looking good at all. Look at all those spearmen. It's a literal Tammy spammy. Look at that Tammy spammy. That's a Tammy spammy, folks. Jeez. That is a Tammy spammy. Just should have given him the green color to do the Tammy spammy with. GG to me. Good start to the tournament season. What's this? Why do they keep getting these warnings about bitrate? Stream health. What difference does it make? As long as people can see the match and they can enjoy it, that's all that matters, really. Yeah, absolutely. Alright, so let's exit out of AoE 3 and let's boot up again. Part 2. Well, I should say part 5, because now we're moving on to encounter number 5 of the 7 we got, actually. Yeah, we got 7 encounters for this week, Liga A. Yeah. Yep. Certainly. Alright, let's move on to encounter number 5 now. And who will that be against? That will be between core games. It will be between Sabero and Adri. Now, Adri, for those that don't know, is actually a new member of the Liga, just like Chapo is. Adri is like a pro player in our community, so he's gonna deliver some really crushing blows in this tournament, just so you're aware. And Sabero is actually another high-level player too that I fought against, so in general, this categorization of the different ligas does allow us to put a lot more higher-level players in than we normally can. So that's something you can look forward to with these. Wait a second. Do I really want? I want to show them in order though. So let me do the swapperoo and show you the other one first. Yeah, I prefer to show them in order if at all possible, really. Yep, let's get the other one up then. Sometimes the Juanitos, they name them the wrong way and it's the wrong match and the wrong order, basically. Yeah. So this is probably going to be the one on Mendocino, right? Yep, here we go. Yep, Mendocino. Here we go. So we got Germany, Sabero versus Adri's Evets. Come on, Evet Ulf. Alright. So, Ottomans versus Germans. We've already seen Ottomans today. There's really nothing too different about them except for the fact that they have to wait really, really long to get their upgrades. Oh yeah, and one more thing too I should mention. Ottomans also, when they siege a building with torches or arrows, actually trickles coin with their units. So sieging buildings with like infantry and cavalry actually results in actual coin income for you. A bit of a rating bonus. Yeah. Something I thought I'd point out. As for Germany, this is not Germany. This is literally the British from the 5th edition. And I say that for a very particular reason. See, the way that this Germany works is pretty interesting. We'll see once they start constructing houses. Basically, Germany lost really all their old bonuses from the Asian dynasties in the 5th edition in favor of a lot of new stuff. Right, so first thing you'll notice right away when you're playing as the Germans and you're building your first house for population, you get a new building, the Mainz-Kanieren. And the Mainz-Kanieren, basically what this does is it produces a free settler when you construct it. Same as the British bonus in the 5th edition. So basically Germans are looking a lot more British now in terms of their functionality. It's like literally England. And now that means that you can literally manor boom with the Germans. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. And you know what's interesting too is, now the Germans get like a Royal Guard Musketeer in the form of the Maykoffer Line Infantry and the Royal Guard Hussar in the form of the Totenkopf Hussar. So, like Royal Guard-wise, they also look very British. And then when we look at the deck, they actually get this wonderful card, the Hobreich Plan, which is actually the same thing as the Virginia Company, which makes the manor houses cheaper. So, literally just British. Literally just British. I mean, they do get a couple of other interesting tidbits too, like, they don't actually get Minutemen for emergency units. They actually get 2 different emergency units that they have to send the levies from the outposts instead of the town center. And those 2 emergency units are the Landwehr Infantry and the Landwehr Cavalry. The Landwehr Infantry is basically just that, a Minuteman. The Landwehr Cavalry, though, is basically like a Lancero. They both lose HP over time, you know, just like regular men do. Unless you send a card in Age 4 called the... I'm trying to remember. Got the tip of my... For some reason my brain doesn't want to say what it is, but basically it works, it stops them from losing HP, and then they have a card too, which they don't have, the Royal Decree, called the Politic technology that basically allows you to train the Landwehr Infantry and the Landwehr Cavalry. Oh, the Bismarck model, yeah, that's the H4 card, the Bismarck model. For some reason I was thinking of the AI personality of the Bismarck, and I couldn't think of the word Bismarck at all. So, yeah, it's the Bismarck model. Yep. So yeah, if you send the Bismarck model in Age 4, their emergency units don't lose HP anymore, and then when you send the Politic Royal Decree from the capital, since in Wars of Liberty you've researched Royal Decree text from the capital and not the church, basically you can not only train those Landwehr units from your barracks and stable, but you can also upgrade them. Get like Veteran, Guard, Imperial upgrade for them, which is pretty nice. And then the other bonus that Germany gets is something called Krupp factories, which you can start to construct in Age 3, and then the build limit goes up 1 per age. And what a Krupp factory is, it's a big giant, like arsenal-looking building, but even bigger and better designed, and it produces artillery for free over time. And you can configure in the building which artillery you want to produce. You can make falconets, otherwise known as foot artillery, culverins, mortars. I don't think you can make horse artillery anymore because they were removed from the European roster, I believe. Because they want to put those in the Anglophone roster eventually. And then in addition to those 3, there's also some cards which we don't see here that Germany also gets, which adds additional options to the Krupp factory. So in Age 3, they get a card, I think it's called the Essence Stahlwerk, which lets you produce steel guns from the Krupp factory. And if you remember from earlier, the steel gun is the same thing as the heavy cannon that you see in the 5th edition for European civs. So basically you get heavy cannons in Age 3 from the Krupp factories. They just arrive a lot slower because, as you know, heavy cannons have a lot of train points required of them, so they take a long time to arrive. Yeah, pretty much. And then in Age 4, they get another card that lets them send the Farpanzers from the Krupp factory as well, which is actually the heavy artillery of the nation-state culture, otherwise known as mobile armors, right? So you get 2 forms of heavy artillery you can actually make with your German Krupp factories if you want to. Yeah. Kind of interesting, you know. Very versatile building. And the Civ is also really versatile as well. They get a lot of stuff going in their favor, not just the mayor booming. It does look like they sent the Hallbright plan out as well, so yep, these manors are only costing like Might's Cairns, only cost like 88 wood. Cheaper than the standard house, so that means lots and lots of settlers. Up to 20 additional settlers within a very short period of time, if they're left to their own devices. And what I like, the thing that Cerbero's doing, he's actually walling his base up a bit. So he's giving Ottomans one less way that they can threaten him. Because Ottomans, being Ottomans, they're going to go Abisgun or Janissary, right? And essentially by doing that, he's going to be able to have a really strong skirmish unit backed by the protection of the Janissary scimitars. 1 second, I have to put a light on. It's getting a little dark in there. Yep, I can see once again. Alright, so, basically, you gotta understand that the Germans' main roster is built around the line infantry and the hussar. As I mentioned before, that's their royal guard unit. So one way you can deal with that is go in Janissary Abiscar. The Abisgunners completely obliterate the line infantry, and the Janissaries completely obliterate the hussars. Right? Now, Germany does actually get access to volunteers that they can use to shake things up a bit. So they get that crossbowman aspect should they need it. But then, as you know, Abisgunners completely shred through crossbowmen because of their crush damage. There's like no malice in place to deal with it. So, yeah, good luck. Good luck to say the least. Yep, look at those settlers going down. There goes your manor bonus. Out the window. Yeah, it must really sting losing villagers in Germany because it kind of destroys the purpose of your bonus. You're supposed to get these nice 20 fresh villies out the door to help you afford your stuff, and then you end up losing them? Because of these command Evets keep sniping you down long range with their Abyss guns. On the tube. And then being lost. Yeah. Very annoying. Very. I have a particular resentment for Abyss guards when I have to deal with them in 1v1. And early on, I never quite figured out how to use them correctly until I started seeing other people use them. So I was like, it's not that good of a unit, you know, it's kind of expensive. And then when I really knew how to do 2v, like 1v1 and how to use crates and market text and stuff, I realized the Abyss Gunner's a powerhouse and it is a total cancer for anyone to deal with. You know, it can snipe artillery, it can snipe infantry, it can deal with maneuver units. It is really not a fun situation for anyone to be dealing with when you're pitted against them. Do they get any maneuver multiplier, these units? Good question, actually. Trying to look at the, yeah, they get 1.3 against maneuver, but they get 0.5 malice against shock units. So that means, essentially, that the Abyss Gunner really only does gets a malice of like 0.8 against maneuver units. Which is kind of interesting, you know, that's a lot. You know, that means they're actually doing less damage against maneuver units than they are. Yeah. Kind of weird, you know. That's why I'm surprised he didn't just give him like a multiplier against like a malice against shock and assault instead. Because now they can't even counter Dragoons that way, because that means they're doing less damage against the Dragoons, right? Well, conceivably, anyways. I guess that may be for balance reasons, I guess. I don't know. I do like this little fortress you got here, this little, like, circular wall here. This palisade. It just prevents them from running straight up at you. You just have to protect your flank now, and that gives you more time to prepare and defend, basically. And then the Army's also sent in their shipping the Delhi cavalry. These strong units with their 27 hand attack and 410 HP. That's kind of scary looking. But what's scary is they don't see another upgrade to Imperial Age, as we know. So yeah, you kind of have to get used to it. Get used to those stats for a while, unless you send like cavalry combat. Or you get your cavalry cuirass technology from the arsenal. Yeah, those are really your two outs for that. Oh, hussars. What are they doing? That was the question. I don't know. We'll see. Woo! Hussars down for the count. Boom, boom. Yeah, and these are the Landwehr infantry, by the way. These were sent out of the outposts here called a redoubt in Wars of Liberty. And they actually don't get multipliers against any of these things, because you would think for a second that the Abyss Guards were either artillery or siege units because they're special weapons, but nah, they're just skirmish. So Landwehrs are not a good solution. Oh no, and look at all those stars getting chopped up by those Janissary scimitars too. Absolutely not good. Feels... Why were they sitting there shooting their blunderbusses? They should have just went into the TC, not that it matters. Abyss Janissary for you. What can you do? Even Haiti can't deal with that. Not even Zulu can deal with that combination. It's... yeah. And then I sit there thinking back to the old times, like, Ottomans are horrible civil wars of liberty because they don't get veteran guard upgrades. And then I look at this moment when I see somebody losing as Germany, and then I fail to them as Haiti and Zulu. I'm like, now they're the S-tier civilization. How did that happen? How can they be an S-tier civilization for like one phase in the game, and then they drop off the face of the earth until Imperial Age, where they just sort of climb their way back? It's like, really? Like, that's a lot going on all at once. Now, did this Simon get Silk Road? No, they did not. So, they did not get Silk Road. But they got the crate carts for a Silk Road deck. Now they're sending the food. Did they get the other crates? Yep, all the wood, all the coins. So, they're probably just gonna... I think they're just gonna fight out in Age 2, since that's really their strong suit. Like, why go to an Age where I don't get any upgrades on my units? Like, the only thing you actually get from going up to, like, Capital Age is either being able to make foot artillery or being able to ship, like, Spahi. Safahi, he's got two of those, so yeah, he would be shipping those in. Yeah. Yep, certainly. And they're at the point in the phase they have to start getting their first settler build limit technology from the church, or the mosque, whatever you want to call it. Yep. What do you think of this match, though, people? Do you like seeing Ottomans completely going Abyss Gunner on everybody, or do you wish that they did something to those units? I mean, to me, I think the Ebuscar is actually fine balance-wise because I used them again, tried to use them, I tried to use them against Mexico once. I think it was Luis Kaiser's Mexico once, and it did not go very well. Because I guess he was able to mass up his macheteros in such a way that I really couldn't get edge on him at all, and it just became really impossible to push at him, and it was, interesting. Or maybe that was another Mexico, I don't know. It was Mexico versus Armins, and I was getting completely destroyed by the Soldaderas, macheteros, and then when I tried to send a bunch of bombards like Denali's guns at them, then they'd pull out the Volantes and they'd snipe them because they're anti-artillery, they're culverins. And what am I going to do against that? I don't know. It's really, really confusing. It gets really confusing once you get to that phase, and it's like, where do we go from here? Seriously. What do you do from there? It's insane. Oh yeah, you're done for, buddy. Let's look at the resource count just to see. Yeah, he's completely smoked right now. He's completely smoked. The kid doesn't even know what happened. At this stage of the game, Germany's usually rolling out lots of pretzels and bratwurst and food, and now they don't even have enough for that. Like, pulling in some money. They have less money than the Weimar Republic does. Wow. It's all a mess. Absolute mess. Ebbet. GG. GG. Now we get to see part 2 of Adri versus Severo. That was the first one. Now we get to see the second one on Hudson Bay, which, that's the first one that popped up. They're like, no. Let's do it in order from Mendocino to Hudson Bay. Make it feel real. So let's do that. Because like I said, sometimes you got the Juanitos and they name the files wrong, and yeah. Alright, so we're going to boot up Severo versus Adri Part 2. Also, it's probably good to see some new artwork for once when I'm loading up the game, right? Well, the thing is, you can actually still see, I think you can still get the Juanito loading screens from time to time, I believe. Yeah. So now we're going to be going to we're going to go here. Match number 2. Actually, match number 1. Imagine if I load the thing I just loaded. Like, man, what trying to draw out time or something? Yeah. Alright, Hudson Bay time. You think for a second it's India when you see those villages, then you realize, no, these are actually Indonesian. Yeah, these are Japanese voice sets from Struggle of Indonesia, Yeah. And the only reason why we get these wonderful Bungusti voice sets is because I actually mentioned it in the testing channel when we were doing the beta testing for the patch. I was like, what the Civ really needs for its Javanese laborers? It needs wonderful, crisp Javanese voice sets from the Warga and Struggle of Indonesia. Yeah, for anyone that's played Struggle Indonesia, you know exactly what these voice sets are from, right? They're from the Warga villager that, I think a good number of the Javanese culture Civs has access to as their villi. Yeah. So, yep. I think even Civs that don't have the Warga, some of their villages also use those voice sets, so it's pretty common. It's kind of nostalgic, the Soy, while also giving him something better than the Indian voice set, which is kind of a little bit dry for Indonesia. And then Wars of Liberty already uses Struggle of Indonesia voice sets, like the Pantana, is it the Pantana Hulan or whatever that mercenary is with all the HP, the Musketeer unit. That also already uses soy voice sets. And those same soy Struggle of Venetia voice sets were also applied to the Machazi in this Civ, right? So, beyond that, I need to sort of like explain to you how this new Dutch Civ works, because they are not your definitive edition Dutch by any close standard. So the way they work is they're basically the Trinity Civ, if that makes any sense. They're sort of like the Trinity Civ. Threes in a triangle. 3 things. So their first set of 3s are they get 3 villagers. They get the settler, who gets a bonus on mills and berry bushes. They get the Javanese laborer, who gets a bonus from trees. And then they get the African slave that gets a bonus from mining and plantations. Yeah, so they actually get 3 different villagers with about a 10% gathering rate boost on specific resources. For the settlers, it's food resources. For the Javanese, it's wood. For the slaves, it's coin. And you notice that the villagers do their best gathering in the areas and the resources they cost them. Right? Okay. So it opens up a really weird way to play the Civ. And sometimes, if you want to save up on food, you don't necessarily have to spend food for settlers. You can actually, if you got enough Javanese laborers chopping wood, you can just queue up more of the Javanese laborers. And you can queue up more slaves while they're mining. Because, see here, that the slaves are only 70 coin, and the Javanese labor only 60 wood. So the costs are adjusted to be more fair in terms of the, costs and the time you can get them. And he's actually aging up with the Statesman. The Statesman, I believe, gives you about 440. No, the Statesman gives you 200 coin and a redoubt, so a tower. Yeah. Yep, and so after that, there's another sort of trinity going on with the Civ where they get 3 ultimate units. One for food, the Washmeester, which is a Dutchman with stats similar to the Infernale or the Montanera in older times, so it's like an anti-cavalry unit in melee. They get the Machazi, which is really just a Machatero that costs only wood, and then they get the Zwart Hollander, which is a line infantry with extra armor and stats. And notice how it's tied to the whole dynamic of costs and only things from Africa only cost coin, things from Indonesia only cost wood, and things from Europe only cost food. So it's really like a triangle Civ. They get triangles and everything. They're like the geometric Civ of Wars of Liberty. Lots of trigonometry going on in their Civ bonuses. Yeah. And one thing you will miss with this Dutch Civ is they don't get banks anymore. No more banks. No more riders either. They get normal dragoons. But what they do get is this unit that moves at sonic speeds, the flanker. A musketeer that's so fast it can actually kite other musketeers no problem. Yeah. And you know why that's the case? It's actually both a musketeer and a skirmisher all in one. Yeah. So at range it has multipliers against maneuver units. In melee it has a bayonet that has anti-cavalry multipliers, right? The stronger ones against maneuver and scout, the weaker ones against assault. But the thing that makes it powerful is when you combine it with this card, the Chaturige Mobile, it actually gains about 0.50 speed, which makes it as fast as 550 speed. I think it's about 550 or... Yeah, it's actually able to outrun other people's infantry. And as a result, it can kite them really without a challenge. When it comes to things like hand infantry, like the pikemen, yeah, they can absolutely wreck them. Yeah. And we'll see if they can do that here against the Russian line infantry, which we see coming out right now from Adri. He's also going to be shipping in Cossacks. He's also going to start to insert some food crates. And then he can ship in some Pastunis, some Cossacks, and some not unstoppable Steletzis later. Here come the Cossacks. See how he's already pressured into his hole now. And let's see how his research is. So, yeah, he doesn't have like any coin to like get flank wars, because remember, flank war only costs like 50 coin. It's nothing close to that of a Grenadier at all. Like, if you can't get coin out, you're like literally forced on the Grenadier, and then of course that makes you a little bit more vulnerable to things like Cossacks and Plastoonis, right? And since Plastoonie is like a dismount unit, it gets trained out of the blockhouse, so therefore Adri doesn't even have to build a staple to get a shock unit, he just needs to make Plastoonies from his blockhouse. Yeah. In fact, I probably prefer the Plastoonie over most times over the Cossack because it's more competent against like musketeers. It's got that lovely little charged splash attack. It's got more potential, really. Like, once it gets up and close to person with the enemy, then they do more, right? The only time when Cossacks are probably better is... Well, actually, here's the thing. Well, actually, looking back, Kaiser one time did Dutch versus my Russia. Dutch are supposed to hard counter Russia now because the flank war with its speed from that card I mentioned before gets to about 5 speed. And with that, they're actually able to kite the Plastoonis, they're able to kite the Opelshenets, they're able to kite their whole roster. And it really just puts them in a bind. Yeah, it really does. Puts them in a serious bind. Certainly. We go for another attack. Cossacks going for that straggling settler there. And we get thrusted by those lances. Now they're going to try to siege for the house now. Oh, but then they're going to meet the grenades. Ooh! No casualties, but they did do some decent damage there. You have to wait about a minute before you get another grenade to toss. See, what you should be doing... You should be getting this technology here, and you should be kiting them. Like, force them out into the open, you know? Now, it's going to be a bit harder with the Cantonas, but with the line infantry, you could probably do it. And then, of course, if he tries to hit you with the Cossacks, just get the bayonets up and start ripping them apart. So what's like the military population here? So we're talking about like
Commando.
17 flankers as well as the grenadiers. They're left over about 6. What's Adri got like militarily? He's got about this many Cantonas, which is alarming because remember both grenadiers and flankers are heavy infantry, so these multipliers hold true to both of them. So they're really doing 16 damage to them. And you got these line infantry. Here you got some 4 Cossacks, yeah. But the thing is, because Russia can exert map control through blockhouses, they are able to get enough hunts under their fold that they can actually, justify getting steel trouts, what they just did. So they can go full hunting economy. They got nothing holding them back then. Nothing. Now we see the flankers get to work. But he still hasn't learned his lesson. He still hasn't sent the speed card yet. So these are literally just standard musketeers running around them. Wait a minute. What's the speed of a line infantry? Let's find out. So it's about 4. So yeah, the flanker is slightly faster even without the card, but still. Working with 5 speed instead of 4.5 is going to give you really 1 speed score ahead of the infantry. Yeah. Oh, they got some hussars now too. That's going to be helpful. I think with the hussars, you just try to go after the Cantonas, ideally. Maybe you can pick off those Cossacks first, though. Yeah, try to focus fire down those line infantry if you can, if you're not going to kite. Because if you can take down the line infantry, then you can go right for the skirmishers with the Hussar mass you got there, the scout units. Yep, now they're retreating, and then they basically going to get snared in the back. Yeah, he just sticks them in the bayonet mode to try to punish that, and they ended up being the ones swapped off. Yeah, kind of a good fight here for Sabero, honestly. He's getting some decent kills in there. I think Adri's not in his best shape right now. And now I would say walk off these Cossacks, and get the flank wars to one-shot them. And then you'll be in another good circumstance. Try to kite off these line infantry if you can, and let the Hussars work on the Cossacks, because statistically Hussars beat Cossacks. And outnumber them in this case, too. So, I mean, that's... Yeah, yep, now he's doing it. Now he's doing it. Probably could have gone some more if he did earlier, but that's a whole nother story. It's a whole nother situation.
Спасибо, что заплатил мой выкуп.
Что?
Yeah, see, this Hussar raid here might get a couple of miners, hopefully, but it's... Yeah, you wait way too long. You could get one, no, you didn't even get that one. That's kind of bad. You could get this one on the way out, though, if you go that way. Does he have any hunters over here? Yeah, go over here. You're gonna get a lot of rewards out of this area. Reap some rewards out of here. See, he's doing it the ones at the top though, so he can't even get the ones down. I would get the ones down below first, and then start cutting the ones up here as they're retreating, or force them to move somewhere else. But yeah, of course, he can't focus on that because he's dealing with problems in his home country right now in this spot. That's a lot of Russian infantry to deal with, you know, and then the Cossacks are meat shielding for, yeah, not an ideal situation for you. How many builds does Sabero have? So he has 3 of the Javanese. He's got how many settlers? 22 slaves. Do you have any slaves left?
Commando.
Let me look this up. 2 slaves. So he's got almost 30 vills. Got some 4 more hussars from his age up. What can he get now, though? He can ship in skirmishers, he can get hussars, he can put a fort up, he can get 8 slaves, which would really be a good bonus for him. He can really boom up. So, right now, Severo's actually looking like he's got the upper hand for at least some of the things, right? Now, I would try to save your settlers a little bit more, you know. Try to keep that bill count up. Give yourself a little bit of support. Yeah, I mean, but unfortunately, you're getting caught out on the area here, and you're gonna get snared. Yep. You know what would be really nasty for Russia to have against flank wars is if they actually got like a slight anti-skirmish multiplier because they use lances. Because that would mean that the Cossacks would actually deal multipliers against these units because they get the skirmish and the heavy infantry tag. Kind of an interesting unit, you know. Really is. And for those that aren't aware, these used to be the stats that they had for the Patricio for Argentina, and then they turned the Patricio into a fully fledged musketeer now. Right? The Patricio for Argentina has really gone through like 4 phases of development. First it started out as a skirmisher, then it became a hybrid, became a skirmisher with some random hand multipliers against scout units, and then it became a skirmisher again that only was good against maneuver units, and now it's like a musketeer. So it's like, why do they keep changing the stats of the Argentina Patricio? I sort of get why you wanted to move those stats to the flank war, so it would feel more like a line unit. And see, the thing is, in the old days, in the days of, you know, Malta, the flanker was actually an anti-skirm. Actually, before this patch, the Great War patch, these were like anti-skirmishers. They had multipliers against skirmish tag units. Yeah, they were anti-skirmishers. Now they're literally just like a line infantry with a bit of skirmish-related anti-maneuver built into it. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. And actually during that phase, in particular the phase before the Great War patch, they actually had no tag beyond infantry. Right, because the idea was anti-skirms were not supposed to be skirms, but the developers figured out now that makes anti-skirms a pretty nasty mess to deal with, so we better give them the skirmish tag, because they're technically a skirmisher that skirmishes skirmishers, but therefore a skirmisher. Yeah. Tongue twister. What happens when you create unit tags that never existed before? Hey, let's see. Oh, it's, oh, nice. We see, Bebeter has joined from Top Conquerors. That's nice. Yep. Nice to see you today. We're just doing the Liga A Week 1 for the Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty Liga 2024 to 2025. This is like the first week and the first set of encounters we're doing, you know. This is encounter number 5 of the night, the evening, and then we're going to be doing 2 more after this one. Yeah, we got a lot of good fights to show. So, Leandro Sanchez, hello, let's see, I'm Gafas, but on my official account so I can look stuff while you cast. Ah, yeah. Well, more than official, it's the personal one. Oh, interesting. So you got, like, multiple Juanito accounts? That's fine. I do as well, you know. I got one that I use for, like, work and school and stuff, and then I have the YouTube channel one here for gaming.
Hello?
Yeah. It's totally normal to have different emails and stuff, whatnot. Totally normal. Here comes the Fort Wagon. That would certainly be a real good help to keep the Russians out of your base. Are these veteran hussars? Yeah, they're veteranized the flankers. Skirms obviously Shao-Tech right into veteran. Where do you go from here though? Like, well, one of the strongest things you can do with Dutch is a fast industrial age. Because that's where you get like 3 new fresh squeeze ultimate units. Between the Machazi, the Watchmeister, and the Zwarthollander. Yeah. All 3 of those wonderful mainly shock units that you can apply to arms. Now, I don't know how they will help out here. So actually the Machazi could be useful against the line infantry. Combine them with the Watchmeister might be enough to pressure artillery. Oh no! Look at that! They landed right... Oh, what a save! Look at that save right there! He almost flopped. He almost flopped him off the fort wagon, but he was able to do a little shimmy move into the foundation up there. Huh. I thought he was done for in that moment, but he saved himself. Yeah, and he's stalling a good job here, so I mean, hopefully he's gonna at least get half the HP out before it's done and all. But oh no! Oh great! Try to stall him a little bit more if you can. You want to get more of that H. Oh no! See, now he's getting the cannonballs involved. Now, oh no! Yeah, see, this is why he resigns, because he knows the fort can't stay up, and then he loses everything. His resources are drained. Yeah, absolutely. It was a worthy try, though. I mean, it's kind of cool because I thought the rush was basically useless so many weeks ago against the Dutch, but now I see, hey, you can actually do it if you do it this way with line infantry and skirmish. Yeah, pretty interesting, you know, because I think I was coming off of the gameplays I was doing with Paraguay, thinking, hey, if I spam a bunch of shock units, these flankers are kind of squishy against that. But really, the thing that made them squishy was the fact that the Akayobataya Paraguay has anti-skirmish multipliers built into the unit. You don't get that with Russia. I mean, you technically could because it's a lance-wielding cavalry, but, you know, no sign of that being done just yet. Definitely not. Definitely not. And where are we now? Okay, so now we're going to be going on to the next encounter, the last 2 of the evening. Good evening. Started out at 2:30 this afternoon. We're at about 7:30, so about 5 hours in. Not bad, actually. Not a lot of time, you know. I've been to some pretty crazy Liga live streams before. They've gone on for like close to 11 hours. So this is one of the small ones. Miniature ones. So yeah, now we move on to these ones. These MCMR versus the Lien, and then we get one more tiebreaker win of Sog versus Jimpi. Hopefully they got their recordings in the right order this time, so I don't have to restart again. Let's see. Oh, Zulu. We got another Zulu. So it'll be Zulu versus Belgians. Interesting combination. So basically the colon. Never thought of that combination. So basically, trying to think. I think I've seen this combination before. I feel like in this situation, Zulu is probably in better shape than the Belgians are. At least I think they are. Because, well, I think it depends on how quickly the Zulu can go in and attack. Well, wait a second, I gotta answer a call real quick. Let me pause this real quick. Hi everyone, you hear me right? Just had a bit of a phone call I had to answer, so we're back in session now. Okay, let's resume this, shall we, and get through the last two encounters of the night? Let's go. Zulu versus Belgians. Yeah, so like I was saying before, I was trying to calculate in my head, calculus-wise, do I feel like Zulu have a better edge versus Belgium the other way around? And I feel like it really depends, because if Zulu can pull off an early aggro, like say with Impy and Bowman or something, I think they can do pretty well against the Belgians, but there's always that consideration that Belgians can always choose to use their frontier wagons to build additional towers, and that can make them harder to attack earlier. Yeah, so it's kind of hard. Kind of a hard decision to think of, right? And then you think about the special units, like, of course, the bicycle infantry is going to do nothing against MP, but it will do stuff against, like, Bowman if you have a lot of those. And, yeah, so I think it's like really any standard European civ against Zulu, really. Yeah. Now, we're going to have to look at the decks, I feel like, to sort of understand, like, what the game plan is. So, for this Belgium, not too different than the Chorizo deck, honestly. I mean, you get the crates, you got the standard unit shipments. You do get the Royal Decree of Treaty of London here. And basically this, essentially gives you some pretty interesting stuff. Like, one of the Royal Decrees will give you some Louisiana Tigers in, like, H3. So, like, actual Zwevs. Actual dismounted assault units. For those who don't know what Zwevs and, like, Louisiana Tigers are, there's, like, this whole other category of assault units, ranged foot assault units, with the French Zwev being, like, the first one, that basically fires a gun on foot, they run fast, but they have, like, 1.5 multipliers against infantry, and no pierce armor, just hack armor. And since they're shock units and assault, they do take multipliers from, like, pikemen and musketeers and stuff with, like, bayonets. But the idea is they're supposed to dominate against infantry from range, right? They can go in hand sometimes, probably against skirms, but the main purpose is to shoot from range. And just, like, kite down scores of infantry. And I feel like the fact that Belgium gets that is a pretty interesting thing, and that would probably be very powerful against Zulu if they were going heavy on Ascaris and Impy at mid-game. Yeah, certainly. They're starting to get the advanced TP right now, probably because they know Zulu are going to be active on the map, doing lots of chaotic things, and they want to make sure that my train post can last any sort of Zulu aggression for a while, so I can get enough crates in that I might actually be able to hold up against them and maybe making a counterattack. Like, if Belgium can get lots of, like, grenadiers going, for instance, with line infantry, that might be the key to dealing with the Zulu in the end. Probably will deal with it in the end. Yep, here comes the porter. Comes the porter right there, making the second Ikanda. Provide even more population. Always going for Witch Doctors too. Witch Doctors is the Library Blue Tech number 3. And basically with that, it essentially allows you to, what would I say? It basically allows you to get another porter, right? I'm trying to think. If you get, like, Blue number 3, it basically gives you another porter, right? Yeah, so you just get, like, another porter. And with that porter, you can either get an Akanda, you can get, really anything you need. Well, the thing is, something else I should sort of mention about African Library is, you can't actually build certain buildings until you reach certain library color text at a certain level. Like, actually right now, because he doesn't have any yellow technologies conceivably, he actually can't even construct a market right now. He actually has to get Library Yellow 1 to even get a market. Right? And to get, like, Granary, I think he needs Library number 2, as well as a Spice Shop, which is, well, it's not called a Spice Shop, it's called a, I think it's called Bazaar, I don't know, it's a spice, yeah, it's a Spice Shop, and it makes spice stalls, yeah, alright. Because in the old day, it used to be called the Bazaar, open-aired market. Now it's called the Spice Shop because it makes spice stalls. It also trains foreign units too, by the way. Because see, you know those wonderful consulate units that you get with the Asians? The way it works for the Africans is they can train a multitude of different nationality foreign units from their spice shop for export. Yeah. And basically with that, you can end up having like units from multiple countries at the same time. Like for Zulu, there's countries that are, I think, South Africa, the Dutch, Germany, and British. So the units right now for them are the Boer Commando for South Africa. For the Dutch, the Riders, even though they're not, or the Machazis, even though they're not even a unit in the Dutch roster anymore. They get the Redcoats from the British, and then they get Uhlans from Germany, even though they're not in the German roster anymore. So some of those have to be reworked a bit. And that's fine, because after the Middle East patch that releases whenever, I think they're going to tackle Africa next, and they'll be able to deal with some of those issues. Yeah. Definitely. Oh, here comes bottling. Bottling is a food trickle card for the Zulu. For the rest of the game, a small trickle of food will enrich you, plus unit attack and hit points. Yep, and this is the second library level red, number 2 now, infantry mobility. So I should also explain that for African library texts, they have special bonuses that get bigger over time each time you like research them. So for Zulu, their red texts involve delivering a unit. First it's for youth, and then it becomes impy after that. Like see some impy arriving right here. In addition, it makes infantry move faster, so infantry end up running faster, pretty much. Yeah. As for the yellow text, they just give you, I think, free villagers and also improve the build limit of the youth, I think. So you can hold on to more youth at the same time. And for blue, I think it just gives you, like, free porters, yeah, that you can construct stuff with. With the porter being the same thing like Hod's Traveler, basically, being able to build any building in the African in the Zulu, it's just, I should say African because Ethiopia actually uses porters even more extensively than the Zulu do. For Ethiopia, they get porters over time from their town centers actually, so they're really good for constructing lots and lots and lots of buildings around themselves, both offensive buildings and defensive and economic ones. Interesting. MCMR is going for Library Blue number 4. So he's, in general, he's been skipping everything else except for the bare necessities for red to get them moving quickly. I think what he's doing is he's exploiting the fact that the blue technologies are the cheapest to acquire, so he can save on food and coin really well. Yeah, that sounds about it, really. Yep, definitely.
Unani.
Oh wow, look at that though. The line infantry getting some free volleys. And oh, that's a... I would have done a shotgun shield bash into him though. Yep, he's gonna do it right now. Look. Look at that. That's the Zulu shotgun shield bash building. Does a super spin and then usually ends up taking out multiple units with it. Really is a powerful ability though. I'm just wondering, like, what is the MCMR plan here? I see he's going for the... Yeah, the 600 one now. He's starting to get the level 1 market text, like bird trap and slope mining from the market. Yeah. Satine Weave is the... library red number 3, so the last one before it starts crossing export on that side. And where's again the export from? Does he have his spice stall up yet? See, that's... Oh, that's what he has a spice stall yet, or... Oh, he's still gathering export from that stall. Interesting. See, I kind of get mixed up with that because I always ship in the Smart Homelanders with my exports, so I kind of end up spending a lot of it personally. So the fact that he's holding on to his makes me think, hey, he could probably... Can he afford, like, blue number 5? Possibly. I think he's going for an FI with blue number 5. Once he gets that export done. Should be able to afford it because it's the cheapest library tech, yeah. For the level 5. Belgium is also at H3, and they got some options available as well. They could start to get some Mia-Tarus machine guns to deal with the MP. They could go up to H4 and get some police elephants, which is their assault unit. They don't get like standard heavy cavalry. They get like actual war elephants that they can use. Kind of an interesting situation. I've never seen Zulu builds done this way before, where they go really exclusively on blue, and then they sort of hit back on red a little bit, and then they go more on... Because I think he's going to go all the way with the blue. Blue number 5. That's my prediction. Blue number 5. And let's check back in on Belgium while we're at it. I mean, what's Belgium even doing here? So they sent their machine gun, them mitrailleuse shipment, basically just Gatling guns, and they're queuing up line infantry.
Commando.
Not an upgrade line infantry, so no veteran upgrade just yet. Now they do get the infantry combat card, which is pretty useful. So yeah, they probably could invest in like veteran line infantry. And he also apparently has advanced arsenal too, so he could even get those techs later on if he wants to make the line infantry even more effective. group of Ascari, which are basically just African skirmishers. The MP, which are the musketeers, and then the clubmen, the Umpakity, basically just hussars or Cossacks, really, because they are a one-pop here, mind you. So yeah, you're gonna see those going in for a raid here somewhere. Starting to take down the Belgian train posts as the Umpakity come from the back, and they're going to start bashing through settlers. Oh, he's going to save Shaka first. Yeah, good idea. And now he's got him right where he wants. Oh my God. Look at these settlers. Not even trying to get away. Again, being down. Umpakity will get those ones next. Perfect raid. Perfect raid. Not even enough settlers to maximize the range attack of the town center, it looks like. Really not good. Really not good at all. And going back to Zulu, what's Zulu doing? Yeah, yep, they went for Industrial Age with blue number 5, I knew it. Industrial Age. What can they can get the Izikulu now, the Izikulu, these super elite Zulu infantry that deal like 150 hand attack. 150. Yeah, 150 hand attack. You don't get any multipliers against like cav or anything, but they do like 150 hand damage. Absolutely brutal unit. They're basically like samurai, really, like really tough warriors. They're actually somewhat similar to like a Teutonic Knight, really, because of how much HP and like attack they get. Really are a tough infantry unit. And the other good thing about Industrial Age for Zulu is that's when they can really take over their like Age 4 economy. With the Otavi Mining Company, the rocks which they use for late game mining for coin no longer cost coin, they only cost 100 wood apiece for each rock. So the Zulu coin economy really starts to take off, and then this Sisal cultivation researches all the farming upgrades for Zulu for food, including the Imperial Age one. So they're an age ahead already in their food economy above all their opponents. So they get like a super edge from that. Now we see Veteran Line Infantry, Force Publiques, and the Mitrailleuse trying to assault from this side. Look at the stats on these infantry troops. 1.2 KHP, 151 hand attack. Look at that damage they do. Absolutely unreal damage. Completely bashing their way through their line. Look at just instantly killing infantry. Force Publiques, not even enough infantry HP to survive one hit from them. I don't think we've ever seen the Izikulu made in the real Liga game before either, so I think this is the first too. We're actually seeing these guys being produced, which is great. Now we see the creation of the Flemish migration, so some worker wagons. Basically, worker wagons are just, villagers that provide their own population space. Similar to the Baquionos of Uruguay, only looking more South African, pretty much. They used to be called Boer wagons, I believe, and then they changed into worker wagons. I think they're they're most likely going to be part of the South Africa Civ whenever that's released. It's part of any Anglophone work it's done later on, probably. Yeah, that's what I would think. Most likely. Here comes the clubmen. Run, run, run. Run for your lives. Coming for you. Here they come. Watch out. There's Publiques trying to take advantage of the choke point. Not going to do nothing though because the clubmen are coming in the back door. Oh no. Look at those skull bashing from those clubs. Ugh. Really bad. Yep, towers are gonna go down, barracks is gonna go down, then the town center. GG, Delian. I mean, you certainly tried. You built up a decent army there, but when it comes to Ishikawa, there's no survival. You need like lots of like militaries like going rapid fire to take care of that. Seriously, it's not even a joke. Yeah. Hey, we're getting another warning from performance-wise. Gotta check what that is. Stream health. Stream health. Yeah, so it's like constantly changed, going like from warning to stream is healthy. So it seems like it's going back and forth, really. Chat revenue. Yeah, pretty good. Good. Alright, so now we're going to open it up and see the second game between MCMR and Didion. Here we go. Yep, let's do it. Let's get to recording number 2. MCMR versus Delian. Japan versus Lakota. Lakota? Huh? Oh yeah, I've seen Delian use Lakota before, and he's pretty powerful in it when he wants to. I mean, he actually can do some pretty aggressive stuff with it. So we gotta watch this one. We gotta see if he has anything cooking for Japan here. But of course, Japan very turtle economics-ive. So how does that work against Japan, really? Like, you're probably gonna have to go Warhawk because the Shiguma Kie combination makes it really hard for Axe Rider to thrive. Bow Rider too, so I mean you're gonna have to go for that War Club Citan Bowman combination, I think. Yeah, that's what I think anyways of it. Yep, and now we see the War Chief. Erdwin de Leon. Was able to befriend the polar bear, which is now gonna maul those monks now. Yep, do the smoke bomb to get out of there. Yep. So let's look at the deck of Japan, see what sort of Japan we're gonna get. Well, it's a little bit too early. We don't see the deck appear until they get to like their first card, unless you're Portugal, and then yeah, usually just wait till you're in H2. Unless you want to send something really specific like Eco Theory. Which, you know, I don't think it's a bad idea to send Eco Theory that early on, because it does give you a bit of a economic advantage. Alright, so now we can look at my deck. It's very creative. 4 villagers, crates, Citan, 2 war clubs, 2 Axe Rider, the trading post card, 3 trading post Travwalk card. You got wood in H3 with Wakinas, more war clubs, Tajunki Prowlers, we get rifle riders, get some dog soldiers, and then we get command skill in H4. Which I don't think you're going to get to that point with Lakota, so it's really going to come down to either doing what you do here, or maybe what you do with rifle riders at the end. Yeah, most likely. Now, I did Lakota, as you know, a couple of days, wait a sec. No, you haven't seen that yet. Yeah, I gotta publish that to you when it gets to that time. Yeah. It was a really insane game I did with the Lakota. I was like literally like burning down so much stuff. It wasn't even funny. The amount of torches I was doing, it was like literally insane. Because Juanita Boliviano Tori can attest to this. I literally burned down, I'm trying to think, like 3 or 4 town centers with the Lakota, an Italian immigrant colony, about 1 or 2 factories, plantations and mills, and also a wonder before it finished staging up. For China, they were going to do the Summer Palace for Imperial Age. I literally burned it down before it even finished. So he got all those 4K resources back, and now he didn't have an age up. You're going to like seeing that match when I do it, so hopefully you'll enjoy that one. But again, to this situation, though, I wonder if Delenn can actually pull something like that off over here. Because it looks like the Japan is going for a fishy boomy. Yeah, we see the fishing card here, fishing ship card. We see whale oil. We see rendering plan, and we see more fishing cards here and here. So he's going super fishy boomy today. Interesting. He started out with Heavenly Kami though to make the shrine acquisition easy. Golden Pavilion. So he's going for the military wonder first to get like the increased boost on his infantry. Pretty interesting. Now, usually you see Golden Pavilion in the Capital Age and not in the National Age, which is the Second Age. Typically for, Age 2, you either do the Toshiguro Shrine if you're going economic, or if you're going aggro, you would go for the Torii Gates. Because it gives you increased build bounty and increased bounty from kills. So, it's a really good aggro ability, yeah. And what's Delenn aging up with? So he's already aged up, it looks like. I'm assuming he went with the messenger to get the quick age up. And he's going to start shipping in axe riders now. Start doing some serious damage to the Japanese defenses. Maybe lop off some of their villagers. Maybe get some of those monks down. Stop their production of shrines. Yeah, if you can get like your axe riders. Oh, look at the sneaky little base up here. This is adorable. Look at that thing. Adorable little sneaky base up there. That's wonderful. There's not a lot of infrastructure here either, Oh, so it looks like MCMR actually did the Portuguese consulate age up. So you basically get a consulate, get the Portuguese allies, and it actually makes all your buildings cheaper, including wonders that you age up with. Yeah, it's really, really neat. Oh my, look at the... Oh, he's gonna get another... Ooh, no, he's gonna get that one, too. No, you... Come on, you could have gone that one. What are you doing? Watch your surroundings, man. Unless it was the lag. We get a lot of lag sometimes with these Juanitos, and they don't get to make proper decisions a lot of the time, so, you gotta take it as it is. Alright, so now he's gonna just start sieging on the town center. He's gonna keep making war clubs, and then he's gonna ship in Seatan Bowman to he's gonna start killing villagers here. Yeah. Really? Ooh, nice, got another one. He's gonna get those villagers now. Wamini wobbly wash day. Ooh, nice. How many villages do you have? So now try to keep the X-Riders away when you're not, when you don't need them. Because you know what you can do? If he gets Kies. Oh, he's going Shigumas though. I would have gotten some archers actually, because I want to like kill his heavy infantry and like deal with that. Yeah, pretty much. It's kind of a lucky thing for you though that the Shigumas don't have splash in their katana attacks anymore. but it does look like you're still going to have a bit of a problem. I mean, he's still doing pretty well, I would say. Probably could take this one out. No, he's good. Probably could take them both out, actually, and then he can send another wave of them in that direction. Yeah, that's pretty good, actually. I like that. I like what he's doing. He's handling it pretty well. Pretty well. Oh no, and then another group of Shigumas is coming. Oh no. I think you should just ship the bowmen then, so you could finish off the muskets, and then you basically would be able to kill the rest of the town center. Right, yeah. See, now you have to wait for the bowmen to queue up, and now you give them more time to gather resources and get crates. And that sort of destroys your whole system that you got going for you. Yeah. Well, he doesn't have the relations card for age 2, so he actually can't get a quick export army of Portuguese volunteers then, unfortunately. So yeah, he doesn't have that luxury. Because if he could get like a quick 300 export in, he could get some volunteers with the Shigumas, and that would basically finish him off right then and there pretty much, and stop his whole aggressive plan. Because he doesn't have that. Now, yeah. Does he have a fire pit, though? Does not have a fire pit. See, what I would probably do is, I would get a fire pit and just cycle through all these right now. Get all the things I possibly can. Like, get the axe riders, get some dog soldiers, like, get the whole shebang going now with the fire pit. So that way you can mass them all in together at the same time. That way you can go for a clean finish. Because if you can take the town center down, then Japan really can't do a lot. They lose their villager production, and now they're really in trouble. Yeah. Alright, so now we're going to see another siege again, and then he's going to have to use the C-10 bowman to... yeah, good idea. Get the war chief in the front there, so he takes the brunt of the cake, the damage. Yeah, good work. Try to siege with the war clubs, please. Don't worry about raiding. You're not going to be able to take out too many villas anyways with that. Yeah. He's worrying about the wrong things, unfortunately. Yeah, at this stage, it's like, yeah, he can keep getting food because he has cherry orchards there. You gotta take down the town center. Alright, is he gonna do that though, or is he gonna keep lollygagging along? No, don't leave. Don't give him breathing room, man. You know not to do that. Don't let him build a barracks. Yeah, keep him in his hole. Don't give him room to get food. Yeah, bleed him dry. That's the only way it's gonna work. Don't let him queue things up. Yeah, don't give him room to... This costs about 80 food, so it's more expensive than a standard line infantry, so... Yeah, you're letting him get more cherries again. You're giving him breathing room. What are you doing? Then he's going to ship in the Kies. He's going to have the skirmisher component, and then it's really going to be all over for you. He's going to build a market, get that cherry orchard rate up even more. Not good. I don't know. Not good at all. Really not good. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Let's see. Go right on the town center. No, good. Burn it. One repair it. Burn it. Burn it. What are you scared for? Come on. Go for it. You don't have much spare options here, buddy. You need to go for it. It's now or never. You don't have a lot of opportunities to do this. And he's not even queuing up villagers. Look at this, he's idling. Who are you? Look at, do something with that. Idling. Come on. I don't know. It's alright though, I mean, I appreciate the strategy he's doing though, because this is really a nice aggro strategy and he's doing okay. He did sneak the Warhut in a good position, so I mean I can't complain too much about it. Yeah, not really. I mean, I'll be honest. He's trying to find the right position to get his way in there, I feel like, and go for the final strike, I think. And it's just not coming just yet to the way he probably wants to, you know? Yeah. Yep, and now he's probably gonna have to. So why is he getting? Is he gonna get? Oh, he's gonna add X fires in. All right, he's gonna corral up. He's probably gonna put them on the mine here, the silver mine. Yeah, I think that's probably what's gonna. Oh, he's gonna start getting coin now from the mine. Yeah, he's gonna finish the market up. See, I wouldn't get the market right now because you could probably use more wood to get some like archers or something, get some clubmen going. It's kind of a waste product at this point to put that in. Yeah, because what are you going to get? Hunting dogs? I mean, best thing is probably hunting dogs at this point. You really don't want the wood chopping technology. You really don't want person mines, right? Yeah, I mean, it's... Why is he doing this? This is like cringe. He's actually letting him get free katana slashes at him now. You don't let him do that. Come on, you don't do that. Now he's gonna... Don't idle with your army. You need to be shooting, stabbing, slicing, doing something. Get the monks out. Take the monks out. Get some XP. Get some crates. Get some bowmen. Now you... Also, you could begin trading posts with, this card here, trading post travel. You could begin trading posts now. You'll be taking over that trade. We're getting all the crates. Get up to age 3. Get some rifle riders. Beat them with unit stats. Something like that. Don't just stagnate. You need to be ahead of them. You need to have something that he doesn't. Because you got him in a good vice before, but now he's got a whole army of villies coming out. You're running right into his Shigumas, letting him snare you. This is absolutely not good. You gotta play it carefully. You know, that's the thing. When you do these types of aggro builds, you gotta do them super duper careful. Well, it's good that you got the War Chief out, because he's gonna give you some more HP that you can use. Maybe you can take out some more of the PAs. Alright, so you're doing some more work. So what's Japan got? Japan has food, so they're actually can hold this off now, unfortunately, because you gave them so much time. They can queue up Shigumas. They can queue up Kie. So now it's an even fight, which you didn't want. You didn't want it to be even footing. Now you gave him even footing, and now he can grow from that. He can beat you out in age 2 now. He just needs to get a bit more shrines up. He needs to do a bit more booming. He needs to get a dock open. Once Japan gets a dock going, they don't even need a dock because they actually have the cards for the fishing ships. Once they get the fishing ships on that Hudson Bay. Yep, exactly right now, like I just said. Once the fishing ships get into the water, there's not much you can do. He can boom as much as he wants. I don't think you're going to be paying 200 wood to get a dock and start making some canoes to shoot at his fishing boats with. Yeah, once that is like a factory for him, because that's like constant trickling in of food that he can constantly get. Because you're in a position right now with your aggro strategy that you're definitely not going water yourself on. And I looked at your deck, it does not look like a water deck. I don't even think you're planning on going naval. Really, I don't. Doesn't look like it. Really doesn't. Here comes the second cherry orchard technology. Yozakura lanterns. Yep, see these fishing ships right here? Yep, he's gonna start fishing, shipping. Now, one thing you should do though for MCMR, make sure you take these fishing ships and go deep into the water. Go up here, go up here, go for the deep water fishing. You know, if you can go for the deep water ones, that would be really good, because that means he's not going to be able to snipe at these things with his archers. He's not going to be able to throw torches at them with his axe fires or clubs. You know, but at this point, I think like you kind of got in the bag anyways. You survived the wave. You finally got enough food to constantly produce infantry of your choosing, so yeah, and you should be getting enough export soon to make some academico volunteers. What's this? What's this? Villagers on the front lines against... What's this? And when you didn't think it could get any worse. No, that's bad. You don't put villagers idle in front of somebody's base like that. Unless they're saying, pick me, shoot me. That's bad. You don't do that. That's I think that had to do with lag. That has to be lag. Nobody does that unless they're lagging really hard and they're not like focusing on the map elements. That's example of extreme lag. And what's up with the bow riders? The bow riders are a very questionable unit choice here because we don't see any assault and we don't see really any scout on the field. No artillery. Why are you making bow riders? The thing is, if you're going to go bow rider, you need to just go bow rider. And you have to stay at home and be building economy. Is he building economy up? He is not building economy up. This is bad. If you want to go bow riders, you need to queue up villagers at home. And you have to run around the map with corrals in your base. And go long across the map with those bow riders and snipe off villagers here and there. Taking out infantry, force them on the skirmishers, then get the axe riders out and kill the skirmishers. Keep raiding, pepper them down until you can get to age 3. Get the rifle riders and then finish them off. Get the siege dance going at the fire pit and he's done. You have to do it in that order though, it just doesn't work. You can't get bow riders unless you're going to commit to them. If you're going to make any cavalry, make axe rider. Axe rider kills Kie. Does decent damage against the Shiguma if you can isolate them alone, which you probably can. Yeah. And now we see Japan sending in even more fishing ships from the home city, so that's looking like, yeah, it's looking like a big growth for their economy. Yeah. Definitely. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, honestly, in this situation, you're getting cornered, you're going to lose that base now. Yeah, you're losing the archers, losing clubmen. And this is looking like GG at this point, because I don't see it coming out of this situation alive right now. I really don't. Interesting. Yeah, the forward base is gone, and now you're gone. Because, let me do the maths.
Taku.
How many bills has he got? So he's got 27 bills versus... How many in Japan? 30 bills. On top of 3 or 4 arriving from the home city. And he's got 10 fishing ships, so... Yeah. Yeah, you're already... Now you're at a disadvantage, because he's got the shrines, he's got the fishing ships... These villagers arrive into the stack. These are going to provide. So you're gonna get... Oh, yep, 34 villagers. He's got more bills than you. He's got fishing ships. He's got shrines. He's got a full army of infantry. You basically gave everything up at this point. Not much more to see. He is getting the trading post down finally, which is good. With the traveler. But he could very much well burn those up right now. So what's the plan now? Are you going to go like Seatam Bowman and try to defend it out? Try to get to AIDS 3 somehow and get some Wakina rifles? Pretty dynamic situation, I must say. Yeah. All without a fire pit too. Like, you could have done some fire pit work here too, but I'll understand that that's kind of hard to do a lot of the time, trying to fit the fire pit in this stuff. It's only like a 100 wood building though, so just having it open, having the option there to go onto it is probably good. Yeah, he's gonna try to defend us out with archers. With some hope in his eyes. Yeah, this is not looking too good. Not good at all. Not good at all. Yeah, that's... Oof. Yep, Archer's down. Yep, those buildings are down. Huh. Okay, so... all sorts of weird villager maneuvers. Yeah, GG. That was an interesting one, I mean. I think the Liga needs to work on that strategy a little bit more. I feel like... I can't remember if he did better this time or the time when he did against Luis Kaiser trying to do his Enganche build. I'm trying to remember. I don't know. I almost want to say it's like about the same performance, so he needs to train with that ability against some skilled opponents, I feel like, and, you know, equip himself with some skills to deal with that. Yeah, that's what I think personally, so, yeah. Well, there's the Delian and MCMR encounter, folks. We got one more to go. One more encounter of the night. We got Jean P versus Sogtadak. That's the last one to go. So one more to go. Record games. Alright, so Slog versus GMP match 1. So it's going to be Slog to La Koreans versus who? Russians. Pretty historically accurate, I must say. So yeah, this should be a pretty interesting one. Yeah, and let me think. I didn't even mention any like the very hardcore Korean bonuses yet, so I should probably do that now while we're here. So Korea, they get this bonus a little bit similar to the Peruvians, but with different units. So their military units can actually garrison inside of buildings. Yeah, you can put your like archers, your spearmen, not only in town centers, but houses, barracks, stables. It's really a cool skill because if you get really good at it, you can actually disrupt your enemy's targeting. So they won't see any units there, they'll try to use the torches, take them out, fire your arrows. You can really mess up an enemy army doing that, and it's really a cool defensive trick they can utilize. Yeah, it really is. And in terms of wonders, I think I mentioned the Pyongyang Gate. It gives you some like righteous fighters with basically just a scout unit, like they're like a foot unit that has swords and weapons and stuff that you can send after enemies. They only live for so many minutes though, and then they die. Except for ones you like get from an age up and ones you ship from the home city. Those ones will last as permanent units. And then you get that big castle fort they have. I forget what it's called. Then you get the Grand Hall, the Grand Palace. They get the Puyong Hall, I think it's called the Puyong Hall. And then which is a naval wonder that actually can release whirlpools onto the enemy's navy. Yeah, whirlpool being a nature power, right? Just like originally it was part of the Tupi and then it was added to the Koreans. Yeah. And then the Hasina Temple. Hasina Temple, I believe. And basically it's like this big building. It has lots of special Korean technologies at them. Doesn't really do anything else. Its age ups do provide you experience points, so that's pretty good. But yeah, the technologies that the Hasina Temple goes into are pretty extensive. Things from artillery damage, rice paddy gather rate, infantry armor, range and damage of the Cav Archer unit, the Gungo Cavalry, to things like providing a fog of war of all trees on the map, and improving geomancy, improving the regeneration of buildings, the regeneration. And that's the other bonus that I didn't mention yet. So Korean buildings actually regenerate over time if they're not attacked. So you don't actually have to repair your own buildings unless you want to do it quicker. The buildings will literally heal themselves over time. So Korea has that really nice defensive feel to them, even though they clearly can go out and do some damage with their tigers, their Myeonggyeong longbows, and their Dangpa spearmen. Really a very versatile civ, and really good example of what a Asian civ can look like in Wars of Liberty. Now we got 3 villagers. Maybe we'll see Trade Empire next. Get a trading post for Ixon. Trading posts are cheaper and stronger. But it does not come with the ranged attack of advanced trading posts that you get with the Europeans and other civs. And Messihe, yeah. So what wonder are they going with? They're going up with the Grand Palace. Get that second villager queue going. Great. And Market. What's the Core Master? Artisan. Yep, Artisan Core Master. 400 wood. Exactly it. So where's the blockhouse? Blockhouse is going up here, right by the trees. Yeah, JP is actually pretty good with the Russians, so this could be an interesting situation for Zog. He might be in some real trouble here. It really depends on what Russian units he goes for. Interestingly, Korea can obviously counter Russia with its own units through the consulate. First with the Opolshenets, and then at age 3 they can get a battalion of Opolshenets with the Suburyaki, which is basically a special name for the Plastunis. And then in age 4, he can send an army of Plastunis and Cossacks. So the Cossacks, once the age 3 unit, age 2 unit, now the age 4 unit, in reverse order. So yeah, pretty interesting how that turned out. Let's start with shipping some Cossacks to this blockhouse, some raiding work. How's he gonna deploy those though? Is he gonna... Yeah, he's gonna deploy them straight ahead. Well, he doesn't have... His opponent has lots of warning though, because he literally could see him from that far away. It's not like you're going in under the cover of nightfall or anything. He can literally see you from miles away with this big bulky wonder hanging around. So why is he spinning around though? Like he's like doing a ballerina dance around his town center and taking bullets for him. Get out of there. Get together with the Plastunis. Get your shotgun or your army together. Is that far enough? I don't feel like that's far enough. It is, alright. Whatever. So now you got some line infantry, you're gonna get some cantonists in there. Sort of that unstoppable Stelezza unit feel.
상처를 입었어요.
Boom. Right into that strip. Oh, Cossacks on this side too. That's good tactics. Good divine conquer tactics. And now you got those villagers confused and they're sitting there trying. Yeah, good. Now you gotta take the Cossacks back and you gotta go in for the kill here. I'd probably spread them out a little bit though, so the spearmen have a harder time trying to reach them. Yeah, but now you gotta target the spearmen. Try to close in the gap a little bit here, if you can. Or you could retreat too, it's fine. You could probably handle this group of archers with just some infantry and get out of there. Kinda just want to kill his, like, military, try to avoid, you know, losing your army, because if you lose your army, then you got some... Oh, no. That is bad. Close one, I feel like you can get away with that one. Yeah, if you shimmy your way over here, you should be able to finish these ones off. Yep. Alright, save the day. Now you can come back and go after these archers. But yep, see, they go right in the barracks to hide, then they can come out when you're focused on sieging, and then they come out and they hit and run you. That's what Korea's all about. It's the Korean game, really. Gameplay. At this point, I would be trying to get some partisans to help with the sieging aspect. Like, if he could take down the house... You know, it's going to be hard for him to get more units, it's going to be hard for him to get 3 villagers that he can add to his defenses. Yeah, see, then he leaves, and he fires arrows at you, then he goes back to TC again, in the barracks again. This is the trick the Koreans use. Now, I feel like he can handle it. I feel like he can get them out of their safety zone. Well, he is going to take the barracks out. That's guaranteed. Yep, barracks is down. Probably can afford like a shipment real soon of something, like some Plastoonies, maybe some of the Kevzars. Kevzars, they are the a Georgian Doppelsolner, pretty much, mercenary. Or a Trabant, which is like the newer Doppelsolner unit in the mod, belonging to the Austro-Hungarians. It's gonna get placer mines, probably so you can afford the Plastoonies and Cossacks a bit easier, since they do eat up a bit of coin. Yeah, look at this magical that goes over. Peekaboo! Peekaboo, I shot you in the eye with an arrow. Peekaboo! I'm gonna go back in again until the spearmen come. Now, no fun begins. Sounds like a horrible kids game. Peekaboo, get shot in the eye with an arrow. Definitely don't want to play that kind of game. Yep, you peekaboo again. The arrows are gonna come after you. Yeah, see, I would probably just go mass partisan now. Like, you got the Plastoonies coming to provide the shock unit aspect. Just get the spearmen out and go for the houses. Now, this could be pretty bad. Is he gonna get that down? No. Oh! Almost took down the house. That would have been bad. He could still take it down. Is he gonna repair that house? It's gonna cost like 90 something wood, right? 95 wood or something. How much resources does GP does Sog have? He doesn't have like any wood left. This is not good for him. He's kind of hanging on to dear life here. And worst of all, he's sticking his archers out front. If like he wanted to push his Plastoonies forward, he could easily slash his way through those. No problem. Oh yeah, that's not good. That's really bad. He could like completely exploit that situation to his advantage. Up, Cossacks hanging out on that side. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that situation. And now you gotta shoot the villagers. Boom, boom, boom. There you go. There you go. Alright. Not too many archers. I mean, I would probably take him off guard and try to take a shot at him. Don't do that. Like, go right. Pew, pew. Don't walk in front of him like that. Then you give him a sign to go back into the TC again. He's gonna keep peekaboo, I shot you in the head with an arrow, basically, or the eye, or whatever. Whatever game we came up with, that's gonna happen. So you, like, shoot them instantly. Like, they come out to do the arrow, you're there with your gun ready to shoot at them. That's the way you gotta do it to take them out. But, I'll be fair, I mean, I feel like GNP's done his job here perfectly well. The Peruano... Oh yeah, the Pollo Peruano is doing pretty good here. Peruvian chicken. Yeah, he's gonna take that one out. He's gonna get that one. Yep, good. I think you got enough of them down that you're probably fine now. Because you got like a flowing economy because yours is still operating and not hiding within the town center. Oh, but no, and now he's getting some more wood, so then but good. You were able to take out the barracks, you can't train anymore. Yeah, perfect. Absolutely perfect. So, you're doing what you have to do, you know? You're getting the job done now. So, excellent. Excellent work. Excellent work. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. GG. Good work. Very good work. Very good work. So now we're going to be moving on to match 2 of the encounter. That was a pretty good match, I will say. I mean, GNP he did a good job with the arches there, being able to swim in and out of the houses and stuff. That was pretty good tactics on his part. Oh yeah, certainly. Did a great job with that. And now, was there anything else from the audience? Nothing else new from the audience, I feel like. Okay, so let's move on to match number 2. Oh, whoop, I did again. Psychosomatic. I'm trying to want to do some games or something, but we're almost done. It's almost at the finish line. Got 2 more wonderful Puyo Puano versus Sog games to do for you. Now it's time for Sog's revenge. Or at least we hope. At least we hope. Yeah. Because sometimes what 1-8-dos have done in the past is they've submitted 3 matches and really there was only 2 matches played. So that's why even when you see like 3 matches, you gotta give every player the benefit of the doubt that they can come on top of it. Likewise, if you see 2 matches, sometimes the third one out of syncs and one of them out of syncs, and therefore you have to treat it like it was a contested battle and wasn't a 2-0. So you have to watch it through and through. Give it all the benefits that the game deserves and the players for doing the work to play it, right? Doing competitive games isn't easy, you know. You gotta think of builds, you gotta get good, you gotta practice. It takes a lot of time to do, you know. A lot of time that could go into Juanitas Bonitas. So yeah, you have to put a lot into your matches to do well at them. Absolutely. Absolutely. Alright, well, here we go. There we go. Central America versus, who's this? Peru. So we've already seen Peru. Peru is being played by the Puyo Puano himself, GNP. And then Sog is using Central America. We haven't seen Central America yet, so I'm going to have to do a bit of explaining about how they work. So they get 2 different types of villagers, actually. So first one is the carretera here, the carretera, or the carretero, because it's a Juanito and not a Juanita. So basically what this is, it looks like a settler wagon, right? But what it actually is, it's a special villager you can only ship from the home city that boosts the gather rates of nearby villagers, right? And it can also construct natural resources. So he can build banana plants for food, he can construct tropical trees for wood, and he can build gold mines for coin. Yeah, and these villagers, the Holnaros, are a villager that can gather more from natural resources. And what I mean by that is, even though it has the standard gather rate of a villager, it takes less resources from the natural source while it's doing it. Which means the mine or the tree or the berry bush or the animal it's gathering from lasts longer. You know, it lasts longer and you end up getting more resources from that one particular source than if you use regular villagers, which takes away more as it's gaining, right? Kind of like a conservationist sort of aspect, like you're taking so much from very little, basically. That kind of idea. And certainly we can check out the home city, check out the deck that they're going to go for. So this is Los Altos deck. And Los Altos is one of the nations belonging to Central America. Yes, and basically Central America does not have a definitive unit roster. There's 6 countries, 6 nations that belong to the Central American Union. Los Altos, Guatemala, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Honduras, and El Salvador. And of those 6, you pick a unit roster from them. And I also believe that picking the roster also benefits the hero some way and gives them a special benefit. Yeah, it's pretty good. And with each of those rosters, it's about a combination of about 5 infantry and cavalry units. And then, like, for some of them, you get like 4 stable units and like 1 barracks unit. Some you get like all barracks units. It's a mishmash. Right, but what the thing that matters the most is each nation provides 1 National Guard unit, 1 Royal Guard unit. And here's the thing, if you don't like a roster and how it's treating you, you can disband and go back to the Central American Union and pick a new nation. So if you get the Royal Guard for the Escopetero, the Perico, and you decide you want to get the one for the Lancero, I think it's called the Sabanero or something, for the Lancero, you can go get that. Or you can back out and get the one for the Dragon Rojo, which is a unique unit of theirs. You know what I mean? You can basically swap around, do different things. This is a Polish immigrant colony. And what they provide is something called the Danublation, which is a Grenadier unit. So you can mix in some Grenadier units into your army with this. As for the Pollo Peruano, you got the Japanese immigrants. You've seen them quite a few times. You know, they can do the Shotai, they can do the Cavalry Medic. Certainly, and let's see here. Just trying to see. Well, let me change to Sogs. I want to see if he's gonna see what Sog likes to do a lot. I find is actually queue up the conscriptos with artisanal cannons when he's Central America. It's kind of like his favorite combo. Yep, see, now he's getting Los Altos. Oh, he went for Costa Rica. Juanita Costa Rica. Alright, so he's gonna get some conscriptos with Costa Rica. I'm trying to remember. Is Costa Rica one of the... I think it's one of the infantry. Yeah, it's one of the infantry rosters, I believe. Yeah. I think it's Guam. I think Honduras is the cavalry one, right? Yeah. By cavalry, I mean they get the Lancero, the Yanet, the Dragon Rojo, and the Escolta. But only get conscriptos from the barracks. Right, yeah. Oh no, we got Grenadiers, the Legion Peruana coming in. But unfortunately for him, Central America can make their own Grenadiers with the Polish immigrants, the Danube Legion. Oh yeah, this is another thing I should mention. So unit shipments for Central America deliver 2 units instead of 1. So instead of like 6 Pardos or 8 Escopeteros, it gives you like 6. It gives you about 3 Escopeteros and 3 Pardos. So you get a mishmash of different units together. Yeah, and Pardos are basically just Latin American hand infantry, as you can see right here. We see some of them on the Peruvian side. They're like a hybrid between a pikeman and a halberdier. But they only cost food, though, which is kind of interesting, you know. And the idea of that was for cities like Peru that had the Banero, which only cost wood. It synergizes perfectly with it, so you can have like a food and wood economy and get both decent like early skirm units as well as decent pole arms to protect them. Yeah, definitely. Now we see the Escobateros doing their blast into the infantry. Oh, Macheteros! Here comes the assault units. Definitely enough to rip through the skirmish line. And then they're going to go after that one skirmy there, and then they're going to back up and start attacking those conscriptos. I can't say for certain bayonets against Legion Peruana is a great idea, but considering the Peruanas have pierce armor, maybe it'll make a bit of a dent. I like that the machete. Look, they're gonna get those hunts up there in the corner with the moose. Boom, right here. Yep, that one. Finish the job. Yep, finish the job. Good. Yep. Oh, go after those artisanals. You could have gone after those. You know, you had enough time. That would have totally did him in for a bit. Would have lost his anti-infantry power, and you could have kept pressuring him. Like, I feel like if you go over here, I think you can actually get a clean sweep of his post colony without much TC fire. I believe so. If you stand right over here, this line. Yeah, I think so.
Posteridad me hará justicia.
Alright, so you're gonna go that way. But then you're coming in from the other side with the Grenadiers, the Legion Peruana and the Pardos. I like how you're like sort of diverting his attention, you're forcing him in other areas. That's kind of a good tactic. So you might be able to take down barracks that way, and if you can do that, that's sort of... Well, here's the thing. If you can form up properly, you can actually take those cannons out. Which might be helpful. Yep, he's going to try to just back out of there, book it out of there, maybe try some other tactics. And then he pulls in with the macheteros in the back and takes out villagers. Really good. Really good. Yep. Ooh. Yeah, get the can. Good move. Good move. Get out there. You're going to lose one, which is okay because you still got mass. And then the lovely Peruvian bonus gives you that speed boost out there when one of them falls. This is looking like a real interesting matchup. I see, like, what's Peru doing? Is Peru, like, even... Yeah, they're queuing up, so they're keeping up with their build production. Couple of stragglers there. Yep, and then he's gonna go for another push. Oh, this time he's got some Braneros, the village skirmish for Peru. They only cost wood, which is kind of interesting. He also don't have a multiplier against heavy infantry, which is kind of rare for those types of units. I like this two-pronged attack approach here. Like, you got him busy down here, and then you can take a swing at the barracks again, finish it off. Try to kite him a little bit more and keep him distracted while you're finishing off the barracks. Yeah, well, it's good that you're disrupting the bearing, though. That's pretty good. Campaign backs out before he takes any casualties. Then you obviously got to make something down here to divert him, do some raiding. This is a good multifaceted attack approach here. Oh, he's just got a sheepy. Get that sheepy out of there and get him home and eat him. Make some nice rack of lamb out of him. That'd be pretty good. This is a hard one to tell because I'd like to say Peru's winning here, but Saga's holding his own and resource-wise. Yeah, he's got plenty of food and coin to go around down in Costa Rica. And once he gets to like H3, he can also get a Cafetal, I believe. Cafeteria. It's basically this big like coffee producing plant that produces coffee plants that you can gather for coin. It's like a berry that gives you coins to have food. So yeah, it's kind of interesting mechanic for the Central American Civ. And then they can also send that bullet NECA for it, which trains units faster than standard buildings. Oh wow, look at the coyotes! Look at the coyotes going after that artisanal. Oh my, look at that! Look at that perfect synergy with Mother Nature. Mother Nature trying to maul a piece of artillery. Yeah. Wow, look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful swing. Really good. Oh, he got the. Oh boy, good work. Good work. Yep, and now you're gonna take out the artillery cannons. Cans of conscriptos. Yeah, now you got Godville. That's great. One setback for Sog. Whereas Jean P. It's just cute. Ooh, he shipped in the Lanceros. Bonitos Lanceros. Still can get some food from the home city too and some wood. See, this is why I like Infinite 4 villagers instead of 5, because if I run out of like cards, I can still send like something. But you could send Shokulai from his Japanese immigrant center too, so it's not like he's out of things to ship if he needs to. Just some food for not really. I like how he's like, even though it's tempting to go after the infantry, he's targeting the Macheteros because the Macheteros are the biggest threat right now to his cannons. Yeah. This constant pressure is like really good. Yeah, keeping the Macheteros on him, keeping the Lanceros on him. Now, he could take advantage of that and go right after him if he was like there and like cut them off right there. That would be like too fatal of a hit, and you know, you'd have to train more of them, and he'd be able to stagnate Sog into that little position. One thing Sog does have, though, he has lots of vacas. All those vacas. With all those vacas, he can make some hamburguesas and keep himself eating for a long time. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's really a good thing to have. come the moscheteros, the Juanitos moscheteros, with the Yatis no canones, and the conscriptos. Oh, going after that barracks again. He just does not like that thing. He's like lobbing explosives at it. Yep, going the 2C. Oh, he's getting to the point that he's actually getting like infantry combat, infantry attack. Well, it's not infantry attack, it's Andean attack. It benefits moscheteros and baneros. It's Andean attack. What about like Sog? To see if like need to put up like more. Well, Sog, once he runs out like all these things, he could actually start getting like towers from frontier defenses, and that could probably secure him all this pressure. You know, the redoubt. Yep, he's getting frontier defenses. Look at, oh no! Look at this! Look at this horrible timing to leave your troops. Horrible timing. This is horrifying. Look at that. You'll lose every single one of those things now. That's a big loss. Why did he retreat though? You could have just whacked that one and that one. Oh yeah, it would just finish him off. But you know, that's still a good hit. I mean, he did. I would just finish them all up, because if you take them all out, then he has to trade more of them, and then he can't age up. He can't get technologies. Yeah, you're just trying to hold out here. And is he queuing up villagers still? Gotta make sure if he's doing that. Yep, see, now he has to queue up more. It's just okay. Yeah, he's getting a pretty good number of vills there. How many is he getting up to? 35 villies, about 31 on the field right now. Yeah, I mean, he's getting up there. I'm just curious how this ends, really. You know, this could end in really a number of different ways. More than you can count. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. Kind of confused. Huh. Well, what's gonna happen at this phase? Because now we're starting to see like readouts coming up, and that means you can no longer go in with moscheteros anymore, because that means these towers have multipliers against them, which you see right here, 2x against shock, which moschetero counts as, and now he's sending even more of the towers in. Once you get to like 4 or 6 towers, yeah, you can't raid that base effectively anymore, and you need to start like getting into phase 2 of like strategy. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you definitely want to make sure he doesn't get to age 3, because you know I'm getting this Reglamento Hornero, because that means he can boom up all his vills by just building like native embassies. Yeah. It's like another 3 free town centers that cost like no wood. This guy who even got for like age 3. Huh. Kind of interesting. Well, he should have gone the, well, it depends. Like, does he plan on sticking with, like, Japan through the rest of the match? Honestly? Because if he's just going to stick with Japan till Imperial Age, yeah, I can kind of understand that, because you can just get the ultimate building for them, because they give you an extra one, and if you don't have one, then they give you the first one just later. So yeah, I was wondering why he had his Guardia Marinas in here. The Guardia Marinas, the Peruvian ultimate sailor unit. It's a sailor, but it has really high tough stats. Like, it's a really tough unit to break. See, he's just massing up more Legion Piranhas. Now we're starting to see Sog sort of grow up and score, probably because of how good those Holnaros are with their wood chopping, as well as any other, like... Oh yeah, he still has, like, hunts up here, and... Yep. Oh no, look at this raid up here. He tried to go up there with his Lanceros and some Macheteros. Unfortunately, he's got Conscriptos guarding him, so that's not going to go very well. Oh, that's totally bad. Not paying attention to units. He's just throwing them into the tail. I could have held on to him. Pretty tanky unit. Oh no, what's going on down here? I see the action. See action. Action Jackson. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this splash attack on the Macheteros working wonders against the Artisan. Now we're going to see how good the Legion Piranhas can do, because I think, yeah, he still has grenade throws, right? Yeah, now you can go in again, take out that cannon. Oh yeah, this is perfect. This is perfect for Peru. Oh, now he just has to take out one more Artisan. It's not enough to finish the job. I think. Yeah, he can finish that one. Yeah, get that one out. Just run him around, distract him. Yeah, you can kite him a bit with your bonus. Yeah, kite him off. Take him out. Good. Good work. Good work taking those out. That was a good ravaging there. Good work. Ravager's military, that's great. Because now, you can go focus on age... always gonna get the Kree Courier de Bois now. Nice. From his Kree settlement up by his base. Yeah, remember, this map gets Kree natives on it, and then you got the Wendat natives down here. Wendat's base, yeah, Wendat's just Huron, just with a different name. The Manlets have the exact same stats. Yeah, now, yep, Peru's looking in good shape, because now they can get fishing going. They're gonna have some extra villagers to work with. Wow, this is looking like a real back and forth here. I'm wondering if we're going to get a Great War Age today. That would be pretty fun. Either this and the next one. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that would be really neat. Be really neat if we got a Great War Age here. Try to time it as best as you can. Don't use up all the grenades at once, though. Try to time it so you can... It's best if you can get the cannons exposed to the grenades, because then you can hit the cannons with the grenadier unit. And then after you throw the grenade at the cannons, then you can generally have a better combat experience against the conscripts. Well, you can do that, too. You can chip away at his conscript numbers as well. Just keep backing out, waiting for the grenades to recharge. Does he have any left? Because now, yeah, you can sort of banana split them off. I like that, because now what you're basically doing is now you're giving yourself some more grenades you can play around with. Yeah, that's pretty good. Look at that. He's also going into melee with them. Got even better grenades for them. Perfect. Good work. Yeah, that was really good. Good work. Finish those ones up. Beautiful, beautiful work. Wonderful. Oh, now he's starting to get the aquaculture technology right. Oh, crab hunting. Yeah, crab hunting. That's the first, like, fishing upgrade land American civs get. And I should mention, too, the, I think that the ship technologies Peru gets for their navy is actually different compared to the rest of the land civs. It has slightly different effects. Ooh, wow, look at those loose grenades going off into the cannons. That was a good, lucky move. Oh no, right, you have to get that one. Yeah, just take that one out. Oh yeah, go after that. You may as well. That one's you can probably take that out. Yeah, alright. Good work. Good work. Good work. How many bills you got? How many bills you got? Could probably ship in some more, get some. All these guys distributivism unless he wants to add in immigrants, it looks like. Is he losing steam? Probably not, because now we can actually get up to age 3 now. Get that wood trickle so he can constantly afford fishing ships. Yeah, get some more fishing ships while you're at it. Like, double up on them. This is a pretty tight one here. I like it. Both players are doing what they're supposed to be doing. Constantly queuing up villagers, not giving them too much breathing room, but not going in too soon. This is a pretty good, fair skirmish here. Yeah, I wish we could get more matches like this all the time, you know, where it's like back and forth. Person doing this, but yeah. Oh no! Look! Oh no! Caught behind the trees. Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, I can't blame you. That's kind of unlucky geographic situation. Oh no! But yeah, you're gonna have to kind of get out there. Yeah, that base is done. So go home, rest up, and get ready for defense now, because now this Juanito is gonna be taking over big swaths of the map. Oh, nice. So now you're going up with the second Japanese wave. And what that basically does is I think it gives him fish banks. So basically he gets additional fish up here that he can utilize around this gather point. Yeah, that's what I think it does. Yeah, it's not looking too good. Not good at all. Ah, now he's going to actually add in the Cree trackers, which is an interesting unit. I mean, they're great because they can definitely take out conscriptos. They can also tank a bit of the artisanal cannon damage because they are a high HP unit. I mean, they're not an ideal unit to be fighting cans with, but if you're going to go after them with anything, go after them with the Cree trackers. They just got a really good HP count. Alright, so now what are you going to get? You're going to get, more Puanas, you're going to get Mochitelos, the Plineros, the Lanceros, the, recycling of railroad tracks. What are you going to do exactly? You can do that. Absolutely. Get a fort up, maybe.
These forts also, like I said.
Yep, he's going to go for the Macheteros. Decent splash unit. keep up the fight with. I would get the veteran upgrade on them too. Just get their stats a little bit up since you're in the next age. Could have also considered to get the Juanitas Vivanderas, the female skirmisher for the Juanito Bonito civs. The Vivandera not only deals some pretty decent damage against heavy infantry, but it heals your units too. So, like, in all these, like, engagements you've had with Central America, you could have potentially healed up every time by having a couple of the Juanitas Vivanderas to help you out. Oh, wow, look at that break. Oh, boy. That was good. Whew. You should have gotten the last swing on that last one, though. That's sad. Look at all the trees that died because of the splash attack. He's wrecking nature. Killing entire forests just by swinging their machetes around without any concern for the wildlife. Ugh. Talk about a travesty to nature. Ugh. Here comes the white cannons, the cheap Peruvian culverin of sorts. They're a bit different than the Volantes, I believe. I think they actually got some more range or something. We'll have to look. I can't remember what makes the white cannon different than the Volante. I'll have to look at the stats. Here they come. We'll see them in action when they pull in. Scan them just so we can deal with the artisanals, I believe, because they got some good range on them. Scope them out pretty well. Now you're gonna get some Michitelos to protect your white cannons. Cañones blancos. Oh, nice. Nice snipe. Nice snipe work there. Oh, good work though on doing that siege against the house. Hey, here comes the Juanitas Vivanderas, the Juanitas Muy Bonitas. Here they come. Heal up the army. Phone's ringing. 1 second. Alright, I'm back, people. It was a quicker call than last time for sure, so I bet that's definitely good. Oh, what we have here? Transmit 6.5 hours, huh? Yeah, of course. You know how many matches the Juanitos put out for me? Vamos, Palú. No, micro la CTM. No, F Palú, F Juanito Peruano. Opi Jamaicanos. Ah, yes. People like this match. This is a good match, you know? Really good match. It's funny how I started speaking and then the viewers just start leaving. Like, oh my god, that man's talking again. That hombre gringo is talking again. Yeah, alright. Well, let's get back to it, alright? Let's begin. Okay, so, where we left off, Central America was finally making a real advance into Peru, right? The Constitutos were taking the front lead here, with the artisanal cannons providing anti-infantry support. And now we've got a lot more skirmish tag units in the form of the Vivanderos and the Bineros. And they're going to be trying to kite off against this heavy infantry as best as possible. But obviously, once the artisanals come in, there's not a lot you can do, because they do have additional range that these don't. And now that I think about it, how did they have 21 range? I thought you needed nitroglycerin to get 21 range on these cannons. Guess I'm wrong about that. I don't know. Kind of the map is... Oh, nice! Nice attack by the white cannons, though. Good one. Oh, nice. Look at that. Perfect. Now he's in the front. Yep, took that one out. Unfortunately, I don't think you have enough anti-art here to deal with the artisanals. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. We've still got 5 of the artisanals ready to go towards the infantry. Gonna attack those ones. Oh, wonderful. Nice. Oh yeah, it's looking like GG now. I mean, you lost the town center, houses are going down. Now you lose all that effort you put in the Japanese colony to lose that. Oh yes, son. This is not looking good for you. Hopefully you can try to fight him back a little bit. I feel like the rest of this match is just going to be him like burning through Peruvian buildings at this point. His casas and everything else he's got. That casa out. How many casas left? ¿Cuántos casas? Dos casas aquí. Here comes another barracks. You got dos casas. Cuatro casas aquí. Yeah, so you're losing population. He's got some resources though. Lend him that. And yeah, you could get a lot. Like get some more. Yeah, get 5. Just get those cannons out of there because you can kite down the conscripts if you get the artillery problem under control. Now it's kind of bad that you don't have the ultimate building in Age 3. You didn't put that card in your deck, so you can't have your turret ship aimed right on this coastline blasting his infantry down. That would be a great asset right now. And then you can train some Vigardo Marinas from it and support it with it. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. This is a good match though. I mean, it's a nice 40-minute one. Nice 40-minute duel here. Now the just nah, yeah, they got good volley on that one. You got 2 cans down, and then where are you gonna get down now? Then you're gonna roll in. You're gonna blast down the TC, right? Am I right on that? Well, that's his can, so you can't blast the TC down. Alright. Well, he could blast down TC with these things, though. These artisanal cans. Yeah. Well, at this point, I mean, yeah, Pardo spamming, that's probably an appropriate option, because look at all the surplus food you get from the fishing. So, oh, they both got fishing now. They got 2 ducks over here for Costa Rica, and you got the Peruvian ones over here. So yeah, they both got fishing going on. So I mean, at this point, what's going on? Like, what's this? What's this? Pardos against cannons? Kind of desperation, that's for sure. Still got the little massive infantry. Look at all the villages are getting popped off though. That's kind of a good win for Peru. Just trying to slowly claw their way back here. I was kind of hoping that we could go to Great War Age and we could see some tanks and armored cars finally, you know. Some grateful Juanito in this tournament needs to go to Great War Age somehow. It would be preferable if we could get one in Liga A, because that would certainly spice things up, but if we only get ones in Liga B, because those Juanitos like to build up more, so be it. We'll get some Liga B Great War Age instances. Yeah. Definitely. So, okay. So, oh, these are actually these Central American Lanceros. We really haven't seen them all game, really. But I guess at this point, how many resources are they popping out? What's their bill count? Did they actually send the Regimental Jornaleros? Nah, they haven't actually gone into that booming phase yet. What's even the bill count at this point, too? It's the bill count 53. Again, veteran upgrades on the Conscriptos and on the Artisanal Cayones. Cayones Artisanales, or whatever. I don't even want to pronounce that. 7 coves here in the form of white cannons, but unfortunately the Lanceros can go right at them. Right? Oh yeah, that's a vulnerable hit point right there. Oh, you can go after these with these Lanceros, no problem. There's like no anti-cav at all. That's like free kills for you, just about. I mean, if you had like another stack of these, with maybe the veteran upgrade on them, yeah, it would be a goner at this point. So decimated. I'm just trying to figure out like what's GMP trying to do. Is he trying to pull Lars here and draw it out, or what's exactly the plan? Look at his resource count. He still has an insane food income, but what is he producing? He's got the barracks. He could put some Pardos out. Does he have the barracks over here? Or, I don't see a... Well, yeah, only 1 barracks left on the map and not a lot of wood. I'm just wondering, like, oh well, all the bills seem to be concentrated up here by the tower. And wait a minute, is that what? Look at the treasure guardian actually burning the tower down, and it's not like you can do anything when it does that either. Don't you just love it when the guy unit bugs out like this when you're trying to save him? He starts to try to siege your buildings and stuff. Oh yeah, good job saving him. Let's see if it works. Yep, here you go. Got yourself a nice Cherokee rifleman. Now, what are you gonna do with that? I don't know. Guess he's not trying to burn down your tower anymore. Yeah, I mean, nothing's. Yeah, he's gaying up. He's going full on Lars mode now. He's going full on Larso on us. Is he garrisoning the villas inside? You can. Oh yeah, because you're Peru, you can garrison villages in a building. I didn't know you could put them in the docks as well. That's pretty neat. Yeah, look at this Lars fortress he's created to stall out himself another like 10 minutes or something in the match. Totally insane. Absolutely insane. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Oh yeah, I mean, seriously. Absolutely insane. Yep, that gate's definitely deterring him a little bit. See, this is the problem. If you don't take down the gate, he's just going to run through the gate and go out this way and jump into the dock. He's going to board the fishing ships. He's going to hide out on this island and do some secret Lars Island survival stuff. Not even a worthy bell. Yeah, see, yep, he's going to run through the gate. He's going to run for the dock. He's going to... Does he have any fishing ships? Yeah, he has fishing ships left. He can board the villas into the fishing ships, build a tower on the island, fortify the island. Oh, he got a frigate, it looks like. Yeah, frigate. Heavy ship. He's going to stick him in the frigate, and then he's going to stick him on the island. He's going to fortify him onto the island. He's going to put a tower on the island. Does he have any more wood for that? He still has a market, so he can trade his coin. Start chopping some of the trees, start towering up this. Yeah, I figured out what sort of Larso strategy he's doing. Juanito Larso strategy he's doing. That's exactly what he's doing. He's going right onto the little island, and he's gonna start chopping the trees on it. And he's gonna be, he's gonna be building towers here, trying to stall out another 10 minutes for his opponent. I'm wondering if it's lagging too when they did this, because wouldn't it be insane if the game was lagging so hard and so nasty that the player actually resigned from the game because of how long you were drawing it out and how bad it was? How bad the lag was. They actually said, you know what? You want to stall for like 2 hours on an island building towers? Why don't I just give you the win, buddy, and just accept the 2-0? Yeah, that'd be kind of insane if they did that. But obviously, at this rate, you got so many resources, so many. You're gonna catch that Juanito off guard at some point. You're gonna defeat him, right? You got your other eco Casa de Moneda coming to improve your coin gather rate, and then from there, just land some stuff. Yeah, you actually don't even need to land things on this island. You could just get a couple of bombardas and some frigates. You should be able to shoot these villages and shell them right where they are and actually knock out their trees. So they're not getting any more wood without going on to the other little island over here, which is a bit... Which island is bigger? This one or this one? Well, this one's a little bit... looks like a human face almost. This one looks like, yeah, just a regular circular ovular shape. Yeah. It's kind of funny because we've seen different alterations of this map throughout the encounters today. Sometimes you get the little islands, sometimes the islands magically disappear in the middle of the snow. kind of interesting why these islands appear and disappear. Yeah, he's just gonna go on to the... Oh, he's going on to the other island now. Yeah, Sog should just go Great War Age and just bomb him with airplanes from above. Start bombing its wooden boats. I'm surprised when you, like, use, like, large World War I era bombs on top of a wooden ship like this, why the thing just doesn't incinerate at that point. And now, yeah, oh, he's gonna go back and grab more trees back on the mainland. And magically, Central America decided to leave him alone long enough to get back on the land to do that. And he's gonna put his magical little gate up for himself. It's like they're playing Sims now. Playing Simstown. Yeah, Simstown. So get the Polish wave third. I don't know why he's sticking to the Polish, because the Polish ultimate power is not that good. I think it just gives you a couple of their immigrant units or something. Nothing that impressive. Now the Confederate powers, which Central America gets, is good because it gives you blockade for free. And the Scandinavian one is good because it gives you spies for free. Now the way it works for the Confederate one is it does actually have an increased food costs. So not make it like really OP, like, hey, here's a blockade 3 minutes into the game now you can't, like it actually used to be in the older day, because in the older day when, you know, we had immigrant colonies where the ultimate powers were researched from the immigrant colony as a pig bun, the shipping cost for the Monroe Doctrine, which was the power, was about 4 shipments. So for only 4 shipments, you could literally shut down everyone's home city, shut down their ability to get crates, shut down their ability to get units shipped in, shut down their ability to get economic technologies in the form of cards and military. So deny them the ability to get forts, factories, ultimate buildings, anything. And that would basically be fatal unless you were, again, another Latin American faction who could ship more shipment-based units from an immigrant colony. And for most of that history, obviously, you only got one immigrant colony from that post office, remember? Yeah, exactly. Like, the only one that really got away with something more than that was obviously Uruguay during that short period when they had the post office. And they could get like 4 immigrant colonies, and, you know, they had like a big stack of different units that they could make. That's when they were really on top of the world, Uruguay. Because Uruguay could really mix and match whatever they wanted to, right? They could get a hospital, 2 factories. Back when hospitals had real technologies in them, they weren't just these big, bulky capitals that just heals everything up like a big field hospital. They could get another ultimate building. They could get another ultimate building of theirs. They could get improved stats through the Irish. They could get the French ultimate thing, right, which I believe because of how bad the country was set up in it, they could actually get additional stats beyond their regular upgrades. Really messed up. Yeah, a lot of stuff like that. And back in those days too, Uruguay could also get in guard in Imperial Escopeteros when that was... See, a long time ago, like when Glam Patch first came out, we were still operating under the logic that NS and Latin America would not have archaic unit concept at all. Like everything they get is Veteran Guard Imperial no matter what. And then I guess when some more devs came along, they said, you know what, it's kind of weird seeing some of these units used in the late game for ships that didn't specialize them. And we don't want to give these players too many options all the time, so we'll make the Chitero and Escopetero like archaic units to get Royal Guards to get them out of that situation. But thankfully it worked out in such a way that, you know, most of the Cids to get Chitero get them as NGs anyways, which really works to their benefit. And about 2 of the Cids to get Escopetero get them as NGs, so a bit of variety, you know what I mean? And that's why Mr. Taro, I think, is probably more viable for a lot of Cids than the Escos. Because really with Escopeteros, only, Paraguay, Central America, Haiti can get them in late game. like beyond the first initial ranges. So if you're like Chile, Gran Colombia, no luck. No luck at all. Uruguay, no. You get combat cards for them for some reason. I mean, I would just boost their effect on the blending you by a little bit more probably, but I don't know. I don't even know why Andean. Well, Andean combat's alright because for Peru because the Bonero is able to upgrade itself to Guard and Imperial, so that's not a problem. It's the Machitero that's the problem. Yeah. Oh, so I was looking here. Sug is going to win by Trade Monopoly. He should have just won by Great War Age. That would have been more interesting. Just fly your little blimp above the island, drop the mustard gas, and watch the people, you know, roll around in the mustard gas. You know, that would have been good. I always go mustard gas when I know I got an advantage over a player. I just get the blimp filled up with tanks and armored cars. Drop the mustard gas on, watch them run for the nearest shelter so they can breathe, and then drop the tanks on them. You just take down the town centers, infrastructure, get the bombers over them. It's fun, you know? Provides a different element to each game that you normally don't get in the first 5 ages. And I like how he's fighting back with the town center and the tower here, doing that nasty anti-ship attack that the TC's getting. He's actually going to take out an actual Corvette with that. He's going to have to move his Corvettes around and try to move around on the other angle. It's still inconceivable that GMP still has economy. It still has a mill. It still has a beluga whale working up here with his fishing ships. Yeah, it's kind of surprising how he's still in this match. Is he going to resign before the end of the trade monopoly? Or is he going to hold it out to the last moment? Or is it possible that these Corvettes are somehow going to blast their way through this TC? We'll see. See if he can do it. Well, that fishing ship is going down. Yep, blew up. Any more fishing ships? Or yeah, these ones working right here on top of the beluga. Oh, he's still making infantry down to this barracks that was magically left untouched. Pardos, and then we're gonna see Legion Peruanas. They're not even upgrade. He'd even upgrade these things. It's kind of alarming. And then he's probably looking down here like, what? He's actually going aggro on me, even though he's stuck on this little island. Where's he gonna put the fort though? You can't put a fort on there. How are you gonna put a fort down? You're gonna have to stick it on this island. You have time to construct it on that island? Nah, you're just gonna sit there with the wagon and put it on it. I mean, he's doing fairly well, just using a town center to blast battleships, so it's Corvettes. Yeah. GG. That was a drawn-out battle. A lot longer than I thought it was going to be. It's almost an hour. Almost an hour-long battle. I wonder what the third one's going to look like, though. Seriously, like... What's the tiebreaker going to look like for this one? Like the final match of the night, basically. Is it going to look good? Is it going to look alright? Yeah, what's it going to look like? We'll see, though. We'll see what it looks like. Here we go. Final countdown. And now we're going to boot it up and see how the final match of the night goes. Here we go, people. Here we go. Let's get ready. Let's get our drums ready. This is the last one. About, what, like 6, maybe 7 hours later. Let's see if it gets to 7 hours. The 7-hour mark the stream. That'd be pretty cool. Got a lot of viewership today, you know? We already have almost 100-something views. And it hasn't even been sent out as a VOD yet for people to watch later. Like, as people come in the coming days, maybe we'll get even more. So I definitely like this YouTube format. We can get higher views and it's more likely to be marketed to newer audiences that way, so more people can experience these leagues than normally you were able to when it was only, again, like 100-something views, 90. And then now we can get a lot more people to watch these tournaments and maybe participate in them, which would be great. Yeah, that's the whole goal, by the way, not just to grow up my channel, get some profit in the end, but, you know, get more people involved in the tournament, maybe expand the mod as best as possible. Oh, okay, so we got Sog going with the Argentinians. We see his gauchos in Formosa. Who are they going? The Hods. The lovely Hods. Cayuga. So we got an ultra aggro civ against the Argentinians. This does not sound like a situation I'd be pleased to end up in. It really doesn't. It does not. I don't think anyone would want to end up in this situation if it was them. You know why I say that? Because, honestly, it sounds painful. Keep this in mind. Argentina does not have Lanceros, so how do you deal with the archers? They don't get skirmishers, right? They don't get early skirms. The closest thing they get is the Matrero Outlaw from the Caudillo. Yeah. So what do you do? What do you do at that point? That's a serious dilemma, my friend. I mean, yeah, you got like the in finale to deal with the Kanya Horseman. Great. Get the Patricio, which is a decent conscript unit. So, only way I see again out of this thing alive is Patricio, Artisanal Cannon, add in some Legion, some Danube Legions in there. Because Argentina does get the Polish immigrants. And if you want to switch later, maybe get the Italian immigrants, get some Tatarmenian, or whatever they call those Lancers that Italy gets, and the Legion Agricola, in case that they... Wait a minute. No, I would never get Legion Agricola against Pods, that's right. They don't get Assault class. Yeah, like, all you would really be able to do with them is, like, stick them in bayonet mode and just chase them into the Kanya Horsemen. That's kind of a waste of shipments. Unless, of course, you get the thing that gives you free ones from the Italian colony. Now, that could be something you could do, right? That could be something useful you could do. Certainly. But we'll see how this goes. I'll explain Argentina a bit to people that don't understand how they work and stuff, because that's, again, another civ we haven't seen today. So, Argentina, they are basically a cavalry civ, a very cavalry-centric civ, and a very focused on herdables. See, they get these villagers, the gauchos, which you might recognize from the 5th edition as being like sort of like an outlaw unit. Here they're the actual villagers. You know, the only time they get off their horses to eat some meat, or eat some berries, or chop a tree down, or get some silver out of the silver mine. That's about it. All the rest of the time they're just bouncing around their horse, throwing things at animals, thrusting with their lances and stuff. Yeah. So, from there, what else we had? Oh yeah, they actually get a unique farm, the Argentinians, called the Pasture. The pasture basically is a farm that also produces cows automatically. And the cows that are produced there can actually fatten from the pasture. So it's like a Native American farm that handles both herdables and agriculture with villagers. Yeah. And another little detail they get too is they don't get normal coin crates from their home city. If I show you this deck right here, they actually get chests of silver coins, and the silver coins have an increased value compared to regular coin chests. Those chests have additional 10 coin per crate. So a crate of silver coin is like 110, and while a regular one is 100. Therefore, the shipments are just slightly better overall. Just slightly more favorable. And you can tell from like all these cards, Cimarrones gives you a pasture wagon and cows produce faster there. Butchers. This is similar to the card the British get related to sheep in their home city in DE. So basically you gather really, really quickly from the cows. You can quickly put together some hamburguesas or some ribeye steaks with that. Then they get saladeros. Newly auto-spawned cows are semi-fatted. Enable spawn obese cow action. I like that. Good coding. Yeah, pretty much. And then they get this their ultimate building, the Estancias. It's basically like a big giant livestock pen, but it can also produce zebus. Which, as you know, basically like really big cows that are white. Really big cows that have a lot of food, like 1.5k food per animal. And you can produce cavalry there too, so it doubles as a stable. Yeah, it doubles as a stable. What's up with this animal here? What's this animal doing? It's like trying to stop attacking the horse, you panther. Black panther. Oh boy. So it looks like he's going to start by shipping in the Patricios, which is a musketeer unit. He's maybe going to make some Danube Legion Grenadiers in this situation. What's up with that crazy rabid animal? Look at him go with all the bites and scratches on those poor horses. Now you got to watch out for this guy. This guy's a threat. He's got Town Destroyer on, folks. Red alert. Red alert. He's got Town Destroyer. Send some backup right away. That is emergency when I get that. So what is Town Destroyer? You probably know what this is because it is in Definitive Edition. It increases the siege of the war chief by about 1,400%. To the point that his siege is 232. That's like, let's do some math. That's like a group of like 12, 14 pikemen all together. You know how many seconds it takes to take down a house with that? It only takes about like 5 to 6 volleys to burn down a house with one war chief. One casa, completely downed with just that. And now he's starting to add in the Anna Bowman. We see the Kanya Horseman coming in. This is the thing the moon did to me. Shot me across the moon with it. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at this siege. Oh boy. Whew. He's on the fertility dance. Oh, he's on the revive war chief dance now with the fire pit. Yeah, that makes sense. Bit of a sneezy there. So, yeah, it looks like he's going to be trying to revive his war chief through the fire pit so he can do some more siege damage with them. Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at the hiding there. Bayonets on the Kanya Horseman. Ooh, nice. Take down the cavalry. Wonderful. Nice, nice, nice. Look at all those arch. Well, there's actually not a lot of archers there, so that might be a problem. See, the thing is, you got kind of getting outnumbered here by the Patricios, and they're fighting really well. Some of them are actually going into bayonet mode to take advantage of your lack of hack armor as an archer. Yeah, they fought that infantry off really well. Really well. So he was about to send the big bun, emergency big bun from the TC that sent some tomahawks. Oh yeah, now you see the Patricios making a move on the war hut. Yeah, get them off the war and get some resources together. You need to start eating some meat, getting some archers. And then once you get a group of archers, yeah, you can go on the attack dance probably and start taking them out, pretty much. Look at sort of understand why you got the fertility dance, because fertility dance basically ensures that your military and villagers produce quicker. It's like having a fencing school that's like always active until you stop doing the dance, basically. Oh no, now they're gonna lose the fire pit too. Yeah, they're gonna lose the fire pit now. Oh, see, this is a bonus that the HODs got in the Wars of Liberty mod. So, when you take down buildings, they leave natural resources behind. And notice how you got deer in the Malaysia map. This is Malaysia. You don't have deer in Malaysia. You get the Surwow animals here. You don't get deer. So you saw there deer spawn right where the fire pit center was raised down, basically. And now we're seeing the Patricios grinding their way through the HOD's town center, looking for more villagers to take some snipes on. As they and the bowmen are coming into the town center now, and will arrive with some queued up bowmen coming from the war hut. But this group of archers, we're gonna have to see if they can somehow defend against these Patricios. Yeah, because I feel like if you can get a good enough mass of these Zayana bowmen, there's really not what the Argentines can do versus you, right? Because remember, Infernales do not have a scout tag, so there is no malice per se. There is no malice that these archers will have to deal with when dealing with Infernales. So if you can deal with the Patricios, the only threat you go is what artisanal cans, basically, right? Stable, yeah, the one thing you don't want to make, because if you can get a mass of archers going and can split them off and keep the full arrows coming in, those Infernales are kind of an obsolete unit. They really are. You need like something like Lance Arrows to deal with those. But this Civ doesn't get them anymore for some reason. Reasons I can't explain exactly. Somebody told me why this Civ doesn't have Lance Arrows, Argentina. I thought they were supposed to be like a cavalry civilization. How can a cavalry civilization have a crooked tech tree like that? It really doesn't make any sense. I thought cavalry civs were supposed to, well, get all the culture's cavalry, pretty much, and yeah. But, I really don't see how the Infernale is supposed to be a replacement to the Lance Arrow in any sort of way. I just sort of see it as like a mounted pikeman, really, for a Civ that doesn't get pikemen. Yeah, that's sort of what I see it as, yeah. So, in fact, they probably should get more cavalry units, because, you know, they're a stable Civ. They're really not supposed to be working out of the barracks that much. Unless, of course, you want to add some more barracks units in, which I've heard some people suggest before. Right? I've seen the suggestions from Fiero's document about maybe giving them like a dismounted assault unit like the Zwev, giving them a skirmisher, giving them some other sort of thing. I can't forget, it's like a ranger unit or something. So yeah, they get some stuff going for them. Oh yeah, I mean at this point, yeah, you don't have enough archers. Even the Infernales are going to have a pretty easy time with you. And then they're going to go for the final siege. Go for the final siege. Final siege is upon us. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We're going to see the siege. The war hut and then the town center. Here we go. Go, go. Got the archers in. I'm going to tell you how good they're going to be, but well, they're going to stall a little bit of time for you. I don't even know if they can even save that war hut. Now, here comes the Infernales, going to provide their melee damage against those Pierce Armor units. Now you can move on to the Longhouse, probably. take away his population, so he can't really produce anything. Where did these tomahawks come from? How did he get these? Did he cure those up or something? I didn't even notice those. Yep, look, more deer from the destroyed war hut. Lots of animals. Lots of yummy animals. You know, I can't remember. Can gods delete their own buildings? If they can, imagine how insane that would be to like keep building fire pits, deleting them just to get more deer. Just so you could take advantage of furrier and spice trade in your home city deck. Does he even have those? No, he does have the Forest Mother, which sends 9 deer to your TC, though. Yeah. Yeah, and how much resource does Zarg's got? They got a lot of food. They actually got enough food to age up with. Yeah, so they're doing pretty good. They can fortify with some towers, probably, and they'd be all set. Still has a fire pit. Still has a fire pit going. We'll start to get the level 1 market technologies, it looks like. Yeah, I'm surprised JP still has like a fire pit hanging out all the way in the corner of Malaysia over there. All the way on that corner. But I'm pretty sure he's gonna be defeated any second now. Looks like it. Yep, Tomahawk taken down. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Like, see, this is the weird interaction here. For now, they're actually doing like only 10 damage to him because of that malice, for balance purposes. But at the same time, the Hods, these Tomahawks, are only doing 14 damage against the Finales because they don't have a multiplier against them anymore. So it's kind of yeah, GG though. But yeah, it's kind of an interesting situation. Okay, so who is still here? Of all the Juanitos, who do we still got? So, yeah, we got five brave Juanitos that are still with the stream after almost 7 hours. This was a good, beginning, I feel like, for this season. It's the first Liga season that, it's the first Liga season where I am commentating on stuff from the very get-go. My monitor looks good. The microphone is alright. Everything is in place. Last time around, obviously at the start, I had a blurry monitor. My mic wasn't that good. You know, you could barely even hear me half the time. It was whispering like this. Yeah, you couldn't even hear a thing. Yeah. So, I hope everyone enjoyed this great show today that I put on for you. Make sure everybody watches this if they haven't seen it yet. If any of you are new to the channel, please get subscribed so you can see things easier and you don't have to check around as much for it. So I'm very grateful to everybody that came. We got a lot of people that came and went and viewed it. Even our VTuber friend came over today towards the beginning. So yep, GG. Good job, Sog. You did good there at the end with the Patricios, you know. I wasn't sure how you were going to do versus Hods, but you made it work out in the end. I feel like that Juanito was messing around too much with his war chief and not focusing on his military enough. I think that's the same thing that happened when I went up against him using Greece. Yeah, he was doing some weird town destroyer stuff, and I kept sniping his war chief, and he was like, oh no, he killed my win condition, my RNG. Yep. Alright, so I think this is good. I'm gonna turn off the recording now and then the stream. And I think this is good closing point for the night. I can finally eat some comida. I haven't eaten a thing since noontime today, I think, or 11 or something. So I'm starving. All right. GG, everyone.